The jury trial against Darrell Brooks in the Waukesha Christmas Parade case began on October 3, 2022. On this day, the court planned for the prosecution to have several witnesses after reading jury instructions and allowing opening statements. However, Darrell Brooks' antics delayed the entire morning session.
All right, good morning, everyone. The court will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. Record should reflect that the state appears this morning by District Attorney Sue Opper, Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie, Assistant District Attorney Zach Wichow, and the defendant Darrell Brooks appears in person in custody. I'd also like the record to reflect that he is appearing in jail attire today. He's also wearing a mask.
I object to that, Your Honor. I do not identify by that name and would like the opportunity to state that I'm here concerning this matter as third-party intervener in this matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value in return for value all the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments and would like to now reserve my rights, if I may.
Mr. Brooks, you just interrupted me within a minute of us starting this case here today. I'm asking you to respectfully not interrupt me. That's the second time, so I can go through the list of things that I need to get through this morning.
I just wanted it stated for the record that
Mr. Brooks, it wasn't the proper time to do that. That's now the third interruption. So,
with all due respect, Your Honor,
Mr. Brooks, by saying all due respect doesn't change the fact that you're interrupting me. Your objection is noted, all right? But you need to stop interrupting me so I can get through what needs to be done.
But it is my
I have
right
a number of documents that I need to discuss this morning. Mr. Brooks, you do not have a right to interrupt the court.
No,
I will remind you once again of the Supreme Court rule. It's on a yellow laminated, double-sided piece of paper that is before you. I checked, I verified, it is.
I accepted in return.
Mr. Brooks, that's yet another interruption. Let me get through this, please.
I just want, for the
You
record,
will have an opportunity when I give you an opportunity. No one else is speaking at the moment but me. You need to stop interrupting.
I don't identify by that name.
Mr. Brooks, I am going to keep going. You are warned. You need to follow the standards of courtesy and decorum for the courts of Wisconsin. Chapter 62, that's another interruption.
I intend to follow decorum.
This court comes with a history of Mr. Brooks interrupting now. This is day 4, and every day Mr. Brooks has interrupted. It has resulted in Mr. Brooks being placed in a neighboring courtroom so that this court can efficiently, effectively, and with dignity preside over this case here today. I am well aware that's another interruption. I'm well aware. Stop talking.
Which I have the right to do.
I'm well aware, Mr. Brooks, that you object to the name that has identified on the information and all documents in this case. Your objection is noted. It does not need to be repeated. I will make a record right now. The court notes a continuing objection by Mr. Brooks of his name and that he objects to being here. I know he's filed a number of documents previously related to that. Those documents are of record. There's another document that's filed. At least 2 more interruptions just now. I believe I'm up to 8. Mr. Brooks, you're advised that continued interruptions will result in you forfeiting your right to be present in this courtroom, where you'll be taken to the courtroom next door to appear by video and audio means to participate.
Being removed from the courtroom, Your Honor.
That's another interruption.
And you haven't shown me any lawful case law that I can be removed from the court proceedings in a trial and forced under coercion and duress to appear in a trial that I am needed, that I've tried to express that I have the right.
Mr. Brooks, there's a proper manner in which you raise objections. You have not followed that proper procedure. You are unable or unwilling to abide by simple rules of civility. You interrupt. You don't wait for anyone to finish. and it will result with you being removed from the courtroom. So you are once again reminded of that. I'm going to give a little slack at the moment only because we are not in the presence of the jury. I'd like to go through a couple of things, the first of which is the jail attire. Mr. Brooks, we, meaning myself and the jail, have made arrangements by allowing folks to bring in street clothing for you. You've appeared previously in a suit and tie, very appropriate for a trial. If you no longer have those clothes available, the jail has a supply of clothes that they can also lend to an inmate. The reason we make those arrangements during trial, sir, is because this court has taken a number of steps to shield from this jury that you are in custody. Your hands are not shackled. Okay, there are skirts around each one of the tables. I'm aware of the feet shackles. That's yet another interruption. I'm aware of the shackles on your feet, and that's why the skirts are on your table and frankly all of the tables, right? So that it appears to be the same for anyone coming in and viewing. Again, arrangements have been made for you to appear in street clothes or civilian clothes. I would like you to appear in street clothes, and the reason why, sir, is to reduce or even eliminate even the appearance that you are in custody. And it is your choice, though. Are you willing to go back to your cell and put on your suit?
It is my right to do so or to not do so. And at this point, Your Honor, who doesn't know that I'm in custody?
Mr. Brooks, I've had many trials with individuals who were in custody, and when I've talked to the jurors after the conclusion of the case, they had no idea. The whole point of allowing for street clothing is not only to shield jurors from the fact that you are in custody, but also you being in a suit and a tie or other street clothing, I think also lends to the dignity of the proceedings. This is a trial. Again, it is your choice. Are you willing to go back to your cell and be dressed in the street clothes that you previously appeared in?
With all due respect, I do not agree with that assessment whatsoever. There's no possible way that anybody will not know that I am in custody. I think that's a well-known fact because it's reported on every day in the media. It's shown every day on the news where I am, what jail I'm housed in, and that I'm in custody. It's virtually impossible for anybody to not know that I'm in custody.
Mr. Brooks, did you hear the question that I asked you?
And I respectfully keep the position that I just put on the record.
Mr. Brooks, I will ask you again. Are you willing to go back to your cell or into the jail and put on street clothes?
I do not consent or agree to anything that you just stated, Your Honor.
All right, he did not provide an answer to a very direct question. Let the record be very clear that Mr. Brooks was given multiple opportunities to answer that question. And go back. Mr. Brooks, that's yet another interruption. I will advise you, sir, that at any point in time, if you wish to put street clothes on, I would give you that opportunity to do so. You've already heard it is my preference. You've already heard me advise you regarding the steps that have been taken to shield the fact that you are in custody from the jurors. You refuse to answer my question about whether you would go back to the jail. That's another interruption. So based on his refusal and his choice to come, that's another interruption. Based upon his failure to answer my question directly, I will take that as a non-response, but he came to court here today. That's another interruption. I will take that because he's come to court here today in his jail attire, that is a choice that he has made freely. voluntarily and intelligently. No one has forced him to come to jail in those clothes. This court is encouraging him not to. He's appeared previously in his street clothes in what I would describe as a very nice suit and tie, but it is his choice to not do that, and we will proceed accordingly.
So while we're on the record, may I challenge the subject matter jurisdiction?
No, you may not, sir. You need to file a motion in order to do that.
So
Mr. Brooks?
motions I filed haven't even been responded to. I gave
Mr. Brooks, you're interrupting me yet again.
You just weren't speaking.
All right,
so
Mr. Brooks, you are now going to be removed to the other courtroom.
I don't consent to that.
I have had a dozen or more interruptions. We'll be off the record while we do that. Thank you, everyone.
I don't agree to a stop. I move for a motion to dismiss for being under duress and being coerced into a contract that I did not consent or agree to. I do not. I have a right to be present for trial.
All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. I need to make a record that at 8:42 a.m. this court ordered Mr. Brooks be removed from the courtroom due to repeated interruptions and disruption with the court. This, of course, comes on the recent history with Mr. Brooks. On every day that we have been in court since Monday, he has shown a complete and utter disrespect for the simple rules of civility. He has been removed from the courtroom multiple times. This morning alone, he started interrupting this court within a minute of the court calling the case. I should also make a record at the moment he is muted because of the way that he was removed from the courtroom and his conduct since. I have been given just a bit of information about it. I will advise everyone that I have required that the Sheriff's Department file a written report with the court regarding Mr. Brooks's conduct. I'm told that he would not sit down while in this courtroom in order to have the shackles removed so that he could be taken to the other courtroom, that he was resisting, that at one point he took off a shoe and it appeared to the deputies that he was going to throw the shoe. You can see that he is seated with his back to the court or to the camera. He took his shirt off as well. I'm also told that he is threatening to throw and break items. I want to give him headphones since he has claimed in the past to be hard of hearing in one ear, but given his statement that he would throw and break things, unless he can pledge to this court that he will not do that, I'm not going to provide that information. I will advise that the audio in that courtroom should be turned up accordingly so that it is louder than it has been. I've also been advised that the audio and visual equipment is working in that courtroom. The deputies that are in there can see and hear the court through the Polycom system. Today is a little bit different in that there is no Zoom. And so, but this court, with the blessing of technology in this new building, have the ability to call in one room system to the other. That is why we're able to see and, when appropriately, hear him when unmuted. And then there are the 4 camera angles that are presently from this courtroom. I have the camera in the other courtroom on a single camera since he's the only individual in there. This court has, in essence, extended this courtroom to the neighboring courtroom. While there is ample evidence in the record, not only through the proceedings up to this point, but this morning alone, that through his conduct, he has forfeited his right to be present, I'd also make a finding that he is appearing from that courtroom, and that because of the audio and visual equipment and system that we have in place, that it is the functional equivalent of being present in this courtroom. Trial judges that are confronted with disruptive, contemptuous, stubbornly defiant defendants must be given sufficient discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. No one formula exists for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere will be best in all situations. And in that case, there were at least 3 constitutionally permissible ways for a trial judge to handle a stubbornly defiant defendant, which this court would find Mr. Brooks squarely has become and has demonstrated over the course of these last few days. One option is to bind and gag him. I've already talked about at a previous hearing why I choose not to do that. Cite him for contempt. I choose not to do that either. The third is to take him out of the courtroom until he promises to conduct himself properly. Mr. Brooks today, of course, showed up in court from the jail in his jail attire. He does that by his choice. I gave him the opportunity to go back to the jail to put on his suit and tie or other street clothes. He refused to answer that question. This court will continue with this trial, as I have previously indicated. There are many resources that have been put into bringing this day to bear, and it is important for all involved that this trial continue. I will advise Mr. Brooks, as I have advised him repeatedly, if at any point in time he wants to come back and he is willing to promise that he will abide by the rules of courtesy and decorum and be civil and show respect for the court proceedings for all individuals in this courtroom, including Mr. Brooks himself, then he may come back in. It's also my intention to give him that opportunity at each new stage. But again, we are in the preliminary stage prior to the jury being brought in. I would note it's a little after 9:06 a.m. At all times throughout the court's statements thus far, since going back on the record, Mr. Brooks still appears to be communicating, or at least attempting to communicate with someone else. I can see his hands moving. He has turned his back. I can tell that he can hear me because he shakes his head no. At a point in time where it's clear he's disagreeing with something that I've said, I believe he can adequately hear, and that his statement earlier in the proceedings that he's hard of hearing is simply another tactic of his to disrupt, to delay, to create chaos. I will further advise Mr. Brooks that his continued behavior, whether it be appearing in court in jail attire, whether it be causing disruptions in front of the jury, that he does all of those things at his peril. But I will, of course, take appropriate steps to limit what the jury can hear if appropriate. All right, I've received a note. We need to reset the Polycom system, so I'm not sure what that means. I'll find out, and if appropriate, make a record as to why and whether that impacted anything that was happening in the other room. But at this point, while I'm not going to get off the bench, we're going to take a short recess for that resetting to take place.
I would request an opportunity to be heard then, Your Honor, when we go back on the record, please.
Absolutely. I received was that all of a sudden the audio was only going through 2 speakers and not all of them. A simple reboot of the Polycom system over there took care of that, and I have confirmed that it's working properly. Before I turn to you, Attorney Opper, because I'm not sure if Mr. Brooks heard this or not, at the very end, before I removed him, I wanted to make sure that the record is very clear. I will note a continuing objection to the issues he raises regarding his name and other things. There are filings that substantiate that. It will be my position it's not needed for him to do that every single day because I've noted a continuing objection. With that, you wanted to make an additional record?
Yes, Your Honor, it's probably appropriate at this stage. I did want to address a topic that's maybe not been raised in the courtroom, but has been raised in the public, and it seems to kind of go hand in hand with the events of this morning, and that is the mental competency of Mr. Darrell Brooks to proceed to trial. The court is well aware that the district attorney has an obligation and a duty to raise any concerns as to the competency of any defendant to proceed to trial. Any counsel representing Mr. Brooks would have that same obligation, and the court itself, if it had a concern as to the competency of any defendant to proceed, can request an evaluation that's pursuant to 971.14 of the Wisconsin statutes. At no time has anyone involved in this case had a competency concern, and I say that based on the fact that Mr. Brooks has made multiple court appearances, most of them before Your Honor, but at least initially he appeared before two court commissioners. He's had counsel representing him up until last week on this case, and you've made a record with Attorney Perry previously as to Mr. Brooks' ability to understand what's going on and his ability to participate in his own defense. You made a thorough record last week when you went through his waiver of right to an attorney and his absolute desire that he expressed multiple times to represent himself. I would also add to Vince, Your Honor, that Mr. Brooks is 100% competent to proceed to trial, that his mental capacity is not reduced in any fashion. Anybody that thinks otherwise has no involvement with this case. I would reference the court to today's filing, which Mr. Brooks provided. It is extremely well written. His handwriting is immaculate. It's perfect. The punctuation, the grammar is 100% accurate. He drafted this himself in his jail cell last night, I presume. Maybe it was this morning. He has continued with the same objections that he has been making repeatedly in this case. So he clearly understands the issues. He understands the defense that he wants to pursue. He undertook the effort to have this form notarized by a jail employee so that it is a signed and sworn affidavit. Absolutely no concerns on the part of the state of Wisconsin that Mr. Brooks has any deficiency in his competency. We are 100% convinced that these actions of Mr. Brooks are deliberate and intentional, and they have escalated, and the court has seen this since August 25th or so, as the motions were decided by the court, most of them to his detriment. His behavior became more and more difficult in the courtroom. It started out less aggressive with him sleeping and asking to be able to leave the courtroom. Then we had a toothache. Then we had a situation where he didn't want to come to court, was refusing to come to court. The record will be clear, Your Honor, that each time, and the Sheriff's Department has done an absolutely fantastic job dealing with Mr. Brooks fairly, professionally, respectfully at all times. We concur 100% with the record you just made as to what happened after the recess at about 8:42 this morning as to Mr. Brooks' conduct. These are deliberate actions on his part as we get closer and closer and closer to actually presenting this case to a jury, that he is attempting to derail these proceedings and avoid the inevitable. And I want to make that record. I tell this court as an officer of the court, we have zero concerns as to the mental competency of Darrell Brooks to proceed. And we have had many, many dealings with him on the record and off the record that I base that on. I also wanted to add one other comment as to the court's record, as to the need to proceed with this trial. We concur 100%. We would also note it's not just a matter of resources. It's the need to proceed to justice. It's the need to get justice for the crime victims who have patiently attended every one of these hearings. They have a constitutional right to trial. They have a constitutional right to a speedy disposition of this case. And that doesn't mean hasty. That doesn't mean reckless. It means efficient administration of justice. And this court has provided that to the crime victims. And we think that's another reason that Mr. Brooks' antics, which is all they are, clearly speak for themselves. This is not his inability to understand what's going on by any stretch.
Thank you, Attorney Opper, and I do appreciate you raising that with the court because I share your observations that you've just noted on the record. I would adopt them fully as if they were my own and make them part of the findings that I've already made on the record. Obviously, I personally haven't listened to the jail phone calls that you referenced, but I do take your statements as an officer of the court. I look forward to further reviewing them, if need be, changing any conclusions that I've reached here today, and I would require you to file that exhibit so that that can be part of the record as well. I would also add to what you have just stated. This court has read through not one, not two, not three, but 4 evaluations related to the special plea that was withdrawn. And those are very recent evaluations where the examiners met face-to-face in the jail or in an appropriate visitation room with Mr. Brooks, either in July or August of this year. And every single one of those individuals did a mental status exam that's noted in their reports. Frankly, the behavior that we're starting to see here is no different than some of the behavior that was noted by those examiners as well. This behavior is frankly more in line with someone who's defiant, deliberate, and in line with the conclusions related to whether he suffers from a mental disease or defect that would qualify for a special plea. I've not gone into much detail, and I won't. Those documents are part of the record, but it's very clear to this court that everything that he has done, as outlined by the state and as made evident on the record of these proceedings, that it is the sole intent of Mr. Brooks to make a mockery of this process. And I've stated, and I'll state it again, I'm not going to tolerate it, but there is I believe this trial needs to continue, should continue, not only for Mr. Brooks as the accused, who also has the right to a speedy disposition. He hasn't exercised it. The victims have a right to a speedy disposition. And it's important for the justice system to go forward with this proceeding. We are at the stage where we are at with Mr. Brooks muted in another courtroom because of his defiant actions. No one else. And I appreciate everyone's patience as the court goes through these things. Frankly, gives Mr. Brooks time after time after time to conform his conduct to the clear expectations, but he just simply flat out refuses to do so. So what I'd like to do is finish with the approval of the jury instructions, the preliminary jury instructions. I will make a record that Mr. Brooks did not file anything in writing regarding a proposed jury instruction, as he was advised to do yesterday. If he wanted me to consider something, I believe we had a very clear discussion on the record about that.
There you have it. After all that he went through that day before in the trial to say that he was going to do the changes to the jury instructions, he never did them. Are we surprised, everybody? No, we're not. Of course he didn't do them.
he provided that objection without any legal basis. I muted him just so I could ask this question. I'll be right with you, Captain. Mr. Brooks, do you have a legal basis to object to those preliminary jury instructions? I'm unmuting you. Hold on, it's the volume is not being appropriate at the moment. There needs. Try it again, sir. I apologize for the technical issue. All right, the technical, we're going to have to figure that out. It's not appropriately working. I do appreciate that he was able to hear me because he leaned in to answer. So I just want to make that record. I'm going to go take a recess. I'll just mute while we're doing that, just so I can figure out what the audio issue is, and then we'll go from there. Appear to have our technical issue resolved. That issue solely concerned the audio from the microphones in front of Mr. Brooks and the two room systems cooperating, and we were having difficulty in this courtroom hearing Mr. Brooks. I believe that issue has now been resolved. When I needed to take the break for the audio issue, I also was advised by the captain that Mr. Brooks was requesting medical attention and reporting a small cut to a finger.
He got a boo-boo. He got a little cut on his pinky. Now, as unimportant as we know that little cut is, and it may seem to us, he is definitely will continue to bring this up later. If not later today, then probably again later in the trial, including the bruise that he wanted them to what did he want them to do with the bruise? Did he expect them to you can't do anything to a bruise. You just got to wait it out. It's going to go away.
As a result of when he was removed from this courtroom and taken to the other courtroom, I was further advised that there are no signs of blood, and that when asked, he refused to show his hands. At this time, I'm not going to pause the proceedings further for him to be seen by jail medical, but at an appropriate break, that will be done. And I also want to make a record that Mr. Brooks has put his shirt back on. He continues to sit with his back to the camera. Mr. Brooks, I want you to be advised that I believe it's important that you face the camera so that you are facing the court. You can see and hear. It's my understanding you were not willing to cooperate with being shackled, and for the moment you are not. But at this point, given your conduct from before, I'm going to require, after we take the next break, that the Sheriff's Department put you in the chair face forward and with shackles on your ankle, as you are in custody, and that is appropriate. Now, I want to turn back to the issue with the jury instructions, Mr. Brooks. You indicated you had an objection. My next question to you is, what is the legal basis for the objection? I'm going to unmute so you can answer. Go ahead, sir. You need to turn around so I can hear you. Part of the issue is he's also not facing the microphone, and so I need to hear him, and he needs to turn around. Mr. Brooks, I'll ask you once again, what is the legal basis for your objection to the jury instructions? I'll ask a third and final time, sir, what is the legal basis for your objection to the jury instructions?
I wasn't allowed to make I can't even hear what she's saying all the way, man.
Turn it on, fix the microphone.
Yeah, it's too low.
You want your headset?
Mr. Brooks, I can hear the deputies over there. I know they can hear me. That's been confirmed. there is the headset available to use should you wish to use it. If you can't hear, I would ask that you put them on.
Mr. Brooks?
You just put it down.
I'm able to hear. He said to the deputy, put them down. I don't want them. All right, I'm going to mute once again so I continue with my record. He did not answer the question, what is the legal basis for the objection? I asked that question 3 times based upon that non-response. His objection is noted for the record, and I will approve the preliminary jury instructions that are on file with the court. Obviously, they'll be uploaded once I read them, but all parties have been given copies of those. Before I turn to the motion for reconsideration, you raised this earlier, at least the topic of it. Mr. Brooks presented a filing to the court this morning. I asked the bailiffs before the case was called at 8:30 if Mr. Brooks had any paperwork and to ask him if he had any filings. He then provided this piece of paper and it was photocopied. Actually, it was date stamped, then photocopied for the parties. It may have already been scanned in, I'm not sure, but it certainly will be. I've had an opportunity to review this document. Based upon my review, I don't believe any response is even required. It's his affidavit. He's providing certain disclosures, but there's nothing about that that requests any relief from the court. Certainly no legal statutes or constitutional provisions are referenced. To me, it just looks like an objection that he's filing, and that will be, of course, noted for the record. Attorney Opper, anything you would want to add to the record on this, any position you are taking?
No, I also viewed this as, because he labeled it objection by affidavit, I think my interpretation is he was trying to make a record for appeal that he objects to the court's previous ruling. I don't think there's anything the court needs to do with this document at this time.
All right, thank you. Then we'll move on to the motion for reconsideration. And again, I'm keeping Mr. Brooks muted so that I can get through this process orderly, efficiently. When necessary, I will unmute him if the court has questions. All right, Attorney Opper, I have read through the motion. Is there anything you want to add to what you have put in your filing?
Only one other observation, Your Honor, that since I filed that, the events of the last couple days, I think further support my request. Not that the defendant's behavior in the courtroom has anything to do with the broadcasting of victims and witnesses, but I think the stress that is going to be placed upon them potentially by Mr. Brooks' behavior will be additional challenge to them as they testify, and so not having their faces displayed, I think, would help ease some of that tension for those individuals.
Mr. Brooks, my first question to you is, do you have a position on the state's request in their motion for reconsideration? I'm looking for a yes or no answer. I'll unmute and provide that to me. Go ahead.
I didn't hear what they said. I just put the headphones on, so I didn't even hear what she said.
Sir, it's a written document that was filed, and you were provided a copy of that yesterday. We took a recess yesterday so it could be served upon you. If you haven't read it, that's your choice. What I'm asking you is, do you have any position on their request for this court to reconsider the denial of the state's request to prohibit the photography and video recording of victims and witnesses, and specifically their faces, while they testify?
A ruling was already, we already talked about that. You already ruled that the victims and witnesses will be shown. That was already ruled on.
You are correct, but they filed a motion for reconsideration. That's the document that was provided to you yesterday. I'm asking if you have any position on the request that I reconsider my ruling.
Yeah, it was everything's supposed to be public. This is a public trial. I don't understand why there would be even the need to reconsider what you already ruled on at this point, as far as to that particular issue.
I take
It's a public trial. It's a public trial. Anybody can essentially watch the trial. And like I said, as far as with the technology that we're in now, if they have to be sworn in by name, that in itself makes them easy to, if somebody wanted to pull them up or find them or find out who was testifying at any given time testimony is given, it'd be pretty easy for them to be found and to be seen. So, I mean, that's just the age we're in anyway, as far as with social media and Google and all these different things. We got all this technology basically at our fingertips. So I don't understand how it needs to be changed at this point when it was already ruled that this is a public trial. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be shown. Why not keep everything public the way that it's intended to be? And because of the fact that you've already ruled on it, made that on the record, let's keep it the way it is.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brooks. I appreciate your legal analysis of that and your factual analysis of the prior ruling that this court gave. I thought you did an excellent job making some very good points, many of which I relied upon previously. There is a mechanism in the law for a party to bring a motion for reconsideration. Essentially, it requires that the party bringing the motion provide some new information or rely on an argument that the court aired as a matter of law in its prior ruling. The decision that I made previously and the decision that I make here today is one that is vested with the sound discretion of the court. I would note the state does rely upon a case. The case is not new, so it's clearly something that was in existence at the time of the prior motion. That's Estes versus State of Texas. It's 381 U.S. 532, but I would note it's from 1965. In 1965, I would say even in the 1980s here in Waukesha County, there was really a presumption that cameras not be allowed in courtrooms at all. We have moved vastly away from that over the course of the last couple decades, and certainly since 1965. I am certainly mindful of the potential stress that it may cause for victims and other witnesses to come into court and testify and to have their images broadcast as this trial is broadcast, not just locally, but nationally, and frankly, anywhere in the world anyone with a computer would want to watch. I would note, though, that prior to the point in time when this case came to trial, this court took significant efforts to keep victims' names private. There's a victim key that is on file. This court signed an order and even required Mr. Brooks to not disclose that information. That was one of the conditions set when bond was initially set. Now, that was by a court commissioner, of course, but that's still a ruling that this court adopts. In addition, I believe I've done, up to this point, everything that I could to preserve their privacy. I don't, frankly, want to create an issue that could be an appellate issue. I think this potentially could be that if I limit the capturing of victim and witnesses' images. I'm aware of Marcy's Law. certainly aware of the provisions that the state cites. But the fact remains, the time has now come for this trial to be conducted. This is a public trial. The right to a public trial is not only for the defendant, but the state, but the public. All of the names are a matter of public record. This court obviously went through all of the names of the witnesses during the jury selection process. In the jury instruction, the names of all the victims will be read. The state agreed that it was time to put that information in a public document and on the record because the time for trial has come. The cameras in the courtroom not only facilitate the viewing of a public trial where anyone could walk in to this courtroom, space permitted, to watch, but it facilitates victim rights as well. And that is because there are a large number of victims in this case. This court could not have all the victims and the public and the media who wanted to be here present. Frankly, I think it's because of how this court has allowed the proceedings to be live streamed that we don't have even a full courtroom here today. There is no doubt this case has received great public interest, but this is a case that the state brought charges, and rightly so. I understand it won't be easy, it may be messy, it may even be stressful, but it's important to the integrity of these proceedings, the perception of how things are conducted in this courtroom, that all witnesses, that all victims, with the exception of the one thing I accepted previously, be viewed in its fullness to the public. I maintain the exception for juvenile witnesses. They are in a special category as minors, and they, of course, if and when a juvenile witness testifies, may only be captured from the shoulders down. Their faces are not to be broadcast. Again, I am not unmindful of the impact, but in my humble opinion, the right to a public trial supersedes the other provisions, and especially in a case such as this, it's important. I would add to the record some of the points Mr. Brooks made. Not only are these names all a matter of public record, the technology that we have at our fingertips, there's Google, there's social media. It's very easy to identify these individuals and search for them in other ways. I'd also add that there have been a number of news reports, media accounts, newspaper articles about victims, naming them. I'm aware of one such broadcast this morning on Channel 4. I cannot presume that all victims, all witnesses want this. And I want to keep this trial going, and that's what we will do. So the request is denied. All right, I believe, let me just get back to my first note that I had for this morning, that we've covered all of the outstanding issues.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't want to interrupt, but I did not hear if you, I was kind of overhearing that you addressed the filing that I filed this morning. I didn't hear exactly what was said. I'm just making sure that you know that I'm not trying to interrupt. I just want clarification on what I may have missed.
Oh, you mean what you missed when you were refusing to participate earlier? Anyway, she's going to go ahead and reiterate everything she said on those findings. We're going to skip past them.
The court need not take any specific action as it relates to it. I further indicated that, again, no relief was requested, but also there's no statutory or constitutional or law that you cite to that I could even interpret as a request for relief. So that's how I'm going to address that filing, sir. It's noted for the record.
Can I say one thing about that?
Quickly, sir. I need to keep going.
I was filing that paperwork. I would say pursuant to the federal rules of criminal procedure under Rule 12.4 about the disclosure statement.
All right, I'll note that for the record, sir, but it was not in your filing.
So that's a judicial determination, Your Honor?
I believe I had one other thing. Oh, I did want to put on the record, and that is when we were testing the audio, I did advise the Sheriff's Department to let Mr. Brooks know, to ask him on my behalf if he wanted to come back into this courtroom. My understanding is he declined.
No, that is not accurate, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
The reason...
Mr. Brooks?
I would just want to...
Hold on, I'm going to mute you for a second unless you stop and listen to me.
I just heard what you said, but
I'm not asking for a response, sir. Mr. Brooks?
It's not.
Okay, you're interrupting. Hold on. You're interrupting me, sir. I wasn't looking for a response. I'm happy to ask you the question myself on the record for you to answer it. I will give you the opportunity to come back into this courtroom. You have demonstrated that you can make cogent, coherent, articulate arguments on the record. You just did that. You've been respectful for the time being. I will ask you, sir, do you want to come back into this courtroom? You've been unmuted to answer that question.
Not until I can receive medical treatment for the bruise that I have on my arm and the cut. You just said a while ago on the record that you cannot see blood. That's because I wiped it on my pants and you can still see the blood in the cut and a big bruise right here on my arm. I was told that the nurse would be coming in to see me, and then I was told, no, she's going to come at the next recess, which we just took. I know it was technical difficulties why you called the recess, but that was more than enough time for me to at least be seen, at least get the cut cleaned out and get it bandaged, at least at minimum that, and for somebody to look at this bruise. That was my position on why I was not yet ready to come back into the court, because I feel like this needs to be addressed.
All right, Mr. Brooks, I understand your request. I'm denying the request to take an adjournment, or I'm sorry, to take a break at this time.
I'm not asking for a break. I didn't ask for a break. I was just saying that at the time that there was the technical difficulty recess, before you even called that, Your Honor, I was told that a nurse was coming in at that time. But then when you called the recess for the technical difficulty, I was then told that I would have to wait until another recess to be able to be seen by the nurse, which my thing was,
Mr. Brooks, you've made your record, okay? I don't need you to go further with that. You've made your record. I'm going to mute you for the time being. I want you to be aware, sir, I was advised regarding the cut. The bruise is new information. I made a determination that you would be seen at the next appropriate break. From my perspective, a small cut and a bruise is not going to hold up the start of bringing the jurors in and advising them of the preliminary jury instructions. If that means the next break we take is for lunch and that's when you are seen, then that's what will happen. So I don't think I've overlooked anything, Attorney Opper, but anything you had on your list?
Nothing else on my list, but we want to give Mr. Brooks one more opportunity to change out of his orange jail uniform. Excuse me.
That I would give him an opportunity to do. Mr. Brooks, would you like to go back and change into your suit?
My position has not changed whatsoever, and it will not change, as it is my right to come into court how I would like to. Just like I should be awarded the right to be present for every proceedings in this trial.
All right, I'm muting him again. I note your objection. I will take that as a clear indication you do not want to go back to the jail to change into street or civilian clothing, that you are exercising your right to dress in the jail attire. All right, then with that, I am going to just take a short recess just to have the jurors brought in.
And I think Mr. Brooks needs his objection sign.
We'll make sure he has it.
Thank you.
Let me actually go back on the record for a second. Mr. Brooks, when the jury comes in, I am going to read through the preliminary jury instructions. Since those have been approved by the court, if you happen to raise your sign, I'll note it for the record, but I'm not going to ask you for any type of argument on that because we've already had that opportunity to do so. It will take me some time to read through the instructions. I don't know if that will take us to the lunch hour or not. The state should be potentially prepared to go through its opening. Mr. Brooks, if we do get to that point where the state is giving its opening and you have an objection, you need to write down the objection in addition to raising your hand, and I will rule on the objections after the closing statement. So you must write down the basis for the objection and what you're objecting to, in addition to holding up your sign. That's the procedure that we will follow. All right, now we're on a short break until the jury comes in.
This man knows that this is being live streamed, and he acts like this in front of everybody. It just, if this is the first time you've ever watched this trial, I'm going to tell you this. This trial, you're going to have good days and bad days, probably more bad days than good. He does actually get brought back over to the courtroom to participate. He does have some bouts of proper behavior, and he does question many witnesses inside of the main courtroom. But don't lose faith that this is all this trial is going to be about. Trust me, it gets better. If you want drama, it gets better.
And gentlemen of the jury, and everyone may be seated. I appreciate your patience as the court addressed some important legal matters with the parties this morning. I'm going to read through the preliminary instructions at this time. Please pay careful attention. Just as a reminder, they're not something you need to memorize. Ultimately, at the close of the case, a very similar set of instructions are provided to the jurors to take back to the jury room. Before this trial begins, there are certain instructions you should have to better understand your functions as a juror and how you should conduct yourself during the trial. Your duty is to decide the case based only on the evidence presented at trial and the law given to you by the court. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. All people deserve fair treatment in our justice system, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. People make assumptions and form opinions from their own personal backgrounds and experiences. Generally, we are aware of these things, but you should consider the possibility that you have biases of which you may not be aware, which can affect how you evaluate information and make decisions. You must carefully evaluate the evidence and resist any urge to reach a verdict that is influenced by any bias for or against any party, witness, or attorney. Personal opinions, preferences, or biases have no place in the courtroom, where our goal is to treat all parties equally and to arrive at a just and proper verdict based on the evidence. The defendant has a constitutional right to represent himself. I have advised the defendant that the same rules apply whether a lawyer acts for him or he acts for himself. The defendant has decided to represent himself, and this decision must not influence your verdict in any manner. This court is tasked with ensuring the orderly administration of the case. My job includes making sure that the defendant's rights are protected, making sure that the state and the defendant can present their respective cases in a coherent and orderly fashion, and that victims, witnesses, and the public are appropriately treated in the courtroom.
Her jury instructions are really, really long. So, I mean, there's 76 counts. Is it 76 total, I think? So we're going to trim a lot of this down. I'm not trying to show any disrespect to any of the victims here, but I'm going to try to leave in like key points as much as I can. Just a reminder, if you're watching this on the replay and you want to skip the jury instructions altogether, my video is time-stamped for you to do something like that, okay?
All parties in the courtroom, including the attorneys, the litigants, witnesses, the judge, the jurors, and those in attendance are expected to conduct themselves appropriately and in a manner that avoids creating disorder or disruption, as well as conduct themselves in a manner that demonstrates sensitivity to the necessity of preserving decorum and the integrity of the judicial process. Parties for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence, which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of a party, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight of the evidence. The defendant is charged with 6 separate counts of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon. The first count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Virginia Sorensen with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon. Contrary to sections 940.01 sub. The second count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Leanna Owen with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon. The third count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Tamara Durand with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon. The fourth count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Jane Coolidge with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon. The fifth count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Wilhelm Hospel with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon. The sixth count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Jackson Sparks with intent to kill that person and while using a dangerous weapon, contrary to section 940.01 sub 1 sub a. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to each one of these charges, which means the state must prove every element of each offense charge beyond a reasonable doubt. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of any count of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present with respect to that count. 1. As to each count, the defendant caused the death of the victim named in that count. Cause means that the defendant's acts was a substantial factor in producing the death. 2. As to each count, the defendant acted with the intent to kill the victim named in that count. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or for even a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of a defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. The information alleges not only that the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, but also that the defendant did so while using a dangerous weapon. Dangerous weapon means any device or instrumentality which, in the manner it is used or intended to be used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means serious bodily injury. The defendant is charged with 61 separate counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon. The 7th count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did recklessly endanger the safety of Nicole White under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life and while using a dangerous weapon. The 8th count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did recklessly endanger the safety of Eleanor Anders under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life and while using a dangerous weapon. Once again, advise you that you are welcome back into this courtroom should you wish, if you are able to conform your conduct to the rules of courtesy and decorum that you have been previously been advised about. Once again, direct your attention to SCR Chapter 62, Standards of Courtesy and Decorum for the Courts of Wisconsin. Would also direct you to Illinois versus Allen. That's the case I've been relying upon for the procedures that have been employed. Mr. Brooks is holding up the objection sign I don't have anything in writing, which is the procedure that I told him he needed to follow in terms of me addressing any objections. So if he wants to write down what his objection is, and we'll file that. We'll also indicate the time. If appropriate, I'll take that up after the break, but at this point I will be breaking for the noon hour, for the lunch hour. It's 12 noon. Let's be back here at 1 p.m.
And could he also have the opportunity to change into his street clothes if he wants during the lunch break?
Absolutely. During the lunch break, I'm told, will be seen by jail medical staff for the concerns that he's raised. He will be given the opportunity to change into his street clothing, should he choose. Of course, when he comes back, once again, invited back into this courtroom, should he choose.
Yes, and I would just observe for the record that for about the last hour while you were reading the jury instructions, Mr. Brooks did not appear to be in any physical pain or medical distress. He's been moving around freely, shuffling his papers, reading his documents, actually behaving quite appropriately, standing quietly, oftentimes with his hands folded, and at times listening to the court, and at times it appears he's working or looking at materials on his table.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. We are in recess.
Thank you.
Mr. Brooks is back in the courtroom. I do want to make a further record that he still remains in his jail attire. Prior to the break, I did advise the captain and to let Mr. Brooks know that he certainly could take the opportunity during the lunch hour to put on street clothes. So it's his choice. He is here in the jail attire. He's at the table, continues to be masked. Welcome back, Mr. Brooks.
Just for the record, Your Honor, they never asked me during the break because I had so much other stuff going on. I'm not sure. I'm not saying it was intentional on their part, but I was never asked. I just want to make that clear for the record.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Nonetheless, I provided you with that opportunity, and here you are. Please be mindful, sir, that the right to be here can, of course, be lost if you engage in disruptful, discourteous behavior, if you interrupt the decorum and do not show respect for the judicial proceedings. You would, of course, be subject to removal and forfeiting your right to be present in this courtroom. All right, I'd like to bring the jury out, Mr. Brooks. I am still going through the preliminary jury instructions. I know you filed some objections. Those have been noted for the record, as I advised earlier this morning. Because I've approved of them, there should be no objections. You had ample opportunity to do that. So I'm instructing you at this point not to object, because I will consider whether that's being done for disruption. If you have an objection, write it down on a piece of paper, pass it to the bailiff, and I'll take it up outside the presence of the jury.
Just so I'm clear, are we talking about objections to strictly jury instructions, or the filings that I filed on the 3rd?
I'm not addressing those at this point, sir.
I was just asking for clarification. I didn't know which one you were speaking on as far as the objections.
I'm talking about objections during this court hearing to the court going through the preliminary jury instructions.
Okay, I was just asking for clarification.
Right. I'm not addressing any of those filings. I've previously addressed those. It may not be to your satisfaction, but
remember what you said, to be honest, about those.
And I'm not going to repeat myself. So the record speaks for itself. Your objections in those filings, to the extent, whatever they are noted. They're part of the record, and they will be available for you at a later point in time should you be convicted and on appeal to make whatever arguments that you need to or want to regarding those. But from my perspective, that is something I'm not going to take up any further. And any attempt by you to do that, I will have to consider whether that's being done to disrupt the proceedings and not for legitimate reasons.
My only reason for bringing it up was to make sure that they are offered into evidence.
Sir, we're not at the evidentiary phase. They're part of the record. They've been received. So at this point, there's no evidence to be taken. We're not at that stage of the proceedings. So you will have an opportunity after the state presents their case in chief and they rest to then present your case and to present evidence that's relevant to the issues before the court and the jury. So I'm not going to go through any further on what that means. That would be for me to provide you with an explanation of the law or procedure, but I expect you to not bring that up at this point in time or going forward.
I don't understand, though, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I've already addressed them. I'm going to bring the jury out. Please do not disrupt as the jury comes in and as I complete reading the preliminary instructions. I am, just for reference for everyone, I've read through 44 pages of 69, and so I still have a ways to go. My intention would be to finish with the preliminary jury instructions, take a short break for all, including the jurors, and then come back with opening statements. And you have a choice, sir, at that point, whether you want to give one, but the state goes first because they obviously have the burden of proof, and then you would have an opportunity to give an opening statement as well. But that's my plan, at least for the afternoon.
I would like to go back over there, Your Honor.
You would like to, you're asking that to voluntarily be taken to that courtroom.
Well, I'm trying to seek to understand how the testimony evidence that was given could be considered.
Mr. Brooks, I've already dealt with that. I'm not going to deal with it. If you want to go to that courtroom, are you waiving your right to be present right now?
Can I at least raise the issue of subject matter jurisdiction?
No, there's no lawful motion before the court. You may not.
Are you making a judicial determination that I cannot?
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to bring the jury out. I'd like you to stay. That's my preference that you stay. You've certainly demonstrated throughout these proceedings that you have the capacity to follow the rules, that you have the intellect to make cogent, coherent, articulate, responsive arguments when you so choose. But when you start doing what you're starting to do right now, going back to filings I've already addressed, and start talking about subject matter jurisdiction, that is a tactic by you that I believe is to disrupt and to delay the proceedings.
That is not accurate, Your Honor.
Your objection to my characterization of that is noted.
I would like to make a motion for finding the fact then.
Your request is denied.
On what basis?
Your request is denied, sir.
Your Honor, I'm merely seeking to understand on
Mr. Brooks, I refer you once again to document 244 that you signed, that you acknowledged, dealing with the right to waiver of right to attorney. We went through all of the advantages, the disadvantages. You were advised of things, including the charges that you face, the penalties that go along with them. We discussed the difficulty of representing yourself. You made a deliberate choice to waive your right to an attorney, which this court honored and granted.
That is inaccurate,
and
because
Mr. Brooks, don't interrupt me. Okay, now that's at least the second time. So don't interrupt me. I'm going to continue with these proceedings. Even though you're mild-mannered, even though you're speaking in a soft tone of voice, the conduct still has the same effect. And that's to disrupt, to delay, and to show disrespect for the court proceedings.
It is not. It is not my
Mr.
intent.
Brooks,
It is not
please,
my intent.
I'm not going to force you to sit down. You're welcome to sit down, but I am instructing the jury to come out. You, at your peril, run the risk of me admonishing you in front of them at this point. I don't want to do that, sir.
I'm seeking to merely understand.
Sir, I cannot give you legal advice. I cannot give you the understanding that you want.
I'm not asking for legal advice.
I cannot explain court procedures or the law to you. So with that, Mr. Brooks, that's another interruption. You keep going. Stop.
I'm seeking merely to understand, Your Honor. I don't understand the nature and cause of the charges.
Mr. Brooks, I've already dealt with these.
Bring up the subject matter
Mr. Brooks,
jurisdiction.
if you keep interrupting me, then you will forfeit your right to be present because you're showing through your conduct that you will not follow the most simplest rule of civility in a courtroom, and that's by not interrupting. You continue to interrupt. It's been a couple of minutes since we've been on the record, and there's been a number of times you've already interrupted me. You claiming to not understand and you wanting to discuss subject matter jurisdiction, do not, it's just a tactic by you. The fact that you are doing that demonstrates to me that you came back over here, right, with absolutely no intention of following the rules.
If that's what you want to say, that's your assessment. It's not accurate.
Well, my assessment will stand on the record, sir. It's based on my observations.
And
so at this point, Mr. Brooks,
I respectfully object
stop
to that.
interrupting me, please.
I merely
stop
just seek
interrupting me,
to
sir.
I'm not.
If you have an objection, write it down.
I thought that applied to me being.
It's applying right now since you keep interrupting me while I'm talking.
So what is the purpose of me being present if I'm not able to ask simple questions that I do not understand?
Mr. Brooks, I've been
I'm not asking for
than
legal
patient
advice
with you. And the issues that you keep trying to raise every time we're in here are not issues I'm going to raise at this juncture or address at this juncture in the proceedings.
Is there a reason why?
I'm not giving you advice. I'm not explaining the law. I don't need to do any of that, sir. All right? You filed what you needed to file. I've addressed every single filing on the record. It may not be to your satisfaction, but I have addressed them.
That's inaccurate,
all right?
Your Honor.
Some of your
With all
filings,
respect.
sir, you're interrupting me yet again because you're not letting me finish with my explanation. Some of your filings do not require a specific line-by-line response by the court. I've addressed them in the way that I believe the law requires me to do. Again, that may not be to your satisfaction, and that is simply the way that it's going to be. But we are continuing on with the reading of jury instructions. It's important. They're going to come in, and it will be up to you whether you can demonstrate respect and courtesy, not only for these proceedings, but for the jurors that have been selected to hear this case. Madam Clerk, have the jurors brought in, please.
What you're doing is with judicial misconduct. You're making the judicial determination that I'm not allowed to ask questions, that I'm not allowed to question Your Honor, which is my right. I've merely brought up subject matter jurisdiction because it has merit. I've merely tried to seek to understand the proceedings that I do not understand. You're rushing me to judgment by constantly removing me from the court when I should be present for all proceedings, and I should be able to understand, which I do not. Once again, I do not understand the charges, the nature of the charges against me. I do not understand why Your Honor will not answer mere questions that would give me clarification on understanding. I'm not attempting purposely to be disruptive, disrespectful in any manner. But if I don't understand something, it benefits me to ask so that I can have clarity. The waiver that you speak of with the attorney, I gave the waiver back in the way that I felt that it should be altered, and you said so yourself on the record that the word understanding was taken off of that paperwork that I sent back to you. That should have let you know right there further that I did not understand the proceedings, and that was some of the issues that I'm bringing up now. It's merely just clarification, Your Honor. I don't understand what is going on. It's not to be disrespectful. It is not
Mr.
to
Brooks,
prolong the proceedings.
do you
It is
understand when I tell you not to interrupt me?
No,
Do you
no, I do
understand when I tell you need to follow the rules of decorum? I believe you do. Please sit down. The jury's coming in.
I still would like to ask
Mr.
questions,
Brooks?
Your Honor.
Stop talking. We are proceeding with the continued advisement to the jury of these preliminary jury instructions. Do not interrupt me. The record should reflect that the jurors are entering the courtroom.
Okay, interesting note right here, you guys. This is the first time the jury is coming in and seeing him arguing with the judge. We're on day one, so even though we've seen a lot already, this is their first view of it. But I do like that they're actually seeing it on day one. Another thing I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if we ever talked about this in the past. Normally, they'd have like a sidebar, right? And the judge would say, she'd turn off the mics or whatever, and they'd come up to the judge's desk and what do you call it? The judge's stand, whatever they call the judge's little seat or whatever. They'd come up to her desk, seat, whatever, and have their sidebar. There's no sidebars in this trial because they have to literally remove the jury. Since Brooks is representing himself, he does have shackles. He will claim that they're shock shackles, but he does have shackles on his feet. And when he's moved back and forth, he has to be put in handcuffs because of obvious reasons. So, they don't show that in front of the jury. So they can't have sidebars. In fact, even the prosecutors are told, stay at your chair, stay at your desks. You can stand up, when you do the openings and the closings, but don't get up in front like as done in most trials and present your opening and closings. So just wanted to let you guys know that for just food for thought.
Your Honor, with all due respect,
Mr. Brooks, stop talking. It's not appropriate at this point in time. You'll have opportunity later to raise other issues, but the issues that you seek to engage with this court are issues I've already addressed.
You have not. You have not shown proof.
Mr. Brooks, the jury is in the courtroom.
I understand that,
You
Your Honor.
continue to talk despite being told to sit down and to pay respect to this court, to these jurors, to the process.
It is my right to stand or to sit, Your Honor. It is my right.
Mr. Brooks,
merely
you
exercising
can
my
stand. You need to be quiet. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Brooks, please stop. I'm going to continue with the instructions. If you interrupt me, you will run the risk of being taken to the courtroom next door.
I'm seeking to understand, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, final warning.
I'm seeking to understand, Your Honor. It must be some clarification.
Mr. Brooks, I want you here.
I want to be
Stop
here.
interrupting me.
You were quiet. I didn't.
Mr. Brooks, stop talking so I can read through the instructions.
Your Honor,
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to continue with the jury instructions. I'm on count 38. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all three elements of first degree recklessly endangering safety have been proved as to count 38, you should find the defendant guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 38. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty as to count 38. If you find the defendant guilty of count 40, you must answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit the crime of first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all four elements of hit and run have been proved as to count 72, you should find the defendant guilty of hit and run as charged in count 72. Involved death to Wilhelm Hospital. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all 4 elements of hit and run have been proved as to count 73, you should find the defendant guilty of hit and run as charged in count 73. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. If you find the defendant guilty, you must answer the following question, yes or no. Did the accident involve death to Jackson Sparks? The defendant is charged with 2 separate counts of bail jumping. The 74th count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, having been charged with a felony and having been released from custody under Chapter 969 of the Wisconsin statutes, did intentionally fail to comply with the terms of his bond, contrary to Section 946.49 sub 1 sub B and 939.50 sub 3 sub H of the Wisconsin statutes. The 75th count of the information in this case charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, on Main Street in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, having been charged with a felony and having been released from custody under Chapter 969 of the Wisconsin statutes, did intentionally fail to comply with the terms of his bond, contrary to Sections 946.49 sub 1 sub B and 939.50 sub 3 sub H of the Wisconsin statutes. Bail jumping, as defined in Section 946.49 sub 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who has been released from custody on bond and intentionally fails to comply with the terms of that bond. This requires that the defendant had the mental purpose to fail to comply with the terms of the bond. This also requires that the defendant knew of the terms of the bond and knew that his actions did not comply with those terms. The defendant is charged with violating a condition of bond that required that he not commit any crime. The state alleges that the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon, hit and run resulting in death, and battery. The state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon, hit and run resulting in death, or battery. The state is required to satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed a crime, but you are not required to agree on which one. The crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon, and hit and run resulting in death have already been defined for you, and you should apply the same definitions here. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent or knowledge. Intent and knowledge must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent and knowledge. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all 3 elements of bail jumping have been proved as to count 74, you should find the defendant guilty of bail jumping as charged in count 74. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty as to count 74. The 76th count of the information charges that Darrell E. Brooks, on or about Sunday, November 21 of 2021, at Frame Park in the city of Waukesha, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause bodily harm to Erika Patterson, by an act done with intent to cause bodily harm to that person without that person's consent, contrary to sections 940.19 sub 1, 939.51 sub 3 sub A, 968.075 sub 1 sub A, all of the Wisconsin statutes. The state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 4 elements were present. One, the defendant caused bodily harm to Erika Patterson. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the bodily harm. Bodily harm means physical pain or injury, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. 2, the defendant intended to cause bodily harm to Erika Patterson. Intent to cause bodily harm means that the defendant had the mental purpose to cause bodily harm to another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause bodily harm to another human being. 3, the defendant caused bodily harm without the consent of Erika Patterson. 4, the defendant knew that Erika Patterson did not consent. The parties will make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the parties an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show you so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Before we have the parties, before I give them the opportunity to make opening statements, I am going to excuse the jurors to address a few legal matters, give you an opportunity as well for a short comfort break. We'll let you know when we bring you back in. There are a number of pieces of paper that Mr. Brooks wrote on. I'm going to have them copied so the state can be aware of that and respond if necessary. So we'll just take a moment while those papers are copied. We'll make sure you have copies of the filings as well, so you know what will be discussed or at least addressed in some fashion. But I need to provide copies to the state. Go ahead, sir.
I noticed that one of the jurors, the lady in the black that's closest to the screen in that corner chair over there, I recognize her from my initial appearance. She flipped me off coming in to my initial appearance and coming out. I know it's her for a fact. I seen her about like how I'm looking at you right now, so I know for a fact that's her. I don't want that to end up being an issue. Is this some type of way that could be addressed by Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, you had an opportunity to exercise preemptory strikes and even to question jurors about that. You chose not to. So at this point, any issue you have with that juror is waived.
Okay. You do remember that I was not present in the courtroom. I couldn't see. All I can see from that courtroom in there is just you, Your Honor, and the prosecution's table. I can't even see the bailiffs. So it was no way for me to even see who the jury was. Obviously, I wouldn't know them by name. If I would have been able to see the jurors, I would have immediately addressed that.
I will make this one indulgence. I'll have the civilian bailiff ask that juror if she was in attendance at your initial appearance out of an abundance of caution. These are jurors, though, who with the jury questionnaires were also asked what knowledge they had about proceedings they watched or even attended. And no one, to my knowledge, has disclosed anything like that, but out of an abundance of caution, we will ask that juror if she was in attendance at your initial appearance. So for now, that's how I'll address it. I'll advise you of what her answer is later.
Do we know the number?
Do you know the number of the jurors, sir? They have numbers.
I just know that I can't see the number from here. I just know the chair she was sitting in.
Which chair, sir? Top row or the top or the bottom row?
The bottom row, the last black chair. Black shirt. She had the black shirt.
They're all
on.
black chairs, sir. So
The last
chair
black
closest-
chair closest to the television.
Thank you, sir, because there are two sides, right? So it's the last chair on both sides. So I wanted to make clear. You're saying the chair closest to the television. Thank you.
I said that at the beginning, Your Honor.
Front row. All right. State have copies of the filings.
Yes.
I will take these in order. The first is a note from Mr. Brooks that was handed to Deputy Wittig at about 12:05. It says, I would like my filings addressed, parenthesis, notice of special appearance, statement of particulars, both are by affidavit filed 10/3/22, which today is deadline to respond. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. I'm respectfully declining to respond to those filings. That's my decision, sir. Next
Are you
topic.
making a judicial determination that those have no merit?
Mr. Brooks, I have indicated to you on the record what I will or will not do.
I would like to motion for finding of fact.
Your request is denied. The next,
May Your Honor explain why it
Mr.
is
Brooks,
denied.
I'm going to go through these one by one. If I feel the need to make more of a record, I will do so. The record will be available later on. If you think I've made an error, you can then raise that on appeal.
I know you're making the error, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to have a debate with you right now. We are continuing on. I'm giving you the courtesy to respond to each one of these things. That's how I've responded. I expect that you will, even if you disagree with my decision, sir, that you will respect it and we'll move forward. The next piece of paper filed at 1:52 p.m.
Are you making
says,
a
are
judicial
you making a
determination?
judicial determination? I'm not allowed my right under the First Amendment to freedom of speech in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks, we have rules of decorum and courtesy. They have been provided to you multiple times. They are part of the materials that you have before you.
Do they fall under the First Amendment?
SCR Chapter 62 discusses just the standards of courtesy and decorum for the courts of Wisconsin. In addition, sir, parties are able to file requests with the court. It's called a motion. A motion, however, is based in law. There is a citation to not only that law, but relevant facts, and there's a request for relief. While you have the right to present a defense, you do not have a right to disrupt the proceedings.
That was not disruption.
Mr. Brooks.
I was asking, will my First Amendment right, which is freedom of speech, and the right to be heard in court, will that be honored by Your Honor? That's a valid question.
Mr. Brooks,
that's a constitutional
I have
right.
given you ample opportunity to present information, evidence, to question when we've had witnesses on the stand, but I expect you to follow the rules of procedure, the rules of evidence when presenting your requests.
I can't even get these admitted into evidence.
That's, Mr. Brooks, I cannot explain to you if you don't understand the basis in law for the denial.
You're right. I don't understand. But
But that doesn't mean we're going to have a discussion or a debate about what it means, because we're not going to do that.
The rules that you set.
So the bottom line is, I don't feel, Mr. Brooks, stop talking. I do not feel.
I was following the rules when you said that I had to make all
And you
objections.
did, and I'm going through
in
them,
writing.
so give me the courtesy of replying or responding to these. And please give me the courtesy that even when you disagree with how I answer them, that you will not interrupt me.
It's not about me trying to interrupt you, Your Honor.
Mr.
All I'm
Brooks,
saying is,
I'm going to address the next one, so please pay
what you
attention.
were saying about decorum, I was asking, does that fall under the First Amendment? Because the First Amendment, which is my constitutional right, says that I have the right to freedom of speech and to be heard in this court.
Mr.
That's
Brooks,
all I'm hearing.
again, you have the right to present a defense, but that right is not unfettered.
But that's
That
the Sixth
right,
Amendment. I'm
Mr.
talking
Brooks,
about the First
you
Amendment.
are interrupting me. Stop.
Because you're talking about
No, because you're purposely doing this, so I can't get my reasoning out. You make it incredibly difficult.
I'm not referring to the Sixth Amendment.
Mr.
I'm referring
Brooks.
to the First Amendment, which clearly says that I have the right to freedom of speech and to be heard in the courtroom. Are you not going to honor my constitutional right, Your Honor? If not, that is judicial misconduct, and you're making a judicial determination to not honor my constitutional right. I just want to be treated fairly, like anyone else, which you said on the record that you will be fair and impartial.
Mr. Brooks, you also have an obligation to treat this court fairly, and you have an obligation to follow the rules of courtesy and decorum, the rules of procedure, the rules of evidence.
Your Honor,
that's the playing field that you willingly entered into and made a deliberate decision to waive your right to an attorney and to appear in this case as your own attorney.
To represent myself pro per. The same paperwork that you gave me, you have, and I also have a copy of the same one where I scratched out what I did not agree or consent to. We both know that, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, I made findings regarding that, and those findings stand. That despite you scratching out some of those words on there, I made very specific findings about your waiver of right to an attorney. So we're not going to relitigate that here right now.
You also accepted the terms of the paperwork that I filed
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to engage with you about whether you and I have entered into some type of a contract.
We did not.
Or engage in any type of that kind of dialogue, because that's what you're claiming through some of these filings, and you've said that previously.
I am not claiming that, Your Honor.
So,
in any way,
Mr.
shape,
Brooks,
or form,
I am giving you some leeway. You continue to talk over me. It's I'm asking you to follow the rules of civility. Simple rule, sir. Don't interrupt me.
Did I not just let you read the whole jury instructions and follow the rules that you said I have to write down?
You did.
Anything that I object to and then hand it in.
Except now that we're discussing them, it seems to me that the rules don't quite matter to you, sir.
No, that is not what's being asserted on my
Here's what's happening, sir. I'm telling you, I'm advising you to respect the rules. I'm advising you that if you continue to interrupt, you risk forfeiting your right to be present in this courtroom.
Are you?
Because I still need to continue with these proceedings, sir. I need to go through all of the documents that you filed, and you're not letting me do that.
Because we didn't.
So I'm gonna, if I need to, I'll remove you to the other courtroom so that I can do this. And yes, exercise the mute button, sir. Then I'll bring you back when the jury's back.
This was filed, though, Your Honor, and it's a valid.
Mr. Brooks is clearly not following the simple rule of civility that I have established. He continues to interrupt. He's not providing this court with ability to make rulings on the record without interruption. So this is your final warning, or you will be removed to the other courtroom.
Will Your Honor honor my First Amendment right?
I'm not answering that question, sir, because I've already addressed it.
So you're making a judicial determination to deprive me of my constitutional right?
I am not making any such determination, sir.
So you just said you're not going to answer the question about my First Amendment right, which says
Sir, I've already answered the question that you have a right to present a defense.
That is the
You have
Sixth
a right
Amendment,
to
not
be
the first.
present.
You're trying to twist
You
up the
have
amendments.
a right to present your defense, but your rights are not unfettered.
Yes, they
your
are,
rights.
Your Honor. You're citing the Sixth Amendment, which I am not
Mr. Brooks,
questioning.
your First Amendment in some respects is circumscribed by the rules of evidence and the rules of procedure.
Does it say that I have
So it doesn't mean you get to say anything that you want in front of a jury.
Your
And
Honor.
it doesn't mean you get to put forth any kind of evidence that you want
Your
in front
Honor,
of a
am I-
jury.
am I
What
being-
it means, sir,
am I
is
being
that you
disrespectful?
must
Am I
follow.
calling you
Yes,
out your
you're being
name? Am I threatening
disrespectful because
anybody?
you're
I'm
not.
not doing anything of the sort.
All right, he is continuously talking over me. So at this point, I'm going to find that he's forfeit his right to be present as I go through
I have
his
not consented to any. I'm
his
simply trying to
paperwork. He's to be
understand
removed to the other courtroom
I'm
until
simply
such
trying to
time as he
understand
can pledge to
why we're
follow
not
the
talking
rules
about
of
the First
decorum and
Amendment. I'm not
civility.
talking about the
We'll be
Sixth
in
Amendment.
recess until we have
Your
everything
Honor, I do
set
not
up.
agree to a
The
estoppel.
record to reflect, I'm stepping off. The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks is now appearing from the other courtroom. Prior to the court taking the short break, the court was attempting to address the filings from Mr. Brooks that he made pursuant to my request, to write down if he had an objection. I have 5 different, what I will refer to as filings, one of which he provided to Deputy Wittig at 12:05, so that was right around the time we broke for lunch. A second one, 1:52 p.m., today's date, October 6th, and then there's another 1:58 p.m., October 6th, 2:03 p.m., October 6th, and then looks like the time is 14:28, so 2:28, the other one was received. Mr. Brooks, I'm going to make a record first as to why you've been removed, and then I will hopefully get to the filings. I need you to not interrupt me at the moment. You are unmuted. But after the court completed the preliminary jury instructions and the reading that is to the jurors, I excused the jurors so that they could take a break, but also because I knew there were a number of what I will loosely refer to as objections that were raised by Mr. Brooks. So I wanted to take an opportunity to address those first before moving on to opening statements. As I attempted to address those with Mr. Brooks, there was, from my observation and opinion, and I'll make a finding that it was pretty much a consistent talking over me by Mr. Brooks. I wasn't able to really go through any of these filings with any specificity. The record is very clear that Mr. Brooks has been advised on multiple occasions of my expectation regarding courtesy and decorum in this courtroom. After repeated warnings to him, the court made a determination that he had forfeited his right to be present in the courtroom while we discuss his filings. The record will reflect that Mr. Brooks did not give consent. I am still continuing with my findings, sir, so I'd ask that you not interrupt me. Mr. Brooks, I'm not done. I'm going to mute him because frankly, can be difficult to keep one's train of thought when you are consistently interrupted, which is why I believe he engages in the conduct that he does, because it's plain and simple, it is disruptive. It disrupts my thought process. It disrupts the proceedings. I was so pleased, Mr. Brooks, when you were able to follow the simple rules when the jury was here and I was going through the jury instructions. I know you had some objections. You wrote them all down. You followed that procedure. I told you I would take those up after I got through the jury instructions. I was attempting to do that, but then you started in with your antics, with your interruptions. It doesn't matter to this court if you're mild-mannered, if your tone of voice is a normal tone of voice, meaning it doesn't matter to me that You're not raising your voice. You're not making any threats or anything like that. That certainly would take things to the next level, in my opinion, but it's not necessary for this court to make a finding that your behavior is disruptive. And this obviously comes on the heels of your conduct this morning, where you spent the vast majority of the morning in the other courtroom based upon your conduct. And I'll once again rely on the decision in Illinois versus Allen, 397 U.S. 337, a U.S. Supreme Court case from 1970, on the options the court has constitutionally when faced with a disruptive defendant, someone like Mr. Brooks, who cannot conduct himself consistently with the decorum and respect that is inherent in the concept of courts and judicial proceedings. The consistent interruptions are not only disruptions, but it interferes with the proper administration of this trial. It disrupts the dignity, order, and decorum of this court. Those are the hallmarks of all court proceedings. I'll make a finding that he flagrantly disregards in the courtroom elementary standards of proper conduct by repeatedly interrupting this court. And therefore, he has forfeited his right to be present while we discuss all of these filings. I'll also make a finding that the technology that we are utilizing here today, we are Polycom to Polycom. The audio and video have been working very well this afternoon. No issues with that, and that it's the functional equivalent of Mr. Brooks being in this courtroom. It gives him the opportunity and the ability to meaningfully participate while the court is still able to control his behavior by exercising the mute button, as I have repeatedly throughout these proceedings. I believe all of the documents speak for themselves, I should say, but what I will do is go through them one by one from the beginning. Since they're Mr. Brooks's filings, his position has been made known. I'll ask the state to respond. If I feel any additional follow-up is needed from Mr. Brooks, I'll ask him for that, and then I'll make a decision. So even if that's backtracking a little bit, it's a little bit easier to do that with him in the other courtroom. So the first one that I will deal with is the one that's got today's date and 12:05. I addressed it earlier in terms of that I did not believe it was a filing that required any court response, and I'll ask the state if the state sees any of that differently.
No, Your Honor, and I would cite the court's United States versus Benabe, B-E-N-A-B-E, at 654 Fed 3rd 753. It's a Seventh Circuit case from 2011. Specifically, there's very instructive language on page 767. This case involved a defendant who identified himself as a sovereign citizen. The court goes into a nice discussion as to such claims having no merit whatsoever. The quote is, the proposed sovereign citizen defense has, quote, no conceivable validity in American law. I think that's applicable to several of these filings here, Your Honor, and I think that's relevant authority throughout the remainder of this trial, that these sovereign citizen defenses have been attempted. There's a lot of cases on this. That's the most recent from the Seventh Circuit that I could find. In no way have any of these defenses, such as his name, the jurisdiction of the court, the fact that the state's an entity, any of these efforts that Mr. Brooks has tried to put forth have been soundly rejected by the courts, and there's significant case law on point, but that's the most recent and appears to fit really well with the facts of this case.
I would note the documents he refers to in this particular piece of paper references the notice of special appearance, the statement of particulars, both are by affidavit. Those are two of the common SovereignTactics, and I believe Benaby and the language that you cited is directly on point, and that is why I can simply deny the request to address those filings without any further discussion or hearing on them, even without giving Mr. Brooks an opportunity to further respond. The second statement, and I note he's raising the objection, and I'll indicate for the record he's objecting to what's being ruled upon. Then the second filing, we heard him discuss at length, so I'll just have the state respond to that, and that was his claim that his First Amendment rights to freedom of speech are not being honored in this courtroom.
So the court has been abundantly patient in allowing Mr. Brooks to make appropriate, relevant legal arguments. The court is 100% accurate that no constitutional rights is absolute, and they can be fettered under appropriate situations, and you've made an excellent record as to why that is appropriate in this case.
Mr. Brooks is raising his objection sign. Since he was given an opportunity to address this previously, I'm not going to give him further opportunity and simply indicate that he will be allowed at appropriate times under the rules of evidence, under the to present his defense. It appears to me at times he may confuse the ability to file something into the record with the ability to present evidence. We have yet to start the evidentiary phase of this trial. In addition, any of his specific objections should be brought by motion. Even if that's an oral motion, it should be based in law and fact and request specific relief. His filings make claims that have no underpinning in law or fact. It's really conclusory. This court is under no obligation to address, conclusory statements by him that are not properly made, both in form and in substance. This record's replete with references and instances of Mr. Brooks just simply spouting various amendments or theories without those fully being established in the record. And again, no constitutional right is absolute. The First Amendment rights of an individual can certainly be fettered. That is especially true in a court of law where there are rules of evidence, rules of procedure, where we have the standards of courtesy and decorum. He can present his defense. He has a right to present a defense, but his rights to do that must comport with the law, and that law is what I've already pointed out. So I'm not sure really how to address, are you making a judicial determination? Everything that I do when I rule on something is a decision that is made by this court. So I've answered this. We'll move on to the next one. And he is raising his objection, and that's fine. He can do that. His objection will be noted for the record. He also raises in the next filing at 158, I still motion to prove jurisdiction, please. Also motion to dismiss for no proof of jurisdiction. Also motion for finding of fact. Again, none of these things cite to any legal authority or any factual basis, nor do they request any specific relief. Here's what I will rely upon the Benaby decision from the Seventh Circuit, that these are just various arguments raised by sovereigns that have been debunked and have been addressed that have no place in our justice system. And therefore, I will deny the requests in that piece of paper summarily without further consideration. I know he makes repeated objection to either how I say his name or how it's referenced in the caption. There's a continuing objection that I will note. His filings speak for themselves, how he wishes to be addressed. This court will refer to the name that is on the information in this case. That is the official charging document. And that is what I will do. If I mispronounce his first name at times, my apologies. I know I said his name repeatedly throughout those jury instructions. I know when I first had hearings on this case, even his own attorneys referred to him as Darrell. And it was only after I viewed his recorded interview that I learned it was Darrell. I asked him at one hearing, how do I say your name? Is it Darrell? And he said, that's right, or words to that effect. I may not have the exact quote, and I'm not quoting him, but he confirmed for me on the record, at least at that point, what his first name was. So his continuing objection about his name is so noted. It's preserved in the record based upon his filings, and I'm not going to address it further. His last document, which says a plea is to argue facts. I don't intend to do that, and I never agreed to or consented to a, quote, not guilty, quote, plea. My attorneys never got my consent for a not guilty plea. I don't understand. The law is very clear that a plea of not guilty, even when a defendant stands mute, is what the court proceeds with. It is true in this particular case that plea was entered on his behalf, but the fact also remains that in order for that plea to be changed to something else, meaning a guilty plea or a no contest plea, the defendant would need to go through the plea questionnaire waiver of rights form and have to knowingly, freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waive all of the rights that go along with that. In other words, this court is simply constrained by the law to proceed as if not guilty pleas were entered on his behalf. So I've addressed that. I don't need any further argument from the parties. I will note Mr. Brooks continues to have the objection sign raised. The other thing I want to make a record of, we did have the civilian jury bailiffs check with the juror that was identified by Mr. Brooks, and that juror confirmed she has not attended any proceedings. So that issue is addressed now. He's holding up his objection sign. Mr. Brooks, I frankly did that for your benefit. You raised what really is an important issue, and I appreciate that. I was a little surprised by it, but then when I heard you explain further, I thought, he's got a point there. He had been removed for some of those proceedings. You may not have seen her. I'm not making a finding on that, and so that's why I backtracked a little bit, said I would look into it. So I'm not sure why you're objecting at this point. I took an important piece of information that you were relaying, and we had it, in this case, it was confirmed that the juror did not attend any proceedings, and so that will address your issue with her. All right, now the next step would be opening statements. So, Mr. Brooks, you have demonstrated in the past, and I'm going to unmute you, that when the jury is present, you are able to maintain civility, show them respect, show the courts and the process respect and dignity. I certainly am willing to have you brought back over while the state gives their opening statement, and certainly if you choose to make an opening statement, for you to do that in this courtroom in the presence of the jury. I know you're holding up your objection sign, sir, but I am giving you the opportunity to come back over here. Would you like to come back to this courtroom? Record should reflect he's holding up his objection sign. It appears that he's writing, I don't know what, of course. Mr. Brooks, I'm going to ask you again. Would you like to come back to this courtroom for opening statements?
So I'm on the record.
You are. If you would please address my question.
So you want me to come back over there just to get brought back over here?
That's not what I asked you, sir. I told you, I advised you, I would like you back here. It's always my preference that you're here. You demonstrated previously that you can follow some rules. When the jury is present, the jury's going to be brought back in shortly for opening statements. The state will go first as they bear the burden of proof, and then you will be given an opportunity to also present an opening statement. So my question to you is, do you want to come back to this courtroom, sir?
So I can get sent back over here, because as soon as I say something, I'm going to get sent out.
Mr. Brooks, it's your conduct in this courtroom. It is what dictates the court's response. If you follow the rules of decorum and courtesy and civility, you will remain. But if you choose to not do that, then you run the risk of once again forfeiting your right to be present.
You say that even though I never consented to being taken out. You say that everything is about the decorum and all this. That's what you say. But when I'm raising issues of understanding, which I keep telling you I don't understand, then it's looked at as being disruptive. It's looked at as intentionally trying to be disruptive. And I don't understand why everything I say has to have some type of disruption title to it. It's even been put on record numerous times with inaccuracy. Even what happened today. Nobody reported on record about me being bruised up and having to get bandaged up and all these things, but it was put on me, laid at my feet, as if me, quote unquote, being disruptive was deserving of what happened to me. I'm simply trying to have a fair trial. And if I don't, forgive me for being this way, Your Honor, but if I don't understand, I'm going to ask questions. That's the only way I can have clarity, is by asking questions. And you have refused to answer anything, but I have to answer everything you ask me. Where's the give and take? It should be fair. I'm not asking for legal advice. I'm not asking for nothing like that. I'm asking to simply have clarification so that I can understand. I cannot put on an adequate defense if I don't understand something. Do you see these boxes I got right here? Do you think I was able to go through everything in those boxes?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to go through this with you again where you attempt to put on the record all of these issues that you have when we're in the middle of a trial. All right? You willingly waived your right to an attorney. I made all of those findings, so we will go forward.
You made those findings.
I am not obligated to answer questions when you ask me questions. I'm going to mute him. I am not obligated to answer questions that explain procedure or the law. I am obligated to address motions to address that are based in law and fact. I'm obligated to address objections, for example, whether it be to testimony or evidence or questions posed to witnesses. But I am not obligated, sir, to provide you with an explanation of the law, of the procedure. And with that, since I gave him two opportunities to answer a very direct question, and that was, do you want to come back to this courtroom? And he chose not to answer it, but instead ask a question and then start making statements about his lack of understanding. I will find that his non-response, that he has not answered directly, which to me says he's not willing to follow the rules of decorum and courtesy and civility, and without such a pledge, he will remain in that courtroom. He's muted. The record should reflect. It appears he's talking as well. He's making hand gestures. His lips are moving behind the mask. And I just wanted to make a record of that. All right, then we will have the jurors brought in, and then the state can then proceed with its opening statement. That's a multi-count instruction, and so that's why you gotta look back the way you normally would.
Oh, okay.
We're going to continue our chronological coverage of the Darrell Brooks trial in Waukesha, Wisconsin, with all of the downtime and the breaks trimmed out to keep things moving along. And if you find that this coverage is helpful, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel. We're going to jump back into day one after the lunch break, where the court finally gets into the opening statements. This is after several disputes and delays from Brooks earlier in the day. So, let's get to it.
And if that's okay, if it happens, we may lose video of Mr. Brooks for the time being, as the state is using what appears to be a PowerPoint. Just confirm with me, Deputy Wittig, that when it starts that it is able to be viewed and heard over there.
It was a cold and windy Sunday afternoon in November. Thousands of people were bundling up and going downtown to watch the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade. The event started off normal. There were dance teams, high school marching bands, local community groups, local businesses, all making their way down the parade route. The streets were lined with friends and family members and neighbors, people there to soak up the atmosphere. Kids ran into the street to grab candy from people who were throwing it from the parades. It sounds corny, but I think you'll see from the videos, there was a true sense of joy in the air. Darrell Brooks killed that joy. He replaced it with terror, trauma, and death. The evidence is going to show that Mr. Brooks left behind a trail of carnage and chaos as he made his way down Main Street through the parade route. The evidence will show that he left that crime scene, created that crime scene, in fact, because he was fleeing from another one where he had laid his hands on a woman and where police involvement became inevitable. So as he careened down Main Street, swerving from curb to curb, hands glued to the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road in front of him with a silent rage on his face, he hit the gas with his red Ford Escape and used it as a battering ram over and over again, striking men, women, and kids. In the end, Mr. Brooks killed 6 people. He injured dozens more and left a permanent scar on this community. We are going to present evidence to you over the next several days in chronological phases, in order of events, from start to end. I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to lay out for you the table of contents to this story. We're going to set the scene with Sergeant Dave Wanner from the City of Waukesha Police Department. Sergeant Wanner was the highest-ranking police official working at the parade that day. He was the incident commander for the Waukesha Christmas Parade, and we are going to, with Sergeant Wanner's help, take you through this, which is the first of 3 maps that we will refer to repeatedly throughout this trial. This map depicts the area that we're going to be talking about over the next couple of days, the parade route. Now, for those of you not entirely familiar with downtown Waukesha, this is going to look like a bunch of gibberish, but once we get going and we repeatedly refer to these street names and the business names and the groups that were involved in this parade, I think it'll become like a second language to you. Sergeant Wanner will describe for you how the parade route ran from, if you look closely at the screens in front of you, the intersection of Main Street and White Rock Avenue. White Rock was a staging area for the parade groups and floats. And they made their way southeast on White Rock until they came to Main Street, and then they would make a right turn and head southeast down Main Street through the parade route until the very end as it wraps around to the south and runs into Wisconsin Avenue. The parade route then would continue to the east, making a left-hand turn on Wisconsin, but nothing really happens on Wisconsin Avenue. You're not going to hear any testimony about that. As you can see from this map, it depicts or represents each intersection where a squad car or a police officer was stationed. They're denoted by the little badge shields in the intersections. If you look closely, you can see little red lines, and Sergeant Wanner will describe how those represent the barricades that were placed at each intersection for security and safety purposes. Once we've got that established, we're going to move into the first chapter of this story, and you're going to hear about the origin of Mr. Brooks' rage that day. A violent domestic argument with Erika Patterson, his former girlfriend and the mother of his child. Erika Patterson is going to testify either today or tomorrow, hopefully today. She's going to tell you that in November of 2021, she was staying at the Women's Center, which is a shelter here in Waukesha. And on the day in question, November 21st of 2021, the defendant showed up in Waukesha in his red Ford Escape that she knew he drove, and he argued with her, and he harassed her, and he punched her in the face. And the thing about a swollen eye is it's tough to fake. You're going to hear evidence about how after, let me back up. You're going to hear evidence about how the defendant took Erika Patterson all over town that afternoon. From Frame Park, across the river, up Barstow Hill, back down to Frame Park. And at some point, after she was struck, after she sustained that injury, Erika called her friends because she needed help. And she had no one else to call. One of those friends is Kori Runkel. You're going to hear from Kori on the witness stand in this trial. Kori's going to say that she was Erika's roommate at the Women's Center. She had known Erika for a few weeks and they had grown close. And when she got the call from Erika that Erika needed help, Kori immediately responded to help. And she ended up finding Erika and Darrell Brooks in front of the White Rock School. If we go back, the White Rock School is on White Rock Avenue. It's on near the top right portion of the map. It's just south of Frame Park. And Kori is going to talk about how she found Erika and the defendant at this location, and she got into both a physical and a verbal altercation with Mr. Brooks. That altercation is captured on surveillance video, 2 surveillance videos actually. You're going to see both of them. You're going to see how the defendant was reacting that day. You're going to see what he looked like, what he was wearing, the red Ford Escape that he was driving. You're going to see how the defendant reacted once Erika's friends showed up and he lost his physical advantage over a woman. Erika and Kori will also testify that at some point during this scuffle, the police were called. And you're going to see a separate video, a squad video, from the responding officer that shows just down the block there was a marked squad car with its lights flashing, marking the entrance to the parade. Something that people in front of White Rock School would have seen. So the evidence is going to show that the defendant must have known, once things got loud and once there was more than just him and Erika on scene, the police were going to show up. So he took the coward's way out. You're going to see him in the video get into the driver's seat of that red SUV. Kori and Erika will tell you that no one else was in the car. And you're going to see him pull off on White Rock towards Main Street. You're going to hear from law enforcement officers who were positioned along the parade route. The officers who made their initial contact with the defendant, the first ones who tried to stop him. And the first one is Detective Tom Casey, the lead detective in this case. He's sitting at the state's prosecution table right behind me. He's going to tell you that he was working that day as security for the parade. He was working at Main and White Rock. He's the first law enforcement officer to come into contact with the defendant during this incident, face to face. or I think better describe it as face to windshield. He tried to stop the defendant, but there's only so much a man can do against an SUV. But he's going to tell you that he got so close, he got such a good look at Darrell Brooks' face, that from that witness stand, he'll be able to say to you definitively, Darrell Brooks, the man in orange on the video screen, is the man who was driving the red SUV in this case. You're going to hear from a few more officers. Officer Bryce Butcher and Officer Sonia Schneider. They were positioned at the intersection of Main Street and East Avenue, just a little bit further southwest in that map. You're going to hear them describe how they saw this red SUV approaching. They quickly realized it was not part of the parade. They quickly realized this was a problem. There are people, children, in the street, lining the street. And so they jumped into action. They tried to stop it. As the SUV started barreling towards them, Officer Butcher, again, tried to get in the way. He put himself at risk trying to get in front of the vehicle. Couldn't stop it. Officer Schneider tried to redirect the vehicle up Buckley Street, making a right-hand turn. She'll tell you, and you'll see in the video, there was room. There was space. She couldn't do it. The defendant blew past her. And that's when the screams in the police radio start. You're going to hear from Jim Hawkinson, a battalion chief for the Waukesha Fire Department. He's going to tell you about the massive scope of the emergency response to this tragedy. He was in charge of the fire department that day. He's going to tell you about all of the units that had to respond to the scene, the massive amount of resources needed to triage and treat and transport all the victims. He's going to tell you about the response from other communities in southeast Wisconsin, the mutual aid call that went out, and all the other communities that came to help out. He's going to tell you about how Waukesha Memorial Hospital, just up the hill from the parade route, quickly reached capacity, and so everybody had to be diverted to other medical facilities. We'll transition then into the next chapter of this story, and you're going to hear from some of the people whose lives were forever changed by the defendant's terrible decisions that day. But I'll tell you right now, you're not going to hear from all of them. It wouldn't make sense. It's not necessary. We intend to present the evidence to you in an efficient and streamlined way. We will elicit testimony and introduce exhibits that cover every element of every single criminal charge in this case. But our goal is to avoid duplication of evidence and to avoid undue hardship on the victims and the witnesses who have already suffered so much. So the first witness in this part of the trial that you're going to hear from is Nicole White. She's the very first person, aside from Detective Casey, who was struck by the defendant on that day. She's going to tell you, as we look at this second of the three maps that we're going to repeatedly refer to, that she was marching with her co-workers and friends with Remax. You'll recognize the float, I think, in the videos, because just like the commercials for Remax, there's a giant hot air balloon that shoots fire out of the basket, which is pretty cool. And she's going to tell you she was marching with her friends and her co-workers when, without any warning, she was hit from behind and knocked over. You're going to see video of that. Nicole White has a special significance in this case because, as the first person who was struck, she represents the point in time when Mr. Brooks was legally required to stop. You heard the judge read the hit and run jury instructions, and to summarize, in Wisconsin, anybody who's operating a motor vehicle who's involved in some kind of accident, they have a duty to stop, to investigate, to exchange information. Not only did Darrell Brooks not stop, the evidence will show that he sped up. The evidence will show that as his body count increased, so did his motive to get away. Nicole White, I think, is a good point here for me to explain to you, or to summarize for you, the charge of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. Now, again, the judge read the law to you all morning and a lot of the afternoon, and she's going to read it to you again at the end of the case, and you're going to have a binder with all these instructions written down for you, so you do not need to memorize them, okay? But we're going to talk about first-degree recklessly endangering safety. It's a crime where it's committed by someone who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Let's talk about what the state's not required to prove with recklessly endangering safety. Not required to prove injury. This was a conscious decision in our charging decision. We're not going to get into medical records. We're not going to talk about the details of witnesses' injuries because it's not relevant, except to the extent that it proves that they were endangered and resulted in injury. But we don't need to get into who was hit or how hard or how long they've suffered. We just are going to prove to you that their safety was endangered. So, after Nicole White, we are going to talk, you're going to hear evidence about the first of the larger groups that was affected by this incident, the Waukesha South High School Marching Band. 10 kids in that band got either hit or run over. Here's the first example of our efficient presentation of evidence. You're not going to hear from any one of them. High school-aged kids, there's video showing each and every one of them getting run over. So instead, you're going to hear from their band director, Sarah Waymire Aparicio. She's going to come in and she's going to look at some still shots of the video. She's going to identify each of the 10 kids for you. You're then going to watch and listen to the video, and it'll be clear as day who's getting run over or hit. It'll be clear as day whose safety was endangered by Mr. Brooks that day. As we move further down the parade route, you'll hear evidence about the Burris Logistics Group. You'll hear testimony from Kelly Grabo about how she was marching with that group along with her young daughter. You'll see video of them. They're dressed up like the Who's from Whoville. You'll see them get hit. As we move further down the parade route, you'll hear testimony about the Green family. They're spectators along the parade route. Charles Green is going to come in and talk about how he was there with his family. He was sitting on the southeast corner of Main and Gasper across the street from Martha Merrill's Books. He'll talk about how his kids were seated on a portable bench, something that you bring to a parade to sit on, and how they got knocked off that bench when the defendant ran into them. The next point in the presentation of evidence will involve the Waukesha Blazers. I think it's important to point out you can't consider this evidence of each crime in a vacuum. You need to consider the entire incident. Because at this point, by the time we get to the Blazers, the defendant will have already hit or run over 15 people. You'll see in the video that at this point the defendant has actually increased his speed, and you'll hear from Detective Mike Carpenter with the Waukesha Police Department. He's going to come in and talk about speed analysis. He'll tell you that he's certified to use a software program that basically takes surveillance video, measures the amount of time it takes to travel a certain distance in that video, and calculates an average speed over that distance. And he'll tell you that in video obtained from Bosco's Social Club, which is right in front of where the Blazers got hit, he'll tell you that that video in that area right before the Blazers got hit, the defendant was traveling in excess of 33 miles an hour. There were 5 victims in the Blazers. That includes Jackson Sparks, who was walking with his big brother Tucker. Cut down in the road before he had a chance to put any miles on his soul. Jackson was 8. He died 2 days later in the hospital. I think this is a good point to talk about the law of first-degree intentional homicide. Again, the judge provided the law to you. It'll be provided to you again at the conclusion of the trial. I want you to take a look at that second element. I don't know what the defense in this case is going to be. In fact, the defendant isn't required to put one on at all. He can sit there and not say a word throughout this trial, and that's perfectly within his right, and you can't hold that against him. And in fact, if he does that and we don't prove each and every one of these counts to you beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find him not guilty. That's the law. But if he does choose to present a defense, if he does raise any issues, I expect that he will likely claim that he didn't mean to kill these people. Take a look at that second bullet point. Keep that in mind as you're watching these videos, as you're learning about how this parade unfolded. Consider whether the defendant was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. We're going to move further down the parade route, and the next group after the Blazers is the extreme dance group. There were girls of really all ages in this group, from toddlers being pulled in strollers up to high school age teenage dancers. 15 victims, 15 people associated with this group either got hit or were very close to getting hit. That doesn't include 2 additional spectators who were watching the parade from the south side of Main Street near the 5 Points intersection, right in front of the extreme dance team as the defendant drove through. Girls in this dance group suffered catastrophic injuries. The group of victims also includes parents, grandparents, siblings, people marching with the group, but not necessarily as dancers. You're not going to hear from everybody who got hit. You're going to hear from the 2 instructors, the 2 young ladies who were tasked with teaching these girls these routines and marching with them and encouraging them and comforting them after the fact. And they're going to, in the video, identify for you where all these girls are positioned, and it'll be very clear the path of travel of the vehicle as it goes through that group of young ladies, who was hit and who was nearly hit. The next group down the parade route is Citizens Bank, and here we reach the second count of intentional homicide. Jane Kulik was marching with Citizens Bank with her friends, with her co-workers. This is the only count of homicide for which there is no clear video depicting how she died. So instead of watching video, you're going to hear evidence from her co-worker and from the man who was driving the truck pulling this float. And they're really the ones who are in the best position to observe exactly what happened to Jane Kulik as the defendant plowed through that parade route. And they're going to describe for you how she was struck, how she was run over. A medical examiner will explain that Jane Kulik's cause of death was multiple blunt force traumatic injuries. We'll move further down southwest along the parade route, and we'll learn about a group that was standing in front of the steaming cup, spectators again. Innocent people have nothing to do with anything. You're going to hear about 3 kids who were standing along with a bunch of others along the curb in front of steaming cup, and as the defendant swerved from the left side of the street as he hit Jane back to the right side of the street as he was avoiding the vehicle that was ahead of him, clipped the curb and hit these 3 kids. Then we're going to move in to the next group in the parade route, which is the Dancing Grannies. This is the deadliest point in the parade. 7 people in this group were struck. 4 of them died. You're going to hear from witnesses, members of the Dancing Grannies group, who will come in and they will describe being completely caught off guard. They will describe seeing pom-poms in the air, and the next thing they knew, there were bodies on the ground before the pom-poms hit the ground. You will learn about Bill Ospel, who was marching in a support capacity. He was there to support his wife Lola and their friends, the rest of the dancing grannies, just walking along the parade route trying to be helpful. And as the defendant swerved around the dancing granny's vehicle, which is a white SUV, you'll see it in the video, swerved around the right side, he hits Bill. And the medical examiner is going to tell you that Bill Hospital cause of death was multiple blunt force traumatic injuries. You'll learn about Tamara Durand marching with the grannies. This is her first parade. You'll see a diagram of where she was positioned. You'll see video of her getting struck. The medical examiner will tell you that Tamara Durand, cause of death, multiple blunt force traumatic injuries. You'll hear about Lee Owen, another dancing granny, positioned right next to Tamara, who had just begun one of her favorite routines, walking in a winter wonderland, when she got hit. You'll learn about Jenny Sorensen. You'll learn that Jenny was walking at the front of the group carrying the banner. You'll learn that Jenny was normally a coach for the group. Normally she rode in the vehicle in the back so that she could provide feedback and critique to her dance mates. But she filled in at the last moment today and helped carry the banner. You'll see video of Jenny getting struck. The medical examiner will tell you that Jenny Sorensen's cause of death was multiple blunt force traumatic injuries. You'll hear more speed analysis testimony at this point. You're going to hear from Mike Smith with the Wisconsin State Patrol, who's going to testify very similarly to how Detective Carpenter is going to testify about speed analysis. Basically, he takes surveillance video, this time from Kori Insurance, which is on the south side of Main Street. It shows the grannies getting struck. They measure point to point and measure the time between those 2 points and calculate an average speed over that distance, which is roughly from Clinton Street up until the camera cuts out. They'll tell you that at that point, where the defendant crashed through the dancing grannies group, he was traveling at approximately 32 miles an hour. The eighth and final group that was struck by the defendant in this case is the Catholic Communities of Waukesha. This is a faith-based organization. It consists of members of multiple local Catholic churches who got together that Sunday afternoon to spread a little Christmas cheer. There is not great video, and perhaps that's for the best, of this group getting struck. In total, there were 19 victims in this group. In what little you can see from the video, you can see the defendant's taillights swerving from the left side of the street to the right. You can see them bouncing up and down. There are no speed bumps in that section of the road. The next phase of the evidence will involve the manhunt. How authorities found the defendant, took him into custody, and the statements he made after he was placed under arrest. You will hear from Officer Bryce Skolton, who was positioned, if you look at this third of the three maps I referenced, on the very top of this map at the intersection of Main Street and Wisconsin. Officer Skolton was positioned at that point to direct the parade route to make a left-hand turn from Main Street onto Wisconsin, to stop any traffic coming from the other directions. He saw the defendant come around that corner. He saw the defendant drive right at him as he's standing in the middle of the road. And as the defendant went around him to the left and went south, Officer Skolton fired 3 rounds from his service weapon. All 3 rounds hit the car. None of them hit the defendant. You will hear from another police officer who was not on duty that day. He just happens to be a police officer. His name is Officer Ralph Salyers. He's from the Wauwatosa Police Department. If you take a look at that map, he's going to describe to you being on the sidewalk, leaving the parade. He was walking past Les Paul Middle School. He's going to describe hearing a loud commotion. He's going to describe seeing a red SUV with just utterly total front end damage coming to rest in a driveway at 338 Maple Avenue. You're going to see video of the defendant in the red SUV pulling into the alley behind 338 Maple, and then a few moments later you'll see what appears to be the defendant coming back onto the screen and running away from the vehicle, apparently in a hurry, apparently aware that he had done something terribly wrong. You're going to hear from a series of witnesses between that point and the defendant's arrest, where they will describe the defendant approaching them, contacting them, asking them to use their phone. Because he was in such a rush when he ditched his SUV, he left his phones behind. Then you're going to hear from Daniel Ryder, and I think the evidence will show Daniel Ryder really is a good embodiment of the spirit of Waukesha. Not knowing what Mr. Brooks had done, Daniel Ryder opened his home to the defendant. The defendant showed up at his front door without any shoes on, with a t-shirt, said he was cold, said he needed to use the phone. Daniel Ryder let him inside, gave him a sandwich, let him use the phone, and then gave him a coat. And a few minutes later, the police showed up. You're going to see body cam video of that arrest. You're going to hear from Officer Rebecca Carpenter that she responded to that area around where Daniel Ryder lives because of reports of a man knocking on doors. She takes him into custody. He identifies himself on the body cam video. They search him, and in his pocket they find a key to the red Ford Escape used in this attack. You're going to hear from a series of officers who retraced the defendant's steps that night, recovered surveillance video showing the path that he took, the path that's depicted here in the third map that I'm showing you. You're going to hear how they recovered his sandal, his sweatshirt along the escape route. You're going to hear from Detective Jay Carpenter with the City of Waukesha Police Department, and he's going to talk to you about the defendant's statements after he was taken into custody. I'm going to let that interview speak for itself, other than pointing out for you that you will, I think, quickly learn a few main points about the defendant on the night that this happened. He was lucid. He was aware. He was intelligent. He was probing for information. And he was deceptive. We're going to then wrap up with testimony from people who plugged any of the remaining holes in the investigation. You'll hear from crime lab analysts about DNA evidence, about finding the defendant's DNA on the steering wheel of the red Ford Escape. You're going to hear from Wisconsin State Patrol Inspector Ryan Schultz. He's going to testify about the mechanical inspection that he did on this vehicle. In case you were wondering if there were any issues that would have prevented Mr. Brooks from stopping or from pulling over, he's going to quickly put those concerns to bed. He conducted that mechanical inspection. No problem with the brakes. The accelerator didn't stick. There were no mechanical problems that would have prevented Mr. Brooks from stopping. Finally, we're going to close our presentation of the evidence, not with a witness, but with an experience for you. You are going to go to a secure location, and you're going to have a chance to see the murder weapon with your own eyes. You'll be able to see that red Ford Escape. I want to close now with a few points about how the evidence relates to the law in this case. There are, obviously, we've gone through the 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, but in addition to those homicide counts, there are 6 counts of hit and run involving death. Those are separate charges. The evidence will support convictions on all of them, all 12 counts of homicide. But they involve the same 6 victims. Another point I want to bring to your attention is that for each count of first-degree intentional homicide and each count of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, if you find the defendant guilty of any of those counts, you have to answer a second question. Did he commit that crime while using a dangerous weapon? And here the evidence will show that he didn't use a gun or a knife to commit these crimes. He used 3,500 pounds of steel, rubber, and glass. The defendant's also charged with 2 counts of felony bail jumping. You'll hear evidence to support those charges, which includes the fact that the defendant was charged with a felony offense in a case in Milwaukee County and released from custody subject to conditions of bail. And then he was charged with another felony offense in a separate case in Milwaukee County and released from custody subject to conditions of bail. And those conditions of bail included requirements that he not commit any new crime. And those conditions of bail were in effect on November 21st of 2021. We have dozens of video clips to show you. You're going to have notebooks and writing utensils while we present this evidence to you. It's a lot to keep track of. And when you go back into the deliberation room, it might be difficult while you're deliberating to remember which video was about which victim or which incident or which group. And so my suggestion to you is that as we go through these videos, you're free to do whatever you want with your notes, but my suggestion would be as we go through these videos, they each will be labeled with an exhibit number. And so I recommend that you keep track of which exhibit number corresponds with which video. That way, while you're deliberating, if you want to see those videos again, you can ask for them by exhibit number. Can't guarantee that you'll be able to see any or all of them, but you can ask. I'm done now. I want to close on one final point, and that is, on behalf of the state of Wisconsin, I want to say thank you. You're serving in what is the greatest criminal justice system in the history of the world, and that's because of the 16 of you. It's because a group of citizens, randomly selected, come in and make the final, ultimate determination between guilty and not guilty. That's unique in this world. It's special. And so, we're going to go through this evidence. We're going to be mindful of your time. We know how valuable it is. We're going to be efficient, but we have a lot to get through. A lot. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, District Attorney Opper is going to stand up here and she's going to ask you to render verdicts consistent with the evidence, to find the defendant guilty of each and every count. Thank you.
Among the team of prosecutors who stood unwavering in representing the people of Waukesha County were Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie and Assistant District Attorney Zachary Witchow, 2 attorneys whose professionalism, composure, and courtroom skill left an indelible mark on the proceedings. Since this historic trial, both have continued their service to the community in new and meaningful roles. Leslie Basie has taken on the mantle of leadership within the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office, stepping into the role of elected district attorney following the retirement of Sue Opper. Zach Witchow, widely respected by colleagues and the public alike for his legal knowledge, calm demeanor, and unwavering professionalism, particularly in a case involving more than 76 victims, was elected as a judge on the Waukesha County Circuit Court. His steady presence during one of the most emotionally charged trials in Wisconsin history exemplified the qualities essential to the bench. While Darrell Brooks may have brought the nation's attention to the county of Waukesha, it was the prosecution team, Judge Jennifer Dorow, and the grace and resilience of the community throughout this tragedy that left a lasting impression. In the face of unimaginable horror, Waukesha showed the world dignity, strength, and class. And that is what made so many come to admire and respect them.
Mr. Brooks, my first question to you is, will you be making an opening statement at this point or deferring until your case, meaning the defense portion of the case?
I will be deferring at this time, Your Honor. I need a little more adequate time to make sure I go over the points that I need to make.
All right, then the court will honor that request, advise the jury he's deferring his opening statement until a later point in the proceedings. I am going to just take a short break so I can talk some logistics with the parties to determine whether it makes sense to start with a witness tonight yet. It's 4 o'clock, a little bit after, or wait until tomorrow. So either way, you'll come back because you'll either hear testimony or I'll read an instruction for you. But at this point, the jury may be excused. Attorney Opper, your first witness, how long would that witness be?
Our first witness is Sergeant Wanner. I expect his testimony to take 10 to 15 minutes on direct. I would ask that you would hear his testimony this evening, or this afternoon, Your Honor. He was supposed to have left town at about noon today to take his daughter on a college visit in Kentucky. He's delayed his departure so he could provide his testimony. And if we can get him in and out, he will leave at 5 o'clock and arrive at midnight at his destination. I have a second witness, if the court would hear me, who's here as well. Her testimony probably would also take about 15 minutes on direct, maybe a little longer. No? Mr. Mitchell says no. She has traveled here from Janesville. Her transportation is also difficult, and so she's here and ready to go if the court would indulge those two witnesses this afternoon.
It certainly seems reasonable. Mr. Brooks, my question to you then is, do you want to come back over for the testimony of those witnesses?
I would prefer to. I'm still kind of taken aback by not being able to know exactly how many witnesses are expected to testify.
He is so full
and
of
not
it.
being able to turn in my own witness list.
Well, Mr. Brooks, you've been given copies of the witness list. The state's offered you a flash drive with all of the exhibits to streamline what will be presented at trial versus what is in discovery, so you've had ample opportunity to review those. I'm happy to bring you back. I need you to pledge to me that you will follow the rules of procedure and evidence, that you will only interrupt if you have an objection. That objection needs to be founded in law. And then you need to pledge to me that you will honor whatever decision I make so that the testimony of these individuals can proceed within the time frame that the prosecution has indicated it will take. You, of course, will have an opportunity to cross-examine them. Are you willing to follow the rules of courtesy and decorum and the rules of procedure and evidence?
From what you explained yesterday, the objections you said have to be like, I think you said like 3 words. Is the way to actually object. So I don't recall you.
I can give you up to a sentence. What I am trying to avoid, sir, are what are called speaking objections. The idea behind that is that you give me just a little bit of information so that I can either make a determination or, if appropriate, send the jury back out so that I can then hear arguments from the parties. Some objections really are one word: hearsay, maybe 3 words, calls for speculation, things of that nature. So if you're willing to abide by that procedure, then you can come back to this courtroom.
I can't really definitively give an answer right now to that.
You disgust me.
So you're not willing to follow the rules of courtesy and decorum and procedure and evidence?
That's not what I said.
That's why I'm asking the clarification question, sir.
I was clear in what I said. I don't think I can make that determination right now.
Let me ask it this way, sir. You may reclaim your right to be present if you are willing to conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings. Are you able to do that, sir?
I thought I have.
Sir, it's I think, a fairly simple question. I'm asking you if you are willing to conduct yourself appropriately. I'll shorten it to that. Are you willing to conduct yourself appropriately, sir?
I have to the best of my ability.
Sir, please answer my question directly. Are you willing to conduct yourself appropriately?
I have conducted myself appropriately.
He's so annoying.
I'm not asking about your past behavior. I'm asking if you're willing from this point forward, for the purposes of the testimony of two witnesses, to conduct yourself appropriately.
I have.
That's not my question. That's not the answer I'm looking for. I'm not asking if you have. I'm asking if you're willing going forward to conduct yourself appropriately during the questioning of these two witnesses. Yes or no?
I'm going to end up getting put back over here eventually if I come over there.
Mr. Brooks, I'm further advising you, I'm looking for a direct answer of yes or no, and that your failure to give me a yes or no answer will be considered by this court to be non-responsive. So let me ask you the question one more time. Are you willing to conduct yourself appropriately during the questioning of these two witnesses?
To be 100% honest, I cannot answer that.
All right, then based on that answer, which is non-responsive to the question that I asked, he has not given me a pledge or indication of a willingness to conduct himself appropriately going forward, and based on that, he'll remain where he is. You will remain unmuted, and so if you have an objection, you can lodge that objection within accordance or according to the rules of evidence, sir. All right, with that, let's have the jurors brought back in, and we'll start with the taking of testimony.
One quick second to put this up, then you're on.
Go ahead.
Can you tell me what you mean by non-responsive?
You did not answer yes or no.
Yeah.
All right, do we need to
So
back
that's
out?
taking that as non-responsive.
Do I need to, I wanted to see if the camera angle, so have him wait for a sec, please.
Sorry.
Usually, Your Honor.
I'm not going to answer any other questions at this point. The state's setting up a map for use with a witness. I want to make sure that it's something that is viewable on the witness camera that is being transmitted into the courtroom where you are seated. So let me back up.
The whole thing.
Let me back up, zoom out a bit.
That's it.
Can I say something for the record?
Do you think with where that chair is, the witness will
I would ask the witnesses to have to stand where I am so that everybody can see.
Oh, that would be a good idea.
Okay.
No, you're not muted yet.
Yes, so that's a judicial determination.
Mr. Brooks, if you're asking me to make a judicial determination, I've already rendered a decision about where you're going to be.
Because I didn't answer your question the way you wanted to.
Oh, all right, I'm going to mute you, sir. Now we're moving on to that part of the procedure, since you are you're not following the protocol that I've set in place, that you are back to one of these sovereign tactics about, have I made a judicial determination? The record speaks for itself, sir. I'm not going to make a further record on that, nor will I answer the question about, am I making a judicial determination? I've made a decision, and that decision is you will remain in the other courtroom. Once the jury is brought back in, I will unmute so that you can lodge objections, but if you interrupt without making an objection and just start talking about a judicial determination, then I'm going to mute you once again, and the procedure for objecting will require that you raise your sign, write it out, and provide it to the bailiff, who will provide it to the court so that I can rule on it. If that slows things down, then so be it. But That's the procedure that I'm going to follow. All right, the jurors can be brought in then. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have a seat, and the writing materials will be passed out. All right. All the materials passed out? Very well. Then the state may call its first witness.
Thank you, Judge. State call Sergeant Dave Wanner.
Well, sir, would you please state your first and last names for the record and spell each?
Yes. My name is Sergeant David, D-A-V-I-D, Wanner, W-A-N-N-E-R.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Opper, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a patrol sergeant with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
18 years.
And as patrol sergeant, what are your general duties and responsibilities?
I oversee officers across all shifts that are assigned to the patrol division.
I want to direct your attention to the date of November 21, 2021. Did you work that day?
Yes.
Were there any events occurring in the city of Waukesha that afternoon?
The Waukesha Christmas Parade was that afternoon.
Has the Christmas parade been held in years prior to 2021?
Yes, every year that I've been employed at the police department, we've had a Christmas parade.
And is it typically that third week in November before Thanksgiving?
Yes, every year that I can remember it has been.
Okay. Is there any planning or preparation that goes into holding a parade in Waukesha?
Yes, there are meetings with the group that's putting on the parade in advance. There's also a group of individuals that prior to the parade, usually the Friday before, will post no parking signs along the parade route. There's a group from our city garage or Department of Public Works. They'll put out barricades at the designated intersections where we request them to put them out.
And what about manpower? What type of manpower would you devote to an event like this, sir?
It's rather significant given the large area that a parade like this encompasses, the estimated amount of attendance at the parade between detectives, police officers, supervisors, reserve officers, community service officers. I would say we have in excess of 30 additional bodies planned that day just to handle the parade itself.
You mentioned the use of individuals such as reserve officers and community service officers, I think you said. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are those sworn law enforcement officers?
They are not sworn, no.
What is their role or function?
The reserve officer group is a group of people who volunteer their time to help with events like parades. They're given training in directing traffic and closing streets down. A community service officer is a paid position. They're part-time employees, usually younger individuals looking to learn more about a career in law enforcement.
And you said also parking attendants would be assisting in this endeavor?
Correct. We're usually looking to get as many extra bodies as we can, and the assistance from our parking agents is usually required for this event as well.
And this would be in addition to the sworn law enforcement officers that are assigned to work the parade?
Correct.
And obviously you still need other officers to patrol the city, correct?
Yes.
Where is the parade held?
The parade takes up a large portion of our downtown area. There's a staging area that the floats before the parade that they're all instructed to assemble in a particular area along White Rock Avenue between Niagara Street and Main Street. And that's about a 3-hour process of getting all the parade participants into that area and lined up accordingly. The parade itself runs along Main Street from White Rock westbound to the Veterans Park area where it makes a turn and then heads up Wisconsin Avenue and ends near the Waukesha Public Library.
Sir, if I could ask you to stand up and refer to the diagram behind you. This is a map that's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you see that sticker in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's a little tight up there.
Sorry.
But if you could start in the upper right-hand corner of the map, and Your Honor, if we put up the digital copy of the map as well, I know it's hard to see, but then we'd have to do the screen share again. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, I'm going to ask the paralegal to please put up State's Exhibit number 1 on the digital copy as well.
Go ahead.
All right, and Ms. Gussie, if you could zoom in on the upper right-hand corner, please. There you go. All right, sir, you can use the map, the big map in front of you, please, and the jury can follow along with the digital copy if they want. So starting in the upper right-hand corner. Yes. What's up there, please?
That is Frame Park.
And what's at Frame Park?
Frame Park has a lot of, it's got a playground for children, there's a very large baseball diamond, different shelters, there's a formal garden, there's a boat launch. It's a very large park in our city that encompasses a lot of different activities.
Is the boat launch shown on Exhibit 1?
Yes, right here.
Okay. And the waterway that's shown on the exhibit, what is that waterway?
That is the Fox River.
Now, is the parade route shown on Exhibit 1?
Sorry, Attorney Upper, can you give me 1 second? Mr. Brooks, just a reminder, you're not muted.
Oh,
All right, I'm sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
I'm sorry too. I thought I was muted. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
Go ahead and point out the parade route, please.
So the parade route in this map is essentially this purple line. This area here is what I referred to earlier as a staging area. And then actually at this corner right here, westbound is where the parade route would follow down to the corner here. I refer to this as Veterans Park. That's that area there. And then it would turn up Wisconsin Avenue and end around the library right here, which is that green area.
Okay, and we're just putting that up on the digital display too right now. Now, on this map, sir, we've designated several points along the parade route to reflect where various officers were positioned. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could you just briefly walk us through it? I don't need you to name every officer, but just point out the intersections and what was located at each intersection using Exhibit 1.
Sure. I was here at the intersection of Hartwell and White Rock. I had a police SUV, an unmarked police vehicle, trying to maintain the integrity of the route and keeping the road shut down. Here we had various officers. It's kind of a mixed use of barricades, marked police vehicles, police tape, just in order to keep the streets shut down and make sure that there's a visible representation that the streets are not open.
Please keep going down, westbound down Main Street, please.
Sure. So we come to Buckley and East Avenue here. Both sides of the intersection shut down with barricades. We come down further on West Main Street to Martin Street. The red line here signifies a barricade was in place there. At Main Street and North Barstow Street, again, barricades on both sides of the intersection there. Gaspar and East Main Street, a barricade. We also had a marked police fleet, as we did at other places where the yellow is signifying that. This is our 5 points area, as we call it, kind of a larger intersection with roads in different directions here. So at this intersection, we had a use of barricades, police tape, police vehicles. It's just a very large intersection to be able to shut down just with one of those things. So it kind of becomes a mixed use of different tools that are available to us. We have Clinton Street and Main Street here. Again, barricades on both sides of the intersections, along with officers. Maple Avenue and East Main Street, barricades and reserve officers. And then we come around toward the Veterans Park area, again, another very large intersection where we had an officer and multiple barricades shutting off the traffic. And then along Wisconsin Avenue here, we had one point at Maple Avenue where we had a CSO along with a barricade.
And right now you're pointing at the very bottom edge of the map, correct?
The very bottom here.
Okay.
And then from that point east, the parade kind of disassembles with floats going different ways depending upon their size and maneuverability at the end of the parade route.
This map, exhibit number 1, is oriented north, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The items, and I know this is like a vision test for everybody, but on the map, the yellow boxes represent what, please?
The yellow boxes on this map represent police vehicles that were utilized in the parade.
Okay, and what about the blue boxes?
The blue boxes are the names of personnel assigned, where you see an RO that would be a reserve officer, PA would be a parking agent, CSO would be our community service officer, OFC would be an officer.
All right. The reserve officers and non-sworn officers, would they be wearing a police uniform or some type of designation?
Yes, they all have.
Hold on. There's an objection. It's overruled. He may answer.
All personnel on the parade route are in uniforms. Additionally, everyone, it's part of our policy that they are required to wear traffic vests, which would have been a yellow and could have been blue and yellow or orange and yellow traffic vest that says police on it.
Okay. I'd like to go back to the area on White Rock where you were located, where the units were staging, correct?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for us where the road was actually shut off by police so that no motorist could actually travel down the road?
Sure. I mean, this actually further north than here, it's off the map, is where we had our first point of shutdown. It was at White Rock Avenue and Niagara Street. We used Niagara Street to divert any traffic that would have come that direction. So then along here, there would have been shut down at Niagara. There's another street called Perkins where it was shut down. And then right here is Baxter Street, where we had the street shut down. Additionally, here along the staging route, North Hartwell Avenue here was shut down on both sides of it to ensure no traffic entered into the staging area while that space was occupied.
All right, and before I have you sit down, there's two other areas designated on the map I'd like to ask you about. This is on the left, upper left quadrant of the map. On the north side of the Fox River, there's something indicated as the Barstow Hill. Do you see that on the map, sir?
Yes, right here by the green line.
What's the Barstow Hill?
The Barstow Hill is just a very steep hill that more or less connects our downtown to a neighborhood and is a thoroughfare of traffic coming and going from the downtown area.
Okay, that's Barstow Road there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just to the right of that, there's something marked as a mobile gas station, is that correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled.
And there is a gas station at that intersection, sir?
Yes, there is a mobile gas station at the bottom of the Barstow Hill.
Okay. All right, please have a seat, sir. Sending officers out to their locations along the route here.
At 1 p.m. is when the initial few officers head out to secure the staging area. So they're out there from 1 o'clock until about 3:30. Between 3 and 3:30 is when the rest of the personnel assigned to the parade would have arrived at their locations along the route.
All right. And I assume you're in some, Your Honor, we just lost part of the Polycom.
Well, we'll pause. See what happened otherwise.
And we can take that down for now. We don't need the... Okay, so there's somebody that's running the parade as far as lining up the participants and making sure everybody that's walking in the parade is where they're supposed to be, correct?
Correct.
Is there a title for that person?
Boy, I wouldn't know what.
Your objection's noted, it's overruled. He may testify about the question asked.
Or is there somebody that you were dealing with directly that was kind of responsible for the units of the parade and you're responsible for the security of the parade?
Yes, there was a.
Overruled, he may answer.
There is a lady from the Chamber of Commerce who put on the parade that just prior to the parade starting, I had a face-to-face contact with to inform her that the route was ready for the parade.
Now, how do you know that? How do you know that the route was ready to go?
Between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, I had driven the route several times within the parade route on the street that was shut down. It was my duty as the incident commander of the parade to make sure that the officers or personnel assigned to the parade were all in their location, that all the barricades were in place, that there was no holes in the parade route that we missed in the planning, and as a final security sweep of the route just to ensure everything was in place as we had planned for it to be.
Can you estimate how many spectators were present?
Objection.
At what time?
I'm sorry, at the start of the parade.
Thousands. Once the parade had started, I was not on the route anymore. I think the last time I drove the route itself would have been just before 4 o'clock as my final lap through.
Okay. And there's spectators on both sides of the road, north and south sides of Main Street?
Correct.
And all the way from Hartwell all the way down to Veterans Park at the end there near Wisconsin Avenue?
Yes, I'd say the majority of this.
Hold on, there's been an objection. Go ahead, what's your objection?
That is hearsay. We can't know for sure where everybody was at.
The objection is noted. It is overruled based upon the foundation previously laid by the witness. Go ahead.
The spectators are primarily from the intersection of White Rock and Main Street westbound.
So you were satisfied it was appropriately safe to start the parade, is that right, sir?
Yes.
What did you do?
I had face-to-face contact with the organizer of the parade. I indicated to her that I checked the route and from the police side of things that we were ready for the parade to proceed, and let her know that she could begin whenever she was ready.
About what time of day was that?
It was right about 4 p.m.
And you had mentioned the units were staging on White Rock near where you were posted, is that right?
Yes.
And did you see, as the units would enter the parade route, then they all kind of move forward, I'm assuming?
Yes,
Overruled.
the parade participants are set up on either side of White Rock Avenue, and they're kind of funneled together into almost a zipper type fashion as they enter the parade route.
And as they march forward towards the parade route, then at some point is the road behind them vacant?
Correct.
And what do you do when that happens?
We try to cause as little disruption in the city. Shutting down White Rock Avenue, it's a very major thoroughfare in the city, and having it shut down for that extended period of time causes some pretty significant traffic problems. So as the road is no longer occupied by parade participants, we try to open up the road from behind them, keeping the back of the parade shut down, always taking into account a street for a car to turn off onto. So
did you remain in that same position near White Rock and Hartwell?
Yes.
And do you remember how you had your squad positioned?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Overruled.
I had my squad positioned across White Rock Avenue in an east-west fashion, essentially in the middle of the roadway. The road is much wider than the SUV squad I was driving is. I positioned it that way to give a visual representation to motorists that the road wasn't open.
And is your squad marked or unmarked?
It is unmarked.
Objection irrelevant.
It's relevant. The answer may stand. Make sure if you hear an objection, sir, that you wait till I rule on it too. Thank you.
Are there red and blue lights on your squad car, sir?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled. The answer may stand.
Did you have your red and blue lights activated as it was parked across the roadway?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes.
You remember hearing something about a disturbance near the boat launch?
Yes.
Objection hearsay.
Are you offering it for the...
Foundational, Your Honor.
All right, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. The objection is overruled. He may answer. I believe he answered yes, and it may stand.
All right. What do you remember hearing about an incident at the boat launch?
When I was near my position on Hartwell and White Rock, I was speaking with one of our reserve officers. We were discussing the proper timing of the opening of the road. And I overheard actually on his police radio that he was wearing squads that were not assigned to the parade being sent to a fight at Frame Park that involved knives.
Were you aware of any vehicles being associated with that fight?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled. You may answer.
I did not hear of any vehicles associated.
What do you remember next, sir?
I remember seeing and hearing squads responding to this fight at Frame Park. And at that time, we were still focused on opening up the roadway, and I made my way back toward my unmarked police vehicle, and I looked to my right or to the north down White Rock Avenue, and I saw a red SUV traveling toward me at a high rate of speed.
What do you mean by a high rate of speed, sir?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe the vehicle is traveling in excess of 40 miles per hour.
What's the posted speed limit there on White Rock Avenue?
It's a 25 mile per hour zone.
What about Main Street in downtown Waukesha? What's the posted speed limit there, sir?
The speed limit
Irrelevant.
Overruled. It's relevant.
The speed limit throughout the parade route is 25 miles per hour.
What did you do when you saw this red SUV traveling at a high rate of speed?
Objection, leading the witness.
The objection is noted. It's overruled.
When I saw the red SUV traveling toward me at a high rate of speed, I used both hands and waved them overhead like this in an attempt to catch the attention of the driver.
Were you dressed in a police uniform, sir?
Yes.
Let me just put on the record when the witness, so that's clear, placed both hands over his head in what I would describe as a waving kind of back and forth at a diagonal gesture. Thank you. Go ahead.
Did the car continue in your direction, or the SUV?
Yes, it did.
What did you observe the path of travel for the SUV to be?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Mr. Brooks, it's not hearsay. Your objection is overruled. You may answer.
Could you state the question one more time?
Sure. Where did you see the SUV go? Better question.
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
The SUV entered the parade route.
I want you to describe what you remember seeing as it passed your location, please.
As I was waving my hands overhead, I was approximately 6 feet from where the SUV was driving. As the driver passed essentially in front of me by about 6 feet, I could see the operator of the vehicle and just a dazed, straight, focused look straight ahead, not looking at anyone.
Did the driver appear to respond to your efforts to stop the vehicle?
There was absolutely no response.
Did you notice the car slow down in any fashion?
No, in fact,
Hearsay.
It's not hearsay, it's overruled. He may answer.
as the SUV passed me, I looked over the hood or the top of the police vehicle that I had positioned on the road there, fully expecting that as it passed that I would see the car slam on its brakes as I realized it had entered the parade route, figuring it was a lost motorist. I didn't see that happen. It continued into the parade route at a high rate of speed.
What did you do?
Upon seeing that, I got on my radio in an attempt to notify other personnel assigned to the parade route. I stated that a red SUV had just blown by me.
Do you remember using those exact words, sir?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
Overruled. He may answer.
I don't know if I said a red or maroon SUV, but I remember saying that it had blown by me.
Were there parade units still on White Rock attempting to get onto the parade route at that point?
Yes.
Objection.
Were you able to see the vehicle clearly as it went? I'm sorry.
He objected. It's overruled. Go ahead.
From where you were standing there, were you able to turn and watch the SUV as it traveled past you down White Rock towards Main Street?
Objection.
Overruled.
Just asked that.
I only watched it for a short period of time before returning to my squad car, knowing that some sort of police action was going to need to be taken.
What did you do once you got to your squad?
I got in my squad car. It was bombarded with the most terrible
I cannot imagine what those officers saw that day. There's still so much that we in the public haven't seen yet, you guys. If it's enough to make a grown man like this cry, and you know he's already seen a lot as a cop, can you imagine what they went through, experienced, heard? They must have felt so helpless that day. God bless them. Please keep them in your prayers.
It's the most terrible thing I ever heard.
The sounds. Yes. You didn't see anything at that point as far as people getting hit?
No.
Okay. I want to show you a video clip, sir. This is State's Exhibit number 2. Madam Clerk, if you could please turn on the State's table. Yep, I'll tell you. Okay?
Just show it to the witness.
I'll show it to you first. So, Sergeant Wanner, if you look at the screen in front of you, we're going to play a video clip. It's pretty short in duration. I want you to watch it first before we show it to the jury. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Did you see that clip, sir?
Yes.
Is that a video clip you've seen before?
I have seen that, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that's a true and accurate representation of the SUV traveling on White Rock Avenue near the start of the parade at Main Street?
Yes.
Move for admission and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Brooks?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
The state just moved admission of Exhibit 2.
No, I object to that. Keep it.
All right, the objection's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 2, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. Please hit play. Sergeant Wanner, is that consistent with the vehicle you saw traveling away from you past the parade floats that were about to enter the route?
Yes.
And is that consistent with the approximate speed you saw it traveling?
Yes.
After you became aware that something terrible was happening on the parade route, your incident commander, what do you do?
I drove in my police vehicle down toward the area that I just heard repeated over and over on the radio where the casualties had taken place, and that would have been at Main and Gaspar. And once I got to that position, I parked my vehicle as it was impossible to drive any further.
Was there a call made for assistance?
Yes, I don't know who said it, but an officer used a code over the police radio basically requesting police assistance from any officer in the county that would be listening.
Did multiple officers respond?
Yes.
From within Waukesha County?
From
The objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
Waukesha County and far beyond.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, officer, first off.
Good afternoon.
I'll say this is very emotional, so I'm going to try my best not to keep you up there any longer than you would like to be. My first question is, I noticed that you are in uniform today. Is it fair to say that if you weren't here testifying that you would have been on duty today? Is it fair to ask that or say that?
Not to have been at work today.
So did you feel the testimony that you would be given at trial today warranted you to be in uniform?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained. You do not need to answer that, sir. Next question, Mr. Brooks.
You said you've been in duty for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
In any of those 18 years, have you ever come across or had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, vague.
Sustained. You do not need to answer that, sir. Next question, Mr. Brooks.
How long have you known the plaintiff?
Objection, vague and irrelevant.
Sustained. You do not need to answer that, sir. Next question, Mr. Brooks.
Do you see the plaintiff in court today?
Objection, vague and irrelevant.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you have any knowledge of the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever even seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I want to go to the clip that was just shown.
Would you like it shown to the witness again and published to the jury?
I'm sure would he prefer for it to be so again?
I just wanted to know if that's what you were asking. You can certainly question him about it, and if need be, it can be shown again.
Okay, can you show the witness the video clip again?
Sure. All right, I can tell from my monitor and the witness monitor it is up, but it is not being projected to the courtroom other than that. And you can go ahead and play it. All right, your question, sir.
In that clip, is it fair to say that you can see that there are people walking in the street and on the sidewalk? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I could see that in the video clip.
Do you see anybody being targeted or being in a panic to get away from the vehicle?
No.
Do you see the said driver of that vehicle intentionally trying to hit anyone in that video?
No.
So again, I would ask, were you brought here today to testify on behalf of the plaintiff?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained. He already answered that he was, why he's here.
Again, I would ask just one more time for the record. Do you see the plaintiff in court today?
Objection.
Sustained. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Brooks?
Do you know of the plaintiff at all whatsoever?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You may step down. Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you.
Sovereign citizens hold a fundamentally incorrect belief about how courts work, and that belief explains exactly why Darrell Brooks kept asking whether the plaintiffs were present in court. In a criminal case, the plaintiff is the state. Sovereign citizens believe only a living injured individual can be a plaintiff. The state, or government, is a corporation, not a real party. A case without a living plaintiff present is invalid, and the criminal court is secretly a civil or admiralty proceeding masquerading as criminal law. While some will say his repeated plaintiff questions were not strategy, they were ideological delusion dressed as legal argument, I tend to disagree just a bit. Darrell Brooks doesn't believe he is sovereign. He was just willing to use any strategy he could to kick the charges against him.
Really quick on the record, if I may.
We're going to call the next witness. We have the jury in the courtroom. Do you have a question, sir?
I will have a oral tennis motion I would like to be put on the record.
If you have a motion, you'll have to wait until after the next witness is called. Write it down, submit it on paper, and I'll review whether it's appropriate for this court to address. All right, the state may call the next witness.
The state calls Kori Runkel.
We'll get that settled, and then the first thing I will ask you to do, excuse me, is to state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Kori Runkel, and it's spelled Korirunkel.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Runkel. Do you know a person named Erika Patterson?
Yes.
How do you know that person?
From the shelter.
What shelter are you talking about?
Women's shelter.
What city is the women's shelter in?
Waukesha.
And when did you meet Erika Patterson?
Around probably October, I think.
Okay. You are not used to testifying in court, right?
Not really.
I'm going to ask you to scoot a little bit forward. The nice lady in front of you is...
Microphone a little bit, a little closer. I think that'll help.
We just have to make sure that everybody can hear, especially the court reporter in front of you, because she's writing everything down, okay?
Okay.
So can you answer, when did you meet Erika Patterson?
Either October or November.
Of what year?
21, this year.
2021?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you meet her at the women's shelter that you were talking about? Okay. What was your living arrangements at the shelter?
Okay, it wasn't this year, it was last year, I think.
2021.
Yeah.
Okay. And what were your living arrangements at the women's shelter?
We were bunking together.
You and Erika?
Yeah.
Okay. While you were bunking together with Erika at the women's shelter, did Erika ever talk about a boyfriend of hers?
It wasn't her boyfriend.
Okay. Did she ever talk about a man?
Yeah.
And did she ever provide the name of that man?
Yeah.
What was it?
Darrell Brooks.
Okay. Were you with Erika on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021?
Yes, until I split up with her.
Okay. Can you tell us where you were with Erika before you split up with her?
I forgot what park it was, but we were at the park where the dragonfly was, except for we were at the docks.
Is that in Waukesha?
Yeah.
Okay. And the docks, are you talking about a river?
Yeah.
So the park by the river?
Yeah.
Okay. What were you doing with Erika in the park?
Hanging out.
Okay. Was anybody with you?
Yeah. Kyle.
Okay. And you mentioned that you split up with Erika at some point, is that right?
Yeah.
Do you remember why?
To go hang out with Nick.
Do you know Nick's last name?
Kirby.
Okay. And Erika didn't go with you?
No.
Okay. So what happened after you split up with Erika?
She met up with Darrell.
How do you know that?
Because she was on the phone with him and they said that they were going to meet up.
Now, before that day, November 21st, had you ever met Darrell Brooks?
No.
You'd only heard his name from Erika?
Yeah.
Okay. After you split up with Erika and she went to hang out with Darrell, did Erika ever contact you or Nick after that point?
Yeah.
How did that contact take place? Did she see you or did she call you?
No, she called me on my cell phone.
Okay. And what was the nature of that conversation?
That he was beating her up and he was following her.
Okay. What did you do when you learned this information from Erika?
Me and Nick started running to where she told us she was.
Where was that?
By the school.
Okay.
I forgot what school it was, but it was by the school.
All right. Did you find her?
Yeah.
Do you remember where you found her?
Right in front of the school.
Okay. Do you remember what was happening when you found her?
He was swerving into her.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Darrell.
Darrell, the person?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear Darrell saying anything to Erika at that time?
He was yelling at her to get back in the car.
Okay. Did she?
No. She tried, but I pulled her away.
Okay. Before you testified today, you reviewed a couple of surveillance videos, is that right?
Yeah. No, not today, but a while ago.
A while ago, not
Yeah.
today. I'd like to put Exhibit 3 up on the screen for the witness for identification.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Runkel, we're going to play a few moments from this video. I want you to watch and see if it's the same video that you've reviewed previously. Okay, so we're just going to play about 10 seconds here.
I could just tell that's her walking up.
Okay, let's pause there. So you viewed this video. Is it an accurate depiction of how the events unfolded in front of the school you're talking about?
Yeah.
I'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any objection, Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, my objection would be, you've only played 5 seconds of the video, whereas the other 5, you just said 10 seconds that you would play. I'm curious to see the rest of the video.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. This is for foundation to establish it's what the witness is going to testify about. She's testified. It's a fair and accurate depiction of the events that unfolded in her presence. And I will receive Exhibit 3. Permission to publish is granted.
All right, we're going to hit play from the beginning.
There's his car.
Let's hit a pause.
Okay.
Let's hit pause. We're at 16 seconds. We saw a person wearing a blue shirt walking from the left. Do you know who that person is?
Erika.
Erika Patterson?
Yeah.
And when you said, there's his car, what car were you referring to?
The red one. The
and
SUV.
Do you know who was driving that car?
Darrell.
Darrell Brooks?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, this would have been the first time you ever saw Darrell Brooks, is that correct? Okay. We're going to resume from that point, but wait until I pause again to speak again, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So we'll play from 16 seconds.
I'm not sure, but for some reason we don't get to see what they're watching here when they resume the video, so I'll just fast forward.
Let's pause there. Paused at 2 minutes and 44 seconds. During that clip, we saw a red SUV towards the top of the screen. Is that right?
Yeah.
And did you recognize that vehicle?
Yeah, that was Darrell's.
Okay. Yeah. We see now at this stoppage point, we can see two people on the upper right-hand corner. Do you know who those people are?
Me and Nick.
Do you know which one you are?
The one with the green gloves.
So, left or right?
I think.
As we're looking.
The one up in front.
And then there's a person with a white hood. Do you know who that is?
That's Nick.
Okay, so you're the other one on the left?
Yeah.
All right. And you saw Erika?
Yeah.
All right. Let's resume playing at 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Let's pause there. Pause to 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Who's the person in the gray hooded sweatshirt?
That's Darrell.
The objections overruled. Her answer may stand.
That's Darrell.
How far away would you say your face was from Darrell's face at this point in the video?
I was chesting up.
Chesting up?
Yeah.
So I guess that's pretty self-explanatory.
Chesting up. That's cute. Zach gets tickled by her here.
I was chesting up.
Chesting up?
Yeah.
So I guess that's pretty self-explanatory. Do you see Darrell Brooks either in the courtroom or on any monitors in the courtroom right now?
Yeah.
Your Honor, and actually for this point I would ask that the court order the defendant to remove his mask.
Mr. Brooks, you're ordered to remove your mask.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Mr. Brooks, we talked about this at a prior hearing. For purposes of identification, you're ordered to unmask. Thank you, sir.
So now I'll re-ask that question. Ms. Runkel, do you see Darrell, the person you're talking about in the video, either in the courtroom or on a monitor in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you tell us where?
In orange?
On the monitor in front of you?
Yeah.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. You can remask.
Let's hit play and resume at 3 minutes and 19 seconds. All right, we've reached the end. Ms. Runkel, can you tell us what was happening in that last portion of the video we just watched?
Well, before Erika, me, and Nick showed up in the camera, that's when I ran after Erika from getting ran over, and then she tried to jump in the car with him, and then I ended up chesting up to him, and then we ended up going at it. So yeah.
How would you describe the level of your volume during that interaction?
Like, what do you mean?
Were you yelling?
I'd say yeah.
Was Mr. Brooks yelling?
Yeah.
Was anybody else in that video, either Nick or Erika, were they yelling?
Erika was telling me to stop.
Okay. And what happened after the physical confrontation with Mr. Brooks?
Nick pulled me away.
And then what happened?
And then Brooks walked off.
Did you see where he went?
Into his car.
The red SUV in the video
Yeah.
we just watched? Was there anybody else in the SUV at that point that you saw?
No.
And what happened next?
After that, it was like he headed out.
Okay. Did Mr. Brooks say anything to you or Erika or Nick as he was leaving?
He told Erika he was... Oh.
The basis for your objection, you said objection, right?
Is hearsay and irrelevant.
Is it being offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
Well, it's a statement by a party opponent, so it's not hearsay.
Oh, it's his statement. Sorry. I think I misheard what she said. All right. The objection is overruled. If it's, she may testify as to words that you spoke on this occasion. So go ahead.
He told Erika that he was gonna find her and he was gonna kill her.
Could we pull up Exhibit 5 for the witness, please?
That was Brooks that just said what? I know it's easy to forget, but Brooks was actually 40 years old when this trial happened, you guys. And he acts like he's, what, 12?
And while we're waiting on that, did you at any point come into contact with police or a police officer after Mr. Brooks left the scene that we just watched?
I forgot what that guy was at the little stoppers, like where it stopped everybody. But we came into contact with him, and then he called the police officer, and then we had contact with the police officer.
Okay. At any point while Mr. Brooks was still present for the scuffle, did you or anybody else in your group call the police?
No.
You need to turn on the state table, please, for preview mode.
I will confirm it's in front of mine and the witness's monitor, or on our monitor.
All right, Ms. Runkel, I'm showing you on your monitor a photograph that's been marked as State Exhibit number 5. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Who's in that photograph?
Erika.
Erika Patterson? Is that an accurate representation of how Erika looked the night of November 21st, so after the Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 5 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any objection?
Yep, on the grounds of that is hearsay.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 5 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Were you with Erika Patterson the day before the parade, so November 20th?
Yes.
She gets upset here when she sees Erika bruised up.
Did she have a swollen left eye on November 20th?
No.
I want to go back to the issue of police and whether or not you had contact with them. Can you describe in a little bit more detail what exactly happened with law enforcement after the defendant left the scene that we just watched?
I'm not sure where we walked, but I think we walked straight down to the parade. I'm not sure, but we stopped at these stoppers where there was this I don't know what he's called. It's not a cop, but he was a guard, and we ended up telling him that what happened, that Erika almost got ran over. I had to pull her away from the car, and he ended up calling the cops. He told us, hold on, let me call the cops, and a cop came, and we started talking to him.
Okay, but you don't, or do you remember the name of the officer that you spoke with?
I do not.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Okay, this is going to be a really strange cross of the witness. Of course, all of Brooks's crosses of the witnesses are strange, but he gets so off base here. He's like off to a whole nother area that doesn't even have anything to do with the trial. It's really bizarre. And what I find completely insane is that all of his focus is about what happened with Erika. Forget all the victims and that are watching and that are in the courtroom behind him at this very moment. They have no impact on him whatsoever. It's just in his head, he has the tunnel vision of only Erika and what happened there. And making himself seem, I don't even know how to explain it. It's just the strangest thing ever.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
I sure do. So, my first question would be, you seem to be unclear about when you met Erika. Would you say it was roughly October or November because you wasn't sure which one?
Roughly in between.
Roughly in between.
Yeah. I know it was before Christmas.
Do you, well, you just said that you had never seen her quote unquote boyfriend or whoever she was referring to as that before the Christmas parade. Is that correct?
The Christmas parade was November, right?
He's asking you if you had seen...
Not before, but the Christmas parade was November. I'm just asking, right? Okay, so no.
Did she... Do you want her to restate her answer? She answered... she confirmed your question.
I wanted to be direct.
Okay, no, I have not.
So you just testified that you can identify who was driving the said vehicle as soon as you saw the video played. If you've never seen the driver before that day, how would you even know who it was?
I'll object. That is not a clear question. This is just going to confuse the witness. It's confused me.
Also state it, Mr. Brooks, rephrase the question, please.
Would you play the video again, the first 10 seconds? I'm guessing that it was.
Be Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3? You want the first 10 seconds of exhibit played?
Show the witness the first couple of seconds of the...
All right, it's up.
Now, you just testified.
Hold on, it's playing. You want it to stop now?
Stop.
Okay.
You
Play the
just...
first 13 seconds for the witness.
Thank you.
You just testified that as soon as you saw the vehicle come into the camera view, you said, "Oh, there's his car." How would you know whose car it was if you've never seen this person before that day?
Do you understand the question?
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer.
Because I was told that she was going to meet up with Darrell Brooks.
So you were told this directly from Erika?
Yes.
Did at any time she ever tell you what kind of car he had and what kind of car he would be meeting up with her with, quote unquote?
No.
So how can you identify that it was the said person's car if you had no knowledge of what vehicle this said person would be driving, or who the person even was, or what the person even looked like? How would you know?
Because I was told it was Darrell Brooks.
And so you were told that it was this name, but you were able to identify the vehicle and the person on the first day that you ever saw them.
Objection
Is that
asked and answered.
Let him finish his question.
Again, as soon as the car came into camera view, you immediately said on the record just a few minutes ago, "Oh, there's his car." Who is his? Who were you referring to?
Darrell Brooks.
And you would be able to know that that was quote unquote Darrell Brooks just by seeing the car come into the view of the camera?
Now I'll object based on an asked and answered question.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, are you trying to ask her whether at the moment in time she first saw the SUV, did she know who was driving? That would be a relevant question.
Did you know who was driving the SUV that you saw when you saw it?
Not in court, but when you first saw it on that date.
Yes, because I don't see why Erika would be talking to anybody else and getting yelled at by somebody else.
But did you know at that moment who was driving the car?
Yes.
And how would you know that? You just said that you had no knowledge of the vehicle that whoever Erika was meeting up with would be driving. So how would you know that?
Objection asked and answered and argumentative.
Yeah. Her answer previously, Mr. Brooks, was she's basing that on what someone told her, not based on what she saw at that point. That's at least how I took it.
So Erika told you the vehicle and how the vehicle would look?
Do you understand the question?
Say that again.
Mr. Brooks?
Erika? I'm
Restate
sorry,
the
Your Honor.
question. No, that's okay. Restate the question, sir.
So let's back up a little bit. Erika told you that she was meeting up with this Darrell Brooks, correct? That's what you said, right?
Correct.
And did she at any time tell you what vehicle this person would be driving and how the vehicle looked?
She did not.
So the first time you saw the vehicle, did you know who was driving the vehicle?
Yes, when she told me. When she told me.
What he's asking you, though, is did you know based on personal observation,
Oh,
not
no,
based
not
on what
personal
someone
observation. Wait. So personal observation? Oh, no, never mind. Okay, yeah.
told you? So let's just make sure the record's clear what your answer is.
It's based on what I was told when I met up with her.
So it was told.
That's been established. It's been established what was told. So next question.
No, I was going to a different question. I didn't get to it.
All right, well then ask it, please.
I'm trying to. So you were told after the vehicle drove away and you and Erika were alone? Is that when you were told?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that before you were told this, after the vehicle drove away, you did not know who was driving the vehicle, correct? Would that be fair to say?
Oh, I had a suspicion it was Darrell.
You had a suspicion or did you know?
Had a suspicion until I asked
So you
her.
didn't know.
Objection. Argumentative.
Yeah, so we've kind of been a little bit circular here. So the objection is sustained. I think we need to be clear, Mr. Brooks, when you ask your questions about what point in time. It's one thing to talk about when she first sees the vehicle because there's been no contact between her and the vehicle, but it's a different point in time when it's later. So you need to make clear at what point in time you're referring to so that your question is clear.
Got you. You identified the alleged defendant in court. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And the alleged defendant that you identified was the same person that you saw driving the vehicle that day?
Yes.
The video also shows that, well, let me back up. Matter of fact, let me ask a different question. You made reference to hanging out with Erika in the park, correct?
Yes.
With maybe one other person present?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hanging out, what were you guys actually doing?
Drinking?
So, would it be fair to say that because of alcohol being involved, that there may have been a misinterpretation of what you saw?
No.
Or what you thought you saw?
Objection calls for speculation.
The question, the way it's asked, calls for speculation. If you could please rephrase it.
Oh, I'll ask it different. How much were you drinking? Was it a few beers, a bottle?
Half
Something
a pint.
to that effect? Half a pint. Do you remember what you were drinking?
Vodka.
Do you remember if Erika was drinking?
She was.
And you said that you separated at one point to go hang with another person. I can't remember the name, but would that be fair to say that you separated from Erika to go hang out with another person?
I did say that.
Was that person also drinking that day?
No.
Did that person overhear any conversation between you and Erika?
No.
Would that be the same person that was saw in the video?
Yes.
So that would be Nick. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And is it true that you did give a statement about what you saw and heard that day? Would
Yes.
that be fair to say? Would it be fair to say that in this statement that you gave, you never mentioned the person that you saw driving make any threats? Would that be fair to say?
I never mentioned.
Well, I have the statement right here in front of me. Would it be fair to say that the statement that you gave that day, that you do not say in your statement that you heard any threats being made or yelled towards Erika? Would that be fair to say?
Possibly.
So do you remember giving a statement?
I remember giving a statement.
Do you remember what you said in your statement?
I do.
So I'm going to ask you again because I just asked. I have your statement in front of me. You did not mention any threats being yelled or made towards Erika. Would that be fair to say?
I did mention some.
What exactly did you mention?
That you were yelling at her. saying that you were gonna kill her and to get in the car?
And that's in your statement.
Yes.
Would you like me to read your statement to you?
Yes.
You sure?
Yeah, sure.
So I'll object based on the procedure that the defendant is employing at this point.
Sure. Mr. Brooks, there is a procedure. I can have the state bring up her statement, I hope electronically, to show her. It would, and then,
fine, Your Honor.
all right.
Bring it up for her to see.
You'll want to direct her to what part. You can ask her to review it, ask her if that refreshes her recollection, and then you can ask her a question. Or even show her that and ask a direct question about it would be another way.
Okay, this is not it right
No, they'll get it up. It just takes a moment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, you guys, I have the audio of Kori's interview with the police after the parade, not when they came by and checked on him that day, but it was actually taken afterwards. If you want to listen to that after this is over with, I'll put the link up here, right up here in the right-hand corner for you.
We have a lot of new technology in this courtroom, and it's great when it works. But it's a lot to get used to.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may ask you, are we still on the record right now? Or we are.
We're just taking a stretch break, but we're still on the record why they.
Okay. I was going to say something to the bailiff, and I didn't want to be disrespectful by.
Do you want me to mute you for a second so you can?
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. When will I be allowed to come back into the court so I can see everything?
You have earned your right to come back, sir. I mean, I can bring you back if you want to finish your questioning here.
I do.
All right, we'll take a short break for you to do that. All right, I'll have to excuse the jury for a moment. Or Attorney Wichow, if there was something you wanted to address.
Thank you. I think there may have been some misunderstanding on the nature of this statement in question. This witness provided a statement to a police detective who then wrote a police report summarizing the statement. So the proper method at this point for the defendant would be to confront her by orally quoting from that, asking if she said or didn't say these things. To show her this statement we're not refreshing her recollection. She didn't write this.
I see. So I didn't know that, but that certainly makes a lot of sense. Mr. Brooks, did you hear what Attorney Wichow just said about the procedure?
Is it a way to verify that is in fact procedure? Just to be clear for the record. Can we verify it?
I had referenced earlier that I thought you were trying. We might be showing her the statement to help refresh her recollection, but I don't have any of the statements in front of me, and I wasn't aware that it's the police report that may be referenced as written by someone other than this witness. She wrote a statement apparently, but the police report is a summary of her statement. So
how it that kind of makes it problematic though. You could probably see what I'm getting at, Your Honor, by if it's a summary of what she said.
Do you have the statement do you have a written statement of hers?
Yes, I'm trying to get back to it. You know, I got a lot of stuff coming over here.
I know.
Once he finds the statement match, I suggest that Mr. Brooks read directly from the statement the portions that he's asking the witness about and ask her if she did or didn't say those things he's reading.
Does the state have it available to put on the monitor if he's having difficulty finding his copy?
Sure.
Let's do that, please.
What was that? I missed the last part, I'm sorry.
It'll be on the monitor in front of you. Oh, we can, yeah, there you go. If you can't find, this is this.
Oh, there's a little.
Up. Bottom of page 2. Oh, right there. In summary.
Why don't you read that to yourself and see if that helps you formulate a question?
That's all I need.
Okay. Do you want any part of this shown to the witness?
Yeah. I want to go to that top part that I read first.
Oh, actually, I think we were talking about he doesn't need to refresh. I don't think it's been established he would need to refresh her recollection yet. She's testified from her memory. So you can use what's in this statement, sir, to formulate questions on cross-examination. And you can use leading questions. So at this point, I don't need to show it to her, but you can ask questions. We'll bring the jury back out and you can continue.
Would this be left up for me to see, though? Wow.
We can leave it up.
We can leave it up.
Okay.
Is the part that's up sufficient, or do you need to scroll up? Does the state need to scroll up a little bit for you?
I would only need this part that's on my screen now.
Okay.
And then you whoever's strolling, stroll down a little bit past that to the second part. Up.
How about that? You should be able to see both parts now. Starts with in summary near the top.
Yeah.
And then that's page 2 of 5, and then down below, presumably it says 3 of 5, but I'd like to bring the jury out, so let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, let's have the jury brought back in. Mr. Brooks, you're doing a good job at coming up with questions and following the process, and I appreciate you asking to come back over here. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right. Mr. Brooks, when you're ready, please continue with your cross-exam.
Okay. I'm going to give everybody time to settle back in for a few seconds.
Okay.
So, Miss, is it Runkel?
It is.
You stated earlier that when you were hanging out with Erika at the park that you were drinking, right?
I did.
And you also stated that you guys separated and you went to go hang out with someone else.
With Nick, yes.
With Nick. You did state that Nick wasn't drinking, right?
Yes.
So I want to ask, earlier when I asked, I think you were asked by Attorney Whitchild if you heard any yelling or anything being yelled at Erika, or I'll forget how you phrased the question, but did you hear any yelling or anything directed towards you guys? And do you remember what you said?
I heard that you were yelling at Erika, telling her to get in the car, and that you were gonna kill her. That was you were gonna kill her was after the fact that you headed out, but that's probably not what you're asking. The fact of you were yelling at her, telling her to get in the car, was the time when you were around. Brooks was around.
Brooks or you? You said you, and then you said Brooks. But you did state that you had never seen Brooks before November 21st of 2021. Would that be fair to say?
Right.
And you also did say that you had only heard of him through Erika, correct?
Right.
At any time, did you ever observe any phone conversations or interactions between Erika and Brooks?
Am I allowed to answer that?
He's just asking you whether you have, not the content of any of those.
I have.
Would it be fair to say that you knew a lot of details about their relationship? Would that be fair to say?
I did.
What specifically did you know before November 21st, 2021?
Mr. Brooks?
Okay, I need to add a little bit of background here. Earlier in November, not long before the parade, Brooks had been arrested for running his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Erika Patterson, down with that same vehicle in a gas station. He was arrested for it, and since he hasn't been to trial for it yet and convicted of it yet, the judge ruled that the incident could not be brought up in this trial, in this particular trial. So the witness seems very aware of it, but Brooks, as usual, is clueless. This is why the judge warns him here that if he brings it up, he's going to open the door to the prosecution asking questions about it. He does this quite often throughout the trial. Sometimes he opens doors, sometimes he opens the doors and the windows.
Sure you want to ask that question? Think about some of the pretrial rulings I've made.
Let me rephrase that.
Okay, good idea.
I'm sorry, I'm new. So, in your statement that I'm looking at right here on the screen, it says, it is Runkel, right?
Yes.
I don't want to mispronounce your name. It says, Runkel further stated that she heard Brooks telling Erika he was going to smash her face in and that he was going to kill her.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Is that what you heard?
Yes.
So you didn't hear what you just testified to hearing?
No.
Or did you hear what I just read to you?
I heard that after you were leaving.
After?
Not that, what you just read. I heard that after you were leaving.
You do know that this is your statement that I'm reading from, right?
Okay, I do.
We've established that, and this is argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase.
I'm trying to figure out which one did you hear.
Objection. Vague.
Did you hear the I'm going to smash your face in, or did you hear what you previously said?
Well, I heard when you were sitting there arguing with her, I heard that.
Who is the you you're referring to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Brooks said that when he was arguing with Erika.
And you claim that it says right here, but through knowing Patterson, she did know that Brooks was Erika Patterson's boyfriend. Did she ever tell you that Brooks was her boyfriend?
She said she said Brooks was her ex.
I'm a little confused by the statement and then the testimony right now.
Objection, that's not a question.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, you need to formulate a question for the witness.
Did you ever hear, now this is coming from your statement, Runkel stated that after a short dispute between her, Kirby, I guess that would be referring to Nick.
Yes.
After a short dispute between her, Kirby, and Brooks, she saw Brooks get back into the red SUV and heard him saying something to the effect of, I don't swear, so F you, effing bees, you're dead. Did you at any time hear anything like that?
Yes.
So when you just testified, why did that part of your statement never come up? Why did you never say that?
Because it probably wasn't brought up at that time, but it's in my memory.
So what all exactly did you hear?
I heard what you were saying.
You heard you say at this time? Like, the question's not clear to me. Like, what time frame? Who are we talking about?
Because in the video it's clear that
Hold on, go back to your question. I didn't mean for you to not ask it. I just want to make sure I understand specifically who you're asking this witness about statements that were made.
I'm asking about who she said was the individual driving the vehicle.
Well, it's different than what you just asked. So if you want to change and go to that, that's fine.
You just clarified it a little bit. So, what exactly did you hear coming from the individual who was driving the vehicle?
I'm sorry, can we just clarify at what point we're talking
Exactly.
about?
At the point that I guess I would refer back to the video at that point that we saw on the video.
So what point of the video? There's lots of points. It was many minutes long.
Roughly, I'm not sure, I think it was
Can you describe what part of the video you want?
the part of the video when that she testified to, where she said she had the green gloves, and
So
she was
in the
standing.
beginning
She was
of the
standing
video?
no, it was like towards the middle. She was standing in the street, and she said she had the green gloves because I think somebody asked her which one was she,
Right.
and she
I
said
remember
the
that.
one with the green gloves.
I remember that.
At that point, did you observe anything being said out of said vehicle? Did you hear anything being yelled or screamed or anything like that at that point?
Well, before I showed up, I heard yelling.
You heard yelling before you showed up.
Yeah, because like before I showed up into the video.
So how far were you down the street that you were able to hear what was being said?
Objection.
Not.
Calls for a fact, not an evidence. She didn't say what she heard. What she didn't say she could understand what was said.
She can answer the question. I'm going to overrule it. I understand what the state is saying, but I think he's trying to establish where she was at that point in time. So go ahead and answer.
No, okay. I was right where you pulled up the second time.
Are you sure you know what I was asking?
It was not entirely clear to maybe all of us, but I was trying to give you some leeway. So
I knew you understood where I was going with that. Were you at a, let me say it like this, were you at a distance before you came into that video? Like approximately how far away were you from the vehicle and from Erika before you heard anything being yelled or screamed, as you said?
I was at a distance.
So would it be fair to say that it would be hard to hear the conversation that was being had?
Not really. Brooks was yelling pretty loud.
So you were able to hear the gist of the conversation from the distance that you were at?
Yes.
Even with a parade going on and a street full of people, you were able to hear from a distance, which you just said you were at a distance, you were able to hear the gist of the conversation.
The parade was nowhere close.
answer the question. Were you able to hear?
Oh, yes, sorry.
You were able to hear, even testifying that you were drinking vodka.
Yes.
What else did you hear?
At what point and by whom?
At the same point, what did you hear from Erika at that point?
I don't remember.
But you remember hearing something from the driver of the vehicle who was inside of the car.
Yep.
But you don't remember what you heard from Erika, who was outside of the car and would be more easier to hear.
Okay. Thank you for being specific at that. I remember Erika sitting there telling me that she wanted to go.
So she was telling you that from you being at a distance.
No, she was right next to me. That was when she was walking towards. She said, "Come on, let's go."
At what point was that? Because you just testified that you were at a distance.
Objection, argumentative. I'm also going to object to the manner in which this defendant is asking this witness these questions. He's intentionally misleading her. He's trying to confuse her.
Mr. Brooks, the purpose of cross-examination is to ask questions that are relevant, test her credibility, other things like that. It gets to be a little confusing, at times maybe a little argumentative. I don't have all the reports in front of me, so I can't say whether it's misleading or not. But ask a direct question. You're able to ask leading questions so that she can answer directly. Be as specific as you can, time, place, circumstances. It's helpful for all.
I mean, the video is very clear that...
But you can't testify right now, right? You can't make an argument about the video. So your opinion about it right now, that's not appropriate.
I want to...
Keep going. For the record, the objection was sustained.
You made a reference to being, a reference to chesting up with the driver of the vehicle. What was said at that point between you and who you were chesting up with?
Well, I'm not going to go back to that, but I was sitting there saying that you shouldn't be hitting a woman. No, Brooks should not be hitting a woman. And Brooks was saying that Erika Patterson is not a woman.
Are you sure that's what you heard? At that moment when you were chesting up, in your words?
Yes.
You're sure that's what you heard?
Yes.
What then happened from that point?
Then we started brawling it out. Oh, me and Brooks started brawling it out.
What do you mean by brawling it out?
Threw a couple punches. I threw a punch. Brooks smacked me.
So did you put that in the report that you made, or the summary of the report that you gave to, I think it was Attorney Wichau said, a detective?
Objection, there's no evidence. This witness prepared a report or a summary.
Sustained.
Did you report that in your report?
It's something that's in my memory, but I hope I did.
Would it be fair to say that if you had just brawled with someone and talked to a detective that you would report it? Would that be fair to say?
Can you say that again?
Would it be fair to say that if you had just had a brawl with someone and you talked to police directly after the brawl that you would report it? Would that be fair to say?
Okay. I know you're asking a question, but
hold on. You need to ask. You do need to ask.
Okay.
You do need to answer his question. It called for a yes or no answer.
Okay, it's not in the report. I specifically said.
Hold on, there's not a question though. Okay, so that's okay. Ask your next question.
Would it be fair to say by the video footage that there was no brawl or punches thrown by either party? Would that be fair to say?
There was.
Can we show the witness the video again?
Are you asking her whether the video shows a brawl?
Would it be fair to say that the video shows a brawl in which you just said that punches were thrown? That'd be fair to say.
Okay, so what's a brawl to you?
You can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
Okay,
I think
well,
hold on, Mr. Brooks, are you trying to ask whether are you going to confirm with her that she saw the video, and then on that video, you cannot see a brawl between her and Mr. Brooks? Is that what you're trying to get at?
A version of that, yes, but I was.
You got to ask the questions though to get to that.
Can the video be shown to her again?
Ask your questions, sir.
In the video that you saw, would it be fair to say that a brawl was not depicted on that video? Would that be fair to say?
I don't know big words. What's depicted?
Can you see it in the video? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
That's what I mean.
Yes, I could see it.
You could see the brawl?
Yeah, I say it's a brawl. It's just it's just like a push, looks like a push, but it was a smack. And I got up and, yeah.
You got up, so you...
I got up and swung.
You were knocked to the ground?
No.
So where did you get up from?
From being pushed and smacked.
So you fell to the ground?
I didn't fall to the ground.
Sustained. Next question, sir.
So would it be fair to say that in the video it shows you being knocked to the ground?
I was not knocked to the ground. I staggered back.
Would it be... In the video it shows... I got kind of thrown off for a second.
You and me both. People need to make sure their phones and other electronics are not audible.
Would it be fair to say that the video does not show you being knocked to the ground at any point? Would that be a fair assessment?
So I'll object to relevance because the witness never testified that she was knocked to the ground. So this is not a question aimed at her credibility.
She just said she got knocked to the ground.
She did not.
She said she got up. I'm sorry. She said she got up, which would constitute being, if you're not knocked to the ground or down,
more
you can't
words
get up.
here, Mr. Brooks. I'm sorry. It's okay. No, she was clear. I think she clarified what it meant by getting up, and it might mean something different to you than it does to her. But we need to keep going.
So can I ask what is getting up? What does getting up mean to you?
Stagger back.
So it would be fair to ask you then, does the video show you staggering back?
It does.
Does it show you being, as you called it, smacked?
It does.
Can we show her the video again?
Go ahead. Play the video. Do you want it to the jury or to her?
To her.
I would ask that we publish it.
I think it's an exhibit, sir, and let's publish it. Okay.
Your Honor, would it be too much to ask if we went straight to that part of the video?
I don't know what part it is. I don't have the timestamp.
I'm guessing this might be it right here.
It's coming up.
Let's just watch, and then we'll ask questions. You'll ask questions when we're done watching.
So we're playing from 3 minutes and 9 seconds on Exhibit 3.
You can stop. That's
All right, what's the time for the stopping of the video, please?
3 minutes and 47 seconds.
Your question for her then, based on that?
My question would be, you just viewed the video again. That'd be fair to say.
I did.
At any time in that video, were you in fact smacked and staggered back?
Can I tell the exact time?
If you know, yes, go ahead.
At 3:23.
Can we see 323?
Go ahead. We'll start it a little bit before, so make sure to capture it. You should be able to see the time.
24.
Okay.
So we went from about 319 to 327.
Thank you. Your question regarding the video, sir?
My question again would be the same question. You just saw it again. In the portion of the video you just saw, would it be fair to say, on your part, your interpretation, that you were in fact smacked and staggered back?
Yes.
Next question.
Are you sure you weren't over-exaggerating that?
No.
It looked like a push.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Would you say again what happened directly after that?
Directly after the smack,
Directly after what you say is a smack?
staggered back.
No, directly after that whole incident.
I call it get up, but I came back and swung.
Would it be fair to say that the video doesn't show any of that you just said? Would that be fair?
It shows it somewhere.
So would it be fair that you're saying your interpretation of what you just saw would constitute a brawl, as you say, or brawling it out, as you say?
Hold on, Mr. Brooks. I've given you a lot of leeway on this topic. What's the relevance of all of this at this point? I think you made your point about what happened and what didn't, and what's in the video and what's not, and the jury can ultimately decide that. You can argue it later on to the jury.
I'm sorry, I thought this state
Where are we going?
was supposed to object to that. If they saw an objection, I'm a little confused about that.
I need the questioning to kind of circle back to what's relevant for the trial.
Well, I thought it was relevant because of what the video is actually depicting.
And that video is going to speak for itself. It's been an exhibit.
Yes, it does.
And so you've asked a lot of questions about it. So let's move on. Under 906.11, that's my authority. I'm telling you to move forward. Next line of questioning.
Did you hear anything after the, as you say, brawling out? Did you hear anything coming from the vehicle? Was anything said to you directly coming from the vehicle at that point?
Do you understand the question?
Would it be after you leave? Oh wait, Brooks leaves? Or when
I was
Brooks
clearing
gets in?
what I just asked after the brawling it out.
But you asked directed at her, and then you said anything from the vehicle. So that's a compound question. So you need to be specific.
Did you hear anything after the brawling it out, as you say? Did you hear anything directed towards you?
Directed towards me? No.
Did you hear anything directed towards Nick?
I remember something being said.
Do you recall what was said?
I do not.
Did you hear anything directed towards Erika?
Yes.
What did you hear directed towards Erika?
At what time?
Right after the brawling it out, as you say. Did you hear anything directed specifically towards Erika?
Not till he left. No, not till Brooks left.
Would you say that again?
Not till Brooks left.
So, did you or did you not hear anything directed towards Erika after the brawling it out, as you say?
Oh, okay, no.
So, can we pull that statement up again?
Go ahead. The state would do that once again. Just to the preview.
I'm reading directly from this statement where it says,
Mr. Brooks, it may or may not be a statement, so you need to be accurate. I know you're referring to
the
a police report.
The summary of the statement. I'm reading directly from the summary of the statement where it says, Runkel stated that after a short dispute between her, Kirby, and Brooks, she saw Brooks get back into the red SUV and heard him saying something to the effect of F you effing bees, you're dead, as he was leaving.
So I'll object on 2 grounds. 1, asked and answered, and 2, this could confuse the witness because it's not. She used the F and the B.
Sustained.
It was something on the back end of that I didn't get to.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, sir, but you've already asked that question before, so the objection is sustained.
I actually don't recall asking a question directly to that part of the summary.
I do. You read through that previously.
Do you remember what the question was so that I don't re-ask the same question?
Mr. Brooks, move on.
Did you ever hear something to the effect of F you effing bees, you're dead?
I did.
At what point did you hear that?
While Brooks was leaving.
So that would it be fair to say that you heard that after the brawling it out?
You shook your head. Can you say
yes?
Thank you.
That's a little confusing. So,
Mr. Brooks, that's not a question. You're attempting to testify.
I'm about to ask a question.
You
if I can get to it.
Ask your question. But you also can't mischaracterize the testimony or the evidence up to this point.
What do you mean?
In your questions, you can't mischaracterize prior testimony or evidence. You have to be accurate. So
I'm trying to be, but it's...
What's your next question, sir?
Kind of hard. Just a quick second.
Right, unless you have a different topic.
It is.
Anything related to this, what's in the summary, the questions regarding what she heard or didn't hear around this time, we've gone through that. You've gone through it. Under 906.11, you need to move on and ask a new line of questions.
I was trying to, if I can get to it.
Go ahead.
This part of the summary that I'm looking at now says Runkel stated that she did see pictures of Brooks following the Christmas parade incident via social media, and Runkel confirmed that was Brooks was I don't know, it looks kind of, I don't know if that's a mark on my screen that's going through, okay. I couldn't read it.
I'll object. I don't think there's a question there.
Right.
I didn't get to it yet.
Well, then I'll object to the ongoing commentary with lack of any questioning.
And I'll sustain that objection.
Oh, I do have a question. You said that you had known Erika roughly since you were rooming up at the women's shelter. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why she would refer to you as Kori Gray?
Because I go by that.
So how close would you say you guys were?
Close.
Close, like hung out all the time, every day?
Yes. Hung out every day. Sorry.
And do you know of any time before November the 21st of 2021? Do you know of any time before that Erika mentioned to you anything about the relationship that she had with Brooks outside of what you learned that day?
Can you say that again?
At any time before November 21st of 2021, did Erika ever confide any information to you before that day?
She did.
What was the nature of the information?
It's not allowed to be brought up.
I think she's referring to a pretrial ruling that she's aware of.
Yep.
So, you want to rethink asking that question, sir? Otherwise, I'm going to allow her to answer it.
What pretrial?
I'm not going to state.
No,
that
I'm not.
right now.
Are we both privy to the same pretrial procedure?
There was a pretrial ruling about.
Do you want her to answer that question, or do you want to move on?
I want to move on.
All right, I'll strike that question from the record. The jury will disregard the question that was asked.
So I would want to ask, was there any, during the brawling out point, was there any interaction between the driver of the vehicle and Nick?
There was.
Do you remember what the nature of that interaction or exchange was between those two?
I don't know. I just remember jumping in front.
Do you recall any threats being made towards Nick or from Nick towards the driver of the vehicle?
Oh, I do.
Relevance.
Overruled. She may answer.
I do.
Do you remember what was said specifically?
Not specifically, but I remember Brooks getting mad because Nick was coming to Erika's rescue. Right along with Kori. Me.
Do you recall any knife being involved in any of that situation during that exchange whatsoever?
No knife.
Were you aware that was why police was responding to that incident?
I did not.
Did you at any time have a knife during that incident?
I did not.
Do you know if Nick had a knife during that incident?
He did not.
Do you know if Erika had a knife Do you know if Erika had a knife during that incident?
She did not.
As far as your memory, do you recall reporting that a knife was involved in that incident?
I do not.
Do you recall if Nick reported a knife being involved in that incident?
It's possible.
Do you recall Erika reporting that a knife was involved in that incident?
I do not.
You testified to drinking a half pint of vodka that day. Was that the only thing you had to drink that day?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were tipsy?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you may even have been intoxicated?
No.
For any reason that day, acknowledging that you were drinking, would that have impaired your thinking of the situation in any way?
No.
So would it be fair to say that you were of clear and sober mind during that whole incident after drinking a half pint of vodka?
Yes.
So there, to the best of your memory, there wouldn't be any reason why you may have left something out or maybe not been clear about anything that happened during that specific incident.
Possibly left some things out.
Do you remember what they might have been?
No.
Do you know the plaintiff?
Objection for previous reasons.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
And no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Runkel, you met with Detective David Van Els to provide a statement on November 22nd of 2021. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That's accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Van Els, when he was asking you about this incident, that when you arrived, you heard Darrell Brooks telling Erika Patterson that he was going to, quote, smash her face in and that he was going to kill her, end quote?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Van Els that as you saw Brooks get back into the red SUV, you heard him say something to the effect of, quote, fuck you, fucking bitches, you're dead, end quote?
I do.
Okay. During your cross-examination, you repeatedly referred to a person as Brooks. The person depicted in the video, Exhibit 3, the person that you chested up to, is that person in the courtroom?
He is.
Can you point him out for us and just very clearly tell us where he's sitting, what he's wearing?
You want me to point?
Yes, please.
All right, he's right there and he's wearing orange.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It will.
And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Boom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be an excellent stopping point for us this evening. Thank you for your patience this evening. I do need to go through one instruction with you. Mr. Brooks, I want to commend you for a couple of things. Number one, asking to come back into the courtroom. I really appreciate that. I appreciate you being here. I think it runs much smoother when you are here, assuming you follow all the rules, which you have done a very good job at this afternoon. I also want to commend you on cooperating with the process even before you were brought over here. You were respectful. But you also made appropriate objections. You asked questions on cross-examination. Despite not wanting to unmask at first, you did do that, and I appreciate that. You asked some cogent, relevant questions, some of which went directly to the credibility of the witness. I would add, you might not always artfully ask the questions, but I think you're making some solid points. I would encourage you to keep prepping, to have questions written out based on the materials that you have. I really appreciate that you came back over and that you've been following the rules. I also want to encourage you, sir, to, if you choose, to wear your suit or other street clothes. It is your choice. I will let you make that choice. But I encourage you to consider that. I don't think there's anything we need to address other than perhaps timing. We went a little bit late here tonight, so I think I'm going to have the jurors report. I tell them we're going to bring them into the courtroom at 9. That usually means a little bit earlier with their protocol. We'll still start at 8:30 to address any housekeeping items at that point in time. Is there anything the state wants to address right now or any record you want to make?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Brooks, anything you want to address right now or any record you want to make?
No, just thank you for giving me a chance to come back in, and I appreciate what you said.
It works well when you're here, sir. I hope we continue this.
Something very, very quick. I was waiting for my COVID results to come back before I feel comfortable getting back dressed up. So I kind of just prefer to just stay in the orange right now.
All right, that's your choice.
They said I should be having the results. Hopefully by the time I get back, I might know some. If not, I'll know some tomorrow morning. So that would be a big influence on.
Okay, fair enough. The other thing is I had not been utilizing an all rise. Sometimes you stand, sometimes you don't. It is something I'd like to go back to, especially as it relates to the jurors. It's out of respect for them. So I will be doing an all rise for when the jurors enter and exit. And just given some of our logistics, I'm not looking for an all rise for when I enter at all. So my bailiffs are aware of that. But that's it for today. Good night, everyone. We'll see everyone at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
You know, where some may feel belittled by the way she was just addressing him, Brooks seems to thrive on it. Like he enjoys the encouragement. And I'm not a psychiatrist, but it just, you kind of makes you wonder about if he's ever received much encouragement in his past. I don't know. Kind of makes you wonder.
Day 2 of the trial, October the 7th. The first witness up is going to be Erika Patterson, the on-again, off-again ex-girlfriend of Darrell Brooks. Oh, and today we also get his COVID results. So let's get to it.
We are on the record calling State versus Brooks, 21 CF 1848. I have the state appearing by District Attorney Sue Opper, Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie, Assistant District Attorney Zach Wichow, and I have the defendant Darrell Brooks appearing in person. I have the jurors coming in a little bit later today, but they usually come early, so I'm not sure if they're here. But I did want to make sure and ask if there's anything the parties wished me to address this morning. I don't believe there's been any new filings. I haven't seen any, but I did want to ask.
Your Honor, from the state, we would just like to make a record with regard to the concern Mr. Brooks had yesterday about the juror that he believed he recognized from his initial appearance that may have made some type of hand gesture to him. I did not, unfortunately, write down the juror number. I know what the juror looks like, but I couldn't associate it on my chart. Do you recall the juror number?
I'd be guessing. I think I know what it is, but okay. I don't want to be correct on that. But we can have the civilian bailiff provide us with that information.
I don't know if we want to do have that juror come out just to confirm. I know that the juror told the civilian bailiff who informed the court. Our concern is we certainly don't want Mr. Brooks to keep raising issues with regard to specific jurors, and we start using those alternates up. So I guess I'd prefer to be on the record that juror was not at the initial appearance. I know that the three of us were at the initial appearance. There was an older woman who did, I ended up talking to her during the proceeding. She was not the juror that was described yesterday or that I saw yesterday with the clothes that Mr. Brooks indicated she was wearing. So I just really would like that to be put on the record that juror, in fact, was not at the initial appearance, and have her come in, provide her name, and do that. Or the juror number, not her name, her juror.
Okay, just in case you're not aware, the day before, Brooks had accused a juror of being someone who had flipped him off in the gallery on his initial appearance in court. He brought that to their attention, and they were going to check into it. So that's what basically they're talking about here.
Happening at the initial appearance, there was a woman that one of the deputies spoke with and warned her. It's my understanding that woman may have been in the gallery on Monday and was warned about behavior then. I have issued an order. She is not allowed back in these proceedings because of that. I believe we know her identity, and I can tell you with certainty it is not our juror. So, and if there's anything else, any other requests, I don't think it's necessary to bring that juror out, given that record. But I will certainly do that if the state feels, or Mr. Brooks, that that's important for their understanding or confirmation at this point.
Your Honor, I think what would be important is to note if her pool number is the first 41. Mr. Brooks actually was in court on day one of jury selection. I know for a fact. I'm in looking at my notes. It's unclear to me if he was present at any time in day 2 of jury selection. I know he was in day 1. So his claim that he was unable to see the juror at the time, obviously if it's a juror from day 1, he was able to see her because he was in court with her. So that would also be something, I guess if we could establish that she was part of the first 41, then I think the record is clear that the defendant was in court when the first 41 were brought out, and therefore he could have objected at that time.
I will get confirmation of the number, and we'll go from there. Any requests as relates to that, Mr. Brooks?
Before I get to that whole issue, Your Honor, if I may, I would like to state for the record, and would like the record to reflect that I personally don't identify by that name. I am here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as an authorized representative for my client. I accept for value, in return for value, all the charging instruments in this matter, and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments.
Your statements are noted for the record, sir. All right, as to the issue of the juror?
As far as the issue of the juror, I was maybe briefly present when the first wave of jurors were brought in. I didn't recall really being in here long enough to really get a look at the jurors coming in, because I was removed at that time. Actually, either they were coming in or shortly after they were brought in, I was removed. I definitely was not present for the second and third wave. I was in the other courtroom, so I can't see the jurors from the other courtroom on the monitor, so it wouldn't possibly be that I would have seen the juror that I was referring to yesterday.
Understanding that that may very well be true, my recollection is you were removed pretty quickly due to an interruption early on. I don't have my notes in front of me as to when you were brought in or not, but I am advising you that I was able to confirm with others including law enforcement, that the juror that you suspected was the woman who made an inappropriate gesture toward you at the initial appearance. They are not the same individuals. I've been able to confirm that. I know the identity of the woman who did what you said, and it is not this juror.
Is there any way that I can be sure of that?
Do you want to have juror, I think it might be 41, I don't want to guess, but I can bring that juror out when the jurors get here, and we can have her under oath testify that she was not at your initial appearance or any of the proceedings in this case. I'm able to do that.
That would be helpful, Your Honor.
All right. Can we check to see where they're at and if they're here? And if so, to have that juror brought out. It's probably best we have a record of that juror number with specificity in any event.
Your Honor, the only concern I would have, obviously, we may know that there's one person at initial appearance who made a hand gesture. I just wanted on the record that if there was a second person, it's not the juror that's impaneled in this case.
I'm not aware of another.
Nor am I.
Your Honor, if you... I'm not interrupting, am I?
Give me 1 second. The juror will be out momentarily. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
I would like to state for the record, the prosecution seems to be saying this with firsthand knowledge.
You referring to the issue we're talking about right now?
Correct, Your Honor.
Is there a question with that, or I'm not understanding why you're raising that at this moment?
Well, I'm raising it because the prosecution said that, and they stated that they knew for a fact that this juror is not the juror that I'm speaking of.
I said that.
Well, the prosecution said it too, Your Honor.
I provided the information, said I've been able to confirm the identity of the person who made an inappropriate gesture to you at your initial appearance. And then based upon the informal questioning of the juror that you suspected was that, determined confirmed that she was not that individual, and then subsequent to confirming that informal information, I was able to do some additional questioning of law enforcement and others to determine the identity of that other person and confirm, in fact, that what you said happened, but it's not this juror. But we're going to bring that juror out just so you can, or I will, question her about that. So there's a very clear record that your concern and whether one of the jurors on this panel was at your initial appearance and made an inappropriate gesture can be put to bed once and for all, so that you're satisfied they are two different people, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you want to take over?
No, yes, just can sit in the jury box. She's a juror. She may be put under oath and questioned, but she's a juror, and so no one can film her or take her photograph. Go ahead. She can just sit in one of the spots in the jury box. All right. Good morning. You can have a seat. I just want to put on the record, this is juror number 41, and you are not in trouble. We just have had an issue come up, and we wanted to make sure we all had accurate information. At any point in time, did you attend any of the proceedings in this matter regarding Mr. Brooks?
No.
Were you ever at the initial appearance for Mr. Brooks?
No.
All right. State have any follow-up based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, any follow-up based on what I've asked this witness, or what I've asked this juror, sorry?
No.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm going to wait till she's back out of the courtroom, because there's a hallway behind me, and then ask a follow-up. Are they gone? Mr. Brooks, we brought out juror number 41. Was that the same juror that you initially suspected was someone who was at your initial appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And again, she denied. She said she told us she wasn't there, and I trust that satisfies your inquiry into this issue.
I'm still a little leery, but
okay.
I say that. I'm not interrupting, am I?
Go ahead.
I say that because I don't forget faces. I don't.
All right, I understand what you're saying, but the record is made clear, and I'll make a finding that juror number 41 was not at your initial appearance and is not the person who made an inappropriate gesture to you either at or following that hearing. All right, then any other issues from the state?
Yes, Judge, just briefly a few. From yesterday's testimony, we'd like to move into evidence Exhibit 1, which was the map, Exhibit 3, which was the video played during Kori Runkel's testimony, and Exhibit 5, which is the photograph of Erika Patterson. They were all testified to yesterday.
Any objection? Mr. Brooks?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess it would be to the terms of relevancy. There's been no testimony from Ms. Patterson, so I'm just curious to know the relevancy of that being made evidence at this point in time, because from what was said yesterday was that she would be testifying at some point. Would it not be better to have that admitted then if she decides to testify instead of right now when we're not even sure if she is going to testify?
Your objections are noted for the record. There was a proper foundation laid regarding each one of these exhibits. They also are relevant to the issues within this trial, and I'll admit exhibits 1, 3, and 5, and also advise the jury when they come back into court this morning.
Your Honor, I'm not interrupting, am I?
Hold on, I'm not to you yet. If there are any issues, any other issues from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, I would just like the record to indicate that I understand we did not follow up with this after the lunch break on the record, but it was my understanding that Mr. Brooks did receive the medical attention that he was seeking over the lunch hour. So I just wanted that on the record. And then finally, Your Honor, just a reminder to Mr. Brooks as to the other acts evidence. In line with his questioning of Kori Runkel yesterday, Erika Patterson will be testifying here this morning. The court issued a ruling as to the other acts evidence. The state strictly abided by that. Mr. Brooks came very close several times to opening the door to that testimony. We treaded very lightly on purpose to be respectful of the court's ruling, but the court warned him twice. Mr. Witschow even personally went over and warned Mr. Brooks during Ms. Runkel's testimony. And before we start another round of challenges, potentially during Ms. Patterson's testimony, we just wanted to make a record of that so that Mr. Brooks knows if he opens the door to that other act's testimony, it will come in.
And I appreciate the state raising that as well. Mr. Brooks, on the issue of medical attention, did you see the jail nurse or other medical personnel during the lunch hour yesterday?
Yes, I did. I received a cleaning of my cut and a bandage.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was getting to the other parts of the injuries. They
Go ahead.
viewed the bruises that I have on my arm and legs as well. I don't know what's going to happen behind that, but I was looked at.
All right, thank you. Does not appear to me that any of these injuries are interfering in any way with your ability to be here today and assist in your own defense. So that's good.
Yeah, I'm just a little tender, just a little sore. So.
All right. Mr. Brooks, do you understand what the state is referencing as it relates to the other act's evidence?
I do not understand.
Do you recall being in court at the end of August when the court addressed a number of motions, including a motion brought by the state to admit other acts?
And with all respect, Your Honor, this whole process is very, very new to me. So I'm trying to, I guess, stay within bounds of the questions that I'm allowed to ask. If I color outside the line, so to speak, it is not intentionally, because I'm basically learning as I go.
So I'm going to have my clerk print out the motion for other acts that was filed by the state, along with the response that was filed by your attorneys at that time, and further advise you the court did not grant the state's request to admit other acts as it relates to your conduct with Erika Patterson prior to November 21 of 2021. And your questions yesterday of Ms. Runkel could have opened the door to the court revisiting that issue. That's why the court stopped. It was interesting. Ms. Runkel clearly was advised not to talk about other acts. The state followed the requirement that they advise their witnesses about the court's order as it relates to other acts. And I believe I kind of paused twice and said, "Are you sure you want to answer that?" I referenced generally some prior rulings so as not to alert the jury to anything more than that. And then at one point, Attorney Wichow also came over, muted your microphone. I don't know what was said, but my understanding is he basically kind of gave you the same caution. There's a ruling, something to that effect. And I know you didn't proceed with the questions that you had originally attempted to ask this witness. So it's very clear what we're talking about. Again, I'm going to give you these filings so that you understand what I prohibited in this trial. And the record should reflect those filings are being provided. Madam Clerk, do you happen to have the document numbers for those? Sorry, I should.
170.
Document 170.
And 161.
161. So documents 170 and 161 were provided to Mr. Brooks. So the only other thing I'll say on that, sir, is if you ask questions, I'm not going, that would open up the door potentially, or at least ask questions that call for answers that might fall within that order that I issued. You do that at your own peril, and you may open the door to the state bringing in other witnesses and other testimony about those issues. So I want you to be advised of that. You are correct that when the state made the request, I prohibited the state from introducing that evidence. So you're not incorrect when you say I didn't, when you kind of referenced about there's a difference between me prohibiting you and prohibiting the state. But from my perspective, the order that I issued was to your benefit. And so you can ask those questions. You're not prohibited, but then you potentially open the door to that information becoming admissible in this case. So I want you to be advised of that.
May I quick, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I would just like to say that I accept for value in return for value these filings. I do believe that I have a little bit more clarity, if that helps.
Thank you for putting that on the record. Do you have any other issues you want me to address?
Just very, very quick. I still don't understand the nature and cause of the charges against me, Your Honor, and I still would motion for, or tennis motion for the jurisdiction to be proven, the subject matter jurisdiction. And also motion for finding of fact.
Your requests are all noted for the record, and for the reasons previously stated on this record, I'm not going to answer those requests any further. They've already been denied by the court. I'd point you to the case of the Beneby decision at 654 F 3rd 753. All right, anything else, sir?
I'm not interrupting, am I?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I would like the record to reflect, is that a judicial determination that you are making?
Your Honor, Mr. Brooks, the record speaks for itself. I've made my decision. We're moving on. All right. With that, then, State have a witness available to be called.
We do. Would you also just make a record, Your Honor, this morning that Mr. Brooks does appear again in his orange jail uniform and that he was offered the ability to wear street clothes and declined that offer? Also, he does have appears to have all of his discovery materials at the table with him.
Yes, thank you. I should make a record of that as well. I didn't state at the outset Mr. Brooks is here in person and in custody. He once again has come to the courtroom in jail attire. I presume, Mr. Brooks, but please confirm for me you were offered the opportunity to change into street clothes.
As I stated on the record yesterday, I'm waiting for the results of the COVID test that I took. So until I get those results back, I would prefer to not wear street clothes at this time.
All right. Can you confirm for me, though, that you were provided an opportunity to change into them if you so chose?
And not to my knowledge.
Sir, I'm providing you with that opportunity right now. If you would like to change into your street clothes, into the suit and tie that you had previously, or any other street clothes, I would give you that opportunity. Did you hear me advise you of that just now?
I might consider it. Maybe I may have more information from the medical staff once we take a break, or maybe I'm anticipating. Well, actually, I anticipated that I would know before we even started court. So that. Do
you want me to have the bailiffs ask the CO if there's any new information that can be relayed to you before we bring the jury out?
That would be helpful, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection? I could email the jail administrator if you want, or I can just simply have the bailiffs do that.
Whichever works best for Your Honor.
All right, let's see. She's not going to give me information in an email, that much I know, but I could at least find out if there's new information. If there's new information, then it's going to have to be given to you directly. That may require you to be taken into the holding cell to be given that information, okay?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Let me just continue that. Again, right now he's in the jail attire. We're going to give him an opportunity to see if there's any update regarding the testing that was done earlier this week. And until we at least get word whether there is new information or not, we'll not bring the jury out. I will make a record that Mr. Brooks does have the 3 boxes that have been referenced previously. I see the objection sign. I see the selected statutes that the court provided to him previously, and I see he has a number of papers in front of him. So he looks as if he's prepared to participate meaningfully today.
May I say something real quick for the record, Your Honor?
Sure.
I did bring these boxes up. I have not had the time to go through everything in there. As you can see, it's a lot. And that's putting it minimal. A lot. So I have not had the time to go through everything that's in there. I'm winging it, Your Honor.
Deputy Whitting, any new information?
Yeah.
All right. Well, can you provide that? Well, let me just see.
We'll just do it.
All right.
Conviction.
All right, the information that I have on whether there's new information is they don't have the results, but medical will be called again to check on that to see if anything new, any new information is available. But as of right now, there's not. I also was advised that you were offered 3 times to have street closed by Officer Gabor. Just want to make a record of that.
See, there's another lie. He just got caught on the record.
All right, then, Mr. Brooks, we don't have apparently new information. I intend to just continue then, okay?
Really quick. To the decision of Your Honor for me to be removed from the proceedings over the last few days, that was used from the Illinois versus Allen, right?
Correct. I also had cited to a case that I believe is on point, although not binding on this court. I am persuaded by the reasoning in United States versus Jennings, found at 855 F Sup 1427, which is from 1994, from Pennsylvania. And as well as, just that one. That was affirmed by the Third Circuit in United States v. Jennings, 61 F 3rd 867, Third Circuit, 1995. So the first decision I referenced was a federal district court decision, and then the Third Circuit decision. Let me know if you need those citations again.
Does any one of those mention the being present through audio and visual?
Yes, audio. In other words, the defendant in that case, who also was a pro se defendant, was removed from the courtroom after he said he would continue disruptive conduct in the presence of prospective jurors, but he was able to continue to listen to proceedings through loudspeakers and transmit messages to the court, was barred, and what the court held is he was barred from the proceedings by his own conduct, not by the court, and the conviction in that case was affirmed. Do you want that citation again?
No, I'm not interrupting, am I?
No, go ahead.
I do represent myself pro per. I would like that stated for the record. Like the record to reflect that, not pro se.
The record will also reflect your choice of term to describe your appearance today.
I've briefly read Illinois versus Allen. It didn't say, it didn't give any reference at all to him being present by audio or visual in that case whatsoever. It just strictly talks about the reasons that he was removed and the options that the judge had in that. One of them being that he could be bound and gagged. One of them being that he can be held in contempt and removed from the courtroom while the trial would continue, but it did not say anything about being present visually or audio or by audio.
Well, I appreciate you reading the case, sir, and providing that information. I'm well aware of what the case says, and as that case says, the Supreme Court talked about there would be no one formula for maintaining the appropriate courtroom atmosphere, and no one formula will be best in all situations. But the Supreme Court said this: we think there are at least 3 constitutionally permissible ways for a trial judge to handle an obstreperous defendant like Allen, going through the 3 things that you identify. And my findings here are that there's a fourth way, and that's through the wonders of technology that weren't available in 1970 when that decision was authored. So I appreciate the notation on the record. You are here today, and I hope you stay here today. That's certainly my preference. You've demonstrated you're able to prepare, you're able to ask questions, you're able to articulate in a clear, coherent, cogent, and responsive way. And I'd like to bring the jury out, and that's what we're going to do next.
I'm interrupting real quick. I just want to say something very quick to that.
Very quick, sir.
I don't see that fourth way, Your Honor. Also, when
Mr. Brooks, my decision stands from previous. If you believe there's any error that I made, that is for you to address if there is a conviction and on appeal. But my decision stands. And the record speaks for itself.
May I put on record that I intend to appeal that judicial decision, Your Honor?
Understood. You may appeal as you deem appropriate.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury out. I will ask everyone stand for the jury out of respect for them. Teresa, I'm going to send you an email. It'll just be easier. Just send it to I don't know. Oh, poor guy. So I'm going to send you this email. I just need the cases printed off. I don't want to interrupt with printing here.
Or do you want to send it to the G20?
I'm not going to send it. I'd have to search for it. So.
Okay. Well, why don't you email it to me and I'll print it over.
Sounds good.
Let's do that. Yeah, your badge. We just need to badge.
Why did he sit back
I
down?
will print the email. That's 20, right? I will print that for myself.
Okay, so the next witness is Erika.
Be seated when you come in. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. Have a seat, and I'll make sure you all, looks like you all have your writing materials to take notes if you so choose. For the record, I have received exhibits 1, 3, and 5. With that, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Erika Patterson.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is upper riser and to my right. When you get there, please raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's standing over here, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Okay. Erika Patterson, Erika Patterson.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Patterson. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. Sorry.
All right. Can you tell us, do you know a man by the name of Darrell Brooks?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court have Mr. Brooks temporarily remove his mask.
Mr. Brooks, you're advised to remove your mask, please. Thank you.
Ms. Patterson, do you see Darrell Brooks in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
On the left side, and he's wearing an orange shirt and a mask.
I'd ask the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
Can you tell us how long you've known Darrell Brooks?
Since I was 15.
How old are you now?
32 today.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
What's the nature of your relationship with Mr. Brooks?
We have a 15-year-old daughter together.
Okay. In what state did you meet Mr. Brooks?
Reno, Nevada.
And when did you come to Wisconsin?
Last year, 2021, June 13th.
Why did you come to Wisconsin?
We were coming out here. I was going to be out here for 2 weeks and go back, but I never went back.
Who did you come to Wisconsin with?
Darrell Brooks.
Where did you live when you got to Wisconsin?
Atlanta, Georgia. Or we lived with his mother, sorry.
Mr. Brooks' mother?
Mm-hmm.
In what city was that?
Hold on, was that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's what my job is, to make sure the record is
Yes, ma'am. Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay. At some point, did you stop living in Milwaukee and start living in Waukesha?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when that timeline was?
November 2nd, 2021.
Okay. Where were you staying in Waukesha?
The women's shelter in Waukesha.
That's downtown?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know a person by the name of Kori Runkel?
Yes.
Where did you meet Kori Runkel?
The women's shelter.
Were you roommates?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the date of November 21st, 2021.
Yes.
Did you know anything about a parade happening in Waukesha that day when you woke up that morning?
I didn't know about the parade.
Okay, what about that afternoon? Did it become apparent to you that something was going on?
Yes.
Did you come into contact with Darrell Brooks on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021?
Yes.
Where did you first come into contact with Mr. Brooks?
At Frame Park.
And how did that come about? What were you doing and why did he get there?
We were messaging and calling each other all day. We were arguing back and forth. He came out there. Well, I told him I was with Miss Kori, and he came out there. I told him where I was. Got in his car. We drove around. And then I forgot the street. We went up that street. It's a hill. It's kind of by the Walgreens. We went up that hill. We drove around. Me and him got into an altercation. He hit me in my eye. I jumped out of the car, walked and found my way back by Frame Park. And then he followed me there. And then I went back in his car. I got out and I had called Kori. Well, I called Kori before that. And she came to meet me. I told her that me and him got into an altercation. So she met up with me, and by the time she got there, she pulled me out the way because his car turned around. He swerved. She pulled me out the way. He got up his car, and they got into an altercation. He pushed her in her face, and I don't remember if she hit him back or anything. After that, we walked away and walked back to the women's shelter.
Okay. Let's go back and go through some of the details of that, all right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You said that you told Mr. Brooks that you were hanging out with Miss Kori.
Yes.
Were you hanging out with Kori Runkel earlier that day?
Yes, her and her friend Nick.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were with those two?
Is at the Frame Park because we had split up when I met up with Darrell.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing in Frame Park with Kori?
We were just hanging out.
Okay. Any alcohol involved?
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you remember?
Had like a Mike's Hard, the little Mike's Hard beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you say that you were intoxicated after consuming one Mike's Hard beer?
No, I was not.
Okay. And at what point did you split up with Kori?
When Darrell was on his way, Kori and Nick had left, so I sat there and waited for him. We were still arguing on the phone, but I waited for him.
And you were in Frame Park?
Yes.
Okay. How did Darrell arrive? That is, he didn't walk to Waukesha.
He drove in his mother's car. It was the red, was it a Ford, I believe? I'm not sure what kind of car, but it was the red.
Had you seen him driving that car on previous occasions?
Yes.
Had you ever been in that vehicle before?
Yes.
When you were staying with Mr. Brooks' mother, were you staying in the house?
No.
Where were you staying?
We were outside. Sometimes we'd sleep in that car because his mom, he was not allowed to, be in the house. So, yes.
And you slept in that car with Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
That was before November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for us what happened when Mr. Brooks first arrived in Frame Park, when you first saw him that day.
We were still arguing, pretty much. He was already in a bad mood when he met up with me anyways.
This is an argument that face-to-face using words, not messaging,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened next?
We drove around and were arguing, and that's when we got into the altercation in the car, and that's when I jumped out. We were up the hill.
Do you remember exactly the route that the two of you took while you were driving around?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer.
Yes, I do. I'm not sure the exact street names. Like I said, I'm not from Waukesha, but I do know the route.
After, the next day you met with Detective Steve Guth, is that right?
Yes, it was the same day.
Okay. And you got in the squad car with Detective Guth.
Oh, that was the next day, yes. Sorry.
And showed him the route that you took with Mr. Brooks?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
The audio that they're going to describe here, I'm going to actually put it at the end of this video so you guys can hear it all.
All right. You described going up a hill, right?
Yes.
Did you cross the river before you did that?
No.
Okay. What happened once you got up at the top of the hill?
He drove up farther more, and then that's when I jumped. It was on the up the hill. It was farther more, and then that's when he hit me, and I jumped out of his car. Well, his mother's car.
Where were you sitting when he hit you?
The passenger side front seat.
Where was he sitting?
Driver's side.
What did he use to hit you?
His hand.
Was it an open hand, a closed fist?
Yes. What was it? Like this, sorry, like his open hand.
Okay.
But it was hard.
So the record should reflect that the witness raised her right hand and
yes.
kind of waved it almost like a back slap?
No, harder than that.
Okay. What did you do after Mr. Brooks struck you?
I cried, and then I just jumped out of the car. And then going towards down the hill, that's when he was following me.
Describe how you were going down the hill.
Walking down the hill.
And how was he going down the hill?
Driving.
The red Ford Escape?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
He just followed me all the way to the park.
Okay.
He tried to take my phone from me at the light going down the hill, and he just kept following me and arguing with me out the window.
Do you recall being near a gas station while this argument was happening?
Yes.
Objection, irrelevant.
Yes.
Hold on. Overruled. She may answer, and the answer she provided may stand.
Yes. It was right at the light. The gas station's on the, that's a gas station on the left, and then Walgreens is towards the right.
And do you remember what was being said at the gas station?
I do not remember.
What happened when you got past the gas station?
I kept walking. He was still following me.
Did you at any point attempt to contact anybody for help?
No, just Kori. But towards the frame park. That's when I called her. When I got closer to there.
Did she answer?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, he just hit me. And I said, I need you to meet me. And that's when she met me.
Where did you go?
I walked past Frame Park and I went, I met Kori, and I got into his car and then got back out, and I met Kori at White Rock School, I believe it is.
When you say his car, you're talking about who?
Darrell Brooks.
Okay. And were you familiar with White Rock School at the time? Did you ever
No.
been there before?
No.
You just know that from talking about this afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you got to White Rock School?
That's when because I had got there, got back in his car, talked to him, got back out. Kori had met. She snatched me out of the way because he swerved his car when he made a U-turn, and then that's when he got out of the car and they were arguing, and he hit her in her face, and then I think she pushed him back. I don't recall. And then I was trying to split them up at the time. After that, we just kept walking and went to the women's shelter.
Who's we?
Me and Miss Kori.
Madam Clerk, could we please have the state's rear table projected for the witness? Ms. Patterson, I've projected on the screen in front of you a video marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Have you seen this video before?
Yes.
What does it depict, or what's in this video? What are we going to see here?
You're going to see me walking, and you're going to see him turning the car back around and Kori meeting up with me in the altercation they had.
Does this video accurately show what happened in front of the White Rock School on November 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 4 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Any objections?
Yes, we haven't even played the video. How do we know what's even in the video at this point? Can we see the video before it is admitted into evidence?
Your objection is noted. The foundation has been laid. Exhibit 4 is received. And permission to publish is granted.
Can we also shut off the I think it's the Polycom system that's taking up the screen?
We certainly can. Yep. There you go.
All right, we're going to play from a timestamp of 51 seconds in this exhibit. And actually, can we pause quick? Paused at 1:04, and just to clarify, Ms. Patterson, we're going to watch portions of the video. We're not going to talk while it's playing, and then when it's paused, I'll ask you questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's resume at 1:04. What did you do after Mr. Brooks struck you?
I cried, and then I just jumped out of the car. And then going towards down the hill, that's when he was following me.
Describe how you were going down the hill.
Walking down the hill.
And how was he going down the hill?
Driving.
The red Ford Escape?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
He just followed me all the way to the park.
Okay.
He tried to take my phone from me at the light going down the hill, and he just kept following me and arguing with me out the window.
Do you recall being near a gas station while this argument was happening?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant.
Yes.
Hold on. Overruled, she may answer, and the answer she provided may stand.
Yes. It was right at the light. The gas station on the, that's the gas station on the left, and then Walgreens is towards the right.
Okay. And do you remember what was being said at the gas station?
I do not remember.
Okay. What happened when you got past the gas station?
I kept walking. He was still following me.
Okay. Did you at any point attempt to contact anybody for help?
No, just Kori, but towards the frame park. That's when I called her, when I got closer to there.
Did she answer?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, he just hit me, and I said, I need you to meet me. And that's when she met me.
Okay. Where did you go?
I walked past Frame Park, and I went, I met Kori, and I got into his car and then got back out, and I met Kori at White Rock School, I believe it is.
When you say his car, you're talking about who?
Darrell Brooks.
Okay. And were you familiar with White Rock School at the time? Did you ever
No.
been there before?
No.
You just know that from talking about this afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you got to White Rock School?
That's when because I had got there, got back in his car, talked to him, got back out. Kori had met. She snatched me out of the way because he swerved his car when he made a U-turn, and then that's when he got out of the car and they were arguing, and he hit her in her face, and then I think she pushed him back. I don't recall, and then I was trying to split them up at the time. After that, we just kept walking and went to the women's shelter.
Who's we?
Me and Miss Kori.
Madam Clerk, could we please have the state's rear table projected for the witness? Hey, Ms. Patterson, I've projected on the screen in front of you a video marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Have you seen this video before?
Yes.
What does it depict, or what's in this video? What are we going to see here?
You're going to see me walking, and you're going to see him turning the car back around and Kori meeting up with me in the altercation they had.
Does this video accurately show what happened in front of the White Rock School on November 21st of 2021?
Yes.
I move Exhibit 4 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Any objections?
Yes, we haven't even played the video. How do we know what's even in the video at this point? Can we see the video before it is admitted into evidence?
Your objection is noted. The foundation has been laid. Exhibit 4 is received.
He's such an idiot.
And permission to publish is granted.
Can we also shut off the I think it's the Polycom system that's taking up
we
the
certainly
screen?
can. Yep. There you go.
All right, we're going to play from a timestamp of 51 seconds in this exhibit. Actually, can we pause quick? Paused at 1:04, and just to clarify, Ms. Patterson, we're going to watch portions of the video. We're not going to talk while it's playing, and then when it's paused, I'll ask you questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's resume at 1:04.
I'm zooming this in as much as I can for us. I don't know if that helps any.
Let's pause. We've paused at 1 minute and 37 seconds. Ms. Patterson, who did we see in the video there walking?
Me.
Okay. And we saw a red SUV, right?
Yes.
Who was driving that SUV?
Darrell Brooks.
Was there anybody else in the vehicle at that point, to your knowledge?
Nope.
Okay. Let's resume playing. Let's pause there. At 4 minutes and 17 seconds, the two people who just entered the screen from the right, do you know who they are?
Kori and Nick.
Do you know which is which?
Kori's on the left, Nick's on the right.
Let's resume playing.
The sign seems to be blocking Erika here, but her friends just met up with her, it looks like. And then you can see Brooks pull up again. Is the driver door open? It kind of looks like the driver's doors was pulled open there.
And we can stop it there at 6 minutes and 54 seconds. What did we see in that clip, Ms. Patterson?
I walked away from Kori and Nick because I was mad because me and her started arguing after that because she was mad that I even met up with Mr. Brooks.
Okay.
And then she was running after me.
Do you know the direction that you were walking there?
Straight. And then...
That's fair. Waukesha's
sorry.
confusing.
I'm sorry. It really is. I'm sorry.
Towards downtown or away from?
Towards downtown. Sorry.
And where did you go after you walked off the screen here?
I just kept walking until they followed me, and then we made a left. I'm not sure which street it was, but we made a left. We didn't know, yeah. We just made a left turn and went straight towards the women's shelter.
Before you turned off of the street you're walking on here, did you have contact with a police officer?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you spoke briefly with that officer?
Yes.
And then where'd you go after you spoke with that officer?
Then we left. That's when we made the left across the street and went towards the shelter, women's shelter.
At the moment when Mr. Brooks left the little physical scuffle that we saw there and got into the driver's seat, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was angry.
Okay. How do you know that? What was he saying or doing that led you to believe that?
Besides the fact that he was arguing the whole time and he hit me, he was just mad. He just left very angry. He just drove off fast. He was mad they called the cops.
You don't recall any specific things that he said at that point?
No.
Do you recall what kind of shoes he was wearing?
I do not.
Do you remember meeting with detectives after this and saying that he was wearing blue slides?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
But I'm sure I did.
Can we please pull up for the witness only? Exhibit 5.
Objection. Why is that for the witness? Oh, sorry.
You recognize this photograph?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead there. I'm assuming that Mr. Brooks withdrew that objection?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. That was my understanding, and appreciate that. Okay, go ahead.
And I believe actually Exhibit 5 has already been received and published, so I'd ask to do that again, to publish again.
Permission granted.
Object. Wasn't it supposed to be for the witness only?
The exhibit's previously been received, and the state requested permission to publish it once again, and I granted that request.
So when, just so I'm clear, when it's published again, then it's...
Correct. When I say permission to publish granted, that means it will be shown to the courtroom and to the jury.
Okay, I didn't understand.
That's okay.
Ms. Patterson, who's that in the picture?
That's me.
And that photograph was taken
The day of the parade?
November 21st?
Yes.
The night?
Yes.
Okay. And what injuries do we see in that video, in that photograph?
That is my left eye that was swollen.
Your left eye would have been the eye closest to the defendant, based on your description of where you and the defendant were sitting in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you sustain that injury?
From him, Mr. Brooks, when he hit me.
Ms. Patterson, did you consent in any way to being struck in the face?
No.
That's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's a real Romeo.
You stated that you were hanging out with your friend Miss Kori on the day of this incident, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were hanging out drinking?
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that you occasionally drink too much?
Objection, Elvis.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that, well, let me back up. What were you drinking?
A Mike's Hard beverage.
Were you aware that it was said that you were actually drinking vodka?
No.
Hold on. When there's an objection, I need to rule on it first, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained that mischaracterizes the previous testimony. Next question.
So it would be fair to say that you were drinking.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were a little intoxicated?
I was not.
I have a feeling that he has ridden her in the past just like this. Like he knows how to push her buttons. And he knows that this is a sensitive topic with her possibly, or maybe he's made her believe that she drinks too much. I don't know if she does or not. She might. But obviously you can just tell she's upset by it. I mean, forget the fact that he's a pothead. I don't know if he drinks or not. I've heard he doesn't, but he's a pothead. But she can't drink and have any fun. It's like he just makes her feel guilty for it. He's gaslighting her.
How much did you drink that day?
1 of the Mike's Hard alcohol beverage.
And around what time of the day was that?
I don't remember.
Was it shortly before meeting up with the alleged defendant, or was it sometime before?
It was before.
Did you have anything to drink after?
No, I did not.
You stated that you were engaging in a conversation with the alleged defendant via the telephone. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Texts, phone calls?
Yes.
Were those texts and phone calls of what nature were they of?
Me and Mr. Brooks were arguing throughout the day.
In the texts and phone calls?
Yes, we were.
If there were, if the conversation was argumentative, why would you agree to meet up with the alleged defendant?
I do not know.
Do you recall how the meetup was supposed to be set up?
I don't recall.
Did you at any time ask the alleged defendant to meet up with you?
Well, I told Mr. Brooks where I was.
Did you at any time ask to meet up with the alleged defendant?
No, I did not.
So it would be fair to say that the alleged defendant just came where you were?
Yes, I told you where we were. And obviously, we were going to hang out. I never told Mr. Brooks to hang out with me. I told him where we were.
So why would, if there was an argumentative conversation prior to you meeting up with the alleged defendant, why would you tell the alleged defendant where you were?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You just stated that you really don't know the city of Waukesha. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So how would you know exactly where you were?
because I was with Kori and she's familiar with this area.
Would it be fair to say that Kori overheard these conversations between you and the alleged defendant?
Yes, she was my roommate. She heard every conversation almost.
When you say every conversation, what would that
When
refer
she,
to?
when she was in the room with me, when I was always talking to her.
So it would be fair to say that you were engaged in conversation with the alleged defendant before you even left the women's shelter?
Yes.
And those argumentative conversations continue into your hanging out?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that's what led you to drink?
No.
Would it be fair to say you were drinking because that's what you wanted to do?
Yes.
Is it true that one of the rules and requirements of being at the women's shelter is no drugs and no alcohol? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, but when I was drinking, it was at Frame Park. I was not at the women's shelter.
Would it be fair to say that you knew you had to come back into the women's shelter at some point that day, that they have a curfew?
Yes. And I made it before curfew.
See how he's degrading her right here? And she's so defensive. It's like he has probably done this to her their entire relationship.
Let me back up a little bit. You did state that part of the rules and requirements for being in the women's shelter is no drugs and no alcohol, correct?
Yes, it was not in the women's shelter.
That's not what I'm asking. It's part of the requirement and rules of the women's shelter, no drugs, no alcohol.
Yes.
Object, asked and answered twice.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Brooks.
Is there any type of drug and alcohol testing at the women's shelter?
I don't know. No.
No, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that if it was found that you were engaging in drugs and alcohol, that you might have lost your place at the women's shelter?
I'll object. I don't see how this is relevant.
Sustained. Next question.
So around what time were you hanging out with Miss Kori, you said?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were at?
Frame Park.
Do you remember where in Frame Park?
No.
And approximately at what time did you meet up with the alleged defendant?
I don't remember.
How long were you with the alleged defendant? Do you remember that?
Approximately 35 minutes.
Do you recall what? Well, you said that during this time you were with the alleged defendant that there was a arguing going on. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you remember what that argument was about?
He was arguing with me about money because I did not bail him out.
You also said that well, let me back up from that a little bit. If you knew that the conversation was becoming volatile, why did you still meet up with the alleged defendant?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, did the alleged defendant know anything about the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And what did the alleged defendant know about Waukesha?
He told me, Mr. Brooks told me that his first child's mother lives in Waukesha.
Do you know that to be a fact?
No, that's just what Mr. Brooks told me.
Are you aware that the alleged defendant in fact has no mother of any child that lives in the city of Waukesha?
Objection. If Mr. Brooks wants to testify, he should do so in a different stage of the trial.
Sustained. You don't need to answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
Other than what you can recall about what the alleged defendant told you that they knew about Waukesha, how did the alleged defendant meet up with you in the location that you gave?
Mr. Brooks already knew where Frame Park was. Mr. Brooks previously had been to Waukesha plenty of times before. He's told me that.
And when was that told to you, and what conversation? Was it that day?
Before that. I'm not sure which day it was. I just know he knows about Waukesha.
So, would it be fair to say that when you told the alleged defendant where you were, that the alleged defendant knew exactly where you were?
Yes.
And how would the alleged defendant know that?
Because Mr. Brooks already knew Waukesha. He knew exactly where to go.
Did you at any time give directions where you may have been?
How could I give directions when I barely knew Waukesha myself?
Is that a no?
That's a no, sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
So, if you barely knew Waukesha yourself, where did you get the information of where you were from, where you were at the time of the conversation via telephone?
I left the women's shelter with Kori, and she knows that location. She told me what Frame Park was. I didn't know the name.
And would it be fair to say, assuming from what you just said, that you were with the alleged defendant for approximately around 30 minutes or so?
Yes.
And during that time, did you make any disparaging remarks or anything to entice the argument to escalate?
No.
So you didn't say anything at all during your 30 minutes with the alleged defendant?
No, because I was crying the whole time because Mr. Brooks was yelling at me, arguing with me.
So you said absolutely nothing at all?
I was crying the whole time.
Did you say anything?
No.
A few more questions.
The phone call transcripts that they're discussing, I've got some of those. We're going to attach them I put them on a card in this video, so they'll be in the video description. They had a phone call where he got her to go back on what she had said that he did, and she was going to lie and say that she had lied, or that she had lied about him hurting her. He had her doing that, but they had it all on tape because he was in jail when they had the phone conversation. But because he knew he could do that to her then, he thought he could do that to her here. I think he's surprised that she's actually testifying against him. I think he thought he had her wrapped up enough to where she wasn't going to do that. And obviously, by the way she's reacting to him, you can tell that she's done. She's been wanting out of this for a long time.
To the best of your knowledge, do you remember talking with a detective, I don't want to butcher this name, Your Honor. I don't know how to pronounce it.
You can spell it if that's helpful.
A detective, B-E-H-R-E-N-D-T.
Detective Barron? Is it a detective or an officer?
It says detective, Your Honor.
Okay, ask your question.
Do you remember speaking with that detective?
Yes.
Do you remember what you reported to that detective?
I don't remember.
I'm reading directly from the statement, Your Honor, if I may.
Ask your question.
Do you remember reporting to that detective saying you were not completely forthright with all of the information that you had given because you were afraid to get other people involved in your drama or your business?
I don't remember that.
And I'll object and move to strike based on the fact that I think I'm safe in saying that that is not from the report which the defendant is referring to.
The objection is sustained. I'll grant the motion to strike by the state of the question and any response that may have been elicited before I address the objection.
Your Honor, quick question on that. I'm reading directly from the report.
Next question, Mr. Brooks.
Just 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
I apologize for that, Your Honor. Do you remember at any time speaking with Officer Guth?
Yes.
And do you recall on what date that was?
November 21st.
Do you remember what you reported on November the 21st?
That me and Mr. Brooks, I met with Mr. Brooks at Frame Park. Me and Mr. Brooks got into an altercation. You hit me. I jumped out of your car and I walked and met my friend Kori. You followed me. And then after that, Nick and Miss Kori, they called the police officers. And then you drove off.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Do you recall reporting to Officer Guth that you were not completely forthright with the information that you reported?
I don't remember. And no, actually, no, I did not say that. I apologize.
So reading from what was reported to Officer Guth states that what I learned from Erika Patterson was that when I spoke to her on the previous evening with Officer Darrell, was that the pronunciation, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
I don't have it in front of me. I'm not sure.
She was not completely forthright with all of the information she had given. Would that be fair to say?
What was your question?
Do you recall in your reporting to Officer Guth that you were not forthright with the information that you gave?
No. I don't recall that.
So to the best of your recollection, at any time that you reported incidents to any law enforcement, at any time do you recall being untruthful?
No.
So do you remember the date and time of the first incident that you allege?
I don't remember the time, but it was November 20th.
Do you remember what time of day that may have been?
I just said I don't remember.
Do you remember where you were at?
Frame Park.
So would it be fair to say that both alleged incidents that you are alleging happened at Frame Park?
The second incident on November 21st did not happen on Frame Park. We were driving around and he hit me.
What I'm asking is where you were at when you met up.
Frame Park, yes. That's
On
not
both-
what you
on both
just
alleged
said.
occasions?
Yes. That's how Mr. Brooks knew where Frame Park is. He already knew Waukesha area in the first place.
Same park.
Yes.
Do you remember where you were at in Frame Park?
No, it was in the parking lot. The first side of the parking lot. Kind of by the baseball field, I think that is. If that is the baseball field.
Do you recall who you were with?
Nobody. I was with Kori on November 21st, and the first day on November 20th, I was by myself.
So it would be fair to say that you went to the park alone?
Yes. I met up with Mr. Brooks intentionally on the 20th, yes.
Were you drinking that day?
No.
And how did you know how to get to Frame Park, as you call it?
I knew how to get to Frame Park because I'd been the previous times before that with Miss Kori. Walking past it, I knew how to get there because Kori walked with me that day too. I just was not with her. She walked towards there with me.
And so then you separated?
Yes.
Did you separate from Miss Kori at any time during the 21st?
Yes, I did. She left with Nick and I was with Mr. Darrell Brooks.
Do you recall, to the best of your knowledge, that it may have been someone else that she was with, that was with you that day?
She was by, which day? Are you clarifying? Which day?
November the 21st of 2021.
She was with Nick that day.
The entire day?
Yes.
And you guys separated from that point?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you guys separated after hanging out and drinking?
Mr. Brooks, under 906.11, sub 1, sub C, you need to move on to a new topic. You've been over this multiple times. It's been asked, it's been answered, and now it's under my authority under 906.11, sub 1, sub C, you need to move on.
So to the best of your knowledge, well, let me back up. How did you communicate with the alleged defendant on November 20th of 2021?
Phone calls.
Strictly phone calls, texts?
Both. Mostly phone calls.
Do you remember what was said in those texts and phone calls?
Same conversation we had on the 21st. He was mad because I wasn't giving him money from not bailing him out.
So why would you meet up with the alleged defendant that day?
Because I just wanted to. We have a 15-year-old together. I mean, I was always going to talk to you then.
Do you remember if there was any agreed upon meeting up that day?
Yes.
By you, by the alleged defendant?
Both.
Do you remember the reason why you were meeting up?
I just said why.
So it would have been just to conversate?
Just to conversate.
Would it be fair to say that you could have communicated strictly by the phone?
Yes.
Objection.
Under 906.11, sub 1, sub C, the objection is sustained. Next topic, if you have one, Mr. Brooks.
You said that you came to Wisconsin from another state. Would that be fair to say?
Atlanta, Georgia, yes. June 13th, 2021.
And why did you leave Georgia?
We were coming out here for 2 weeks, and I never went back.
Can you state why you never went back?
Number one, I came out here, I didn't have money. Number two, I had no way to get back. And you were always, Mr. Brooks was always physical.
So at any time were you ever offered money to go back to Georgia, or did anybody at any time ever?
No.
Did anybody at any time ever lend any help to help you go back to Georgia?
No.
Did you, to the best of your recollection, did you want to go back to Georgia?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Next question, please.
So he takes her to Wisconsin for quote unquote a 2-week vacation, but never brings her back home to her family in Georgia. So she's stuck in Wisconsin where he has family. Now she has no family. So he's alienating her from her friends and family. Sound familiar?
So why didn't you file a report with law enforcement on November the 20th after you alleged that you were abused?
Because I've been dealing with it for so many years, I just didn't do it. I don't see what this has anything to do with this case.
How long have you known the alleged defendant again?
Since I was 15. I'm 32 now.
Would it be fair to say that you lived in different states from the alleged defendant?
Yes, but
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought there was...
I was going to object and ask for clarification on the timeline there.
I'll sustain the objection, rephrase the question.
I was going to get to that, Your Honor. Would it be fair to say that during the duration of the time knowing the alleged defendant that the majority of that time you did not live in the same area or state?
Yes, off and on. I met Mr. Brooks in Reno, Nevada. I moved out of Reno, Nevada in 2017 to Atlanta, Georgia. I moved Mr. Brooks throughout. I've known him throughout, back and forth, off and on. The whole 16 years, me and Mr. Brooks were not together, but it was off and on.
Did you guys live in the same area off and on during that time?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Out of the 16 years you said it was, correct?
Yes, off and on, Mr. Brooks.
How much of that time did you actually spend with the alleged defendant?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Also under 906.11 sub 1 sub C. Move on.
At the time of this alleged incident, were you and the alleged defendant in any kind of relationship?
Yes.
And were you a couple? Were you just co-parenting? Or what was the nature of the relationship is basically?
We were together. I wouldn't have came to Milwaukee, Wisconsin if I was not with him.
So it'd be fair to say that you were in a committed relationship?
Yes.
One second, I'm just going over something. Would it be fair to say? I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Go ahead. No, there was a water bottle being provided.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. How did before you came back into contact with the alleged defendant, how long had it been since you had seen the alleged defendant?
I don't know, but it was years, a couple years.
So it would be fair to say that there was a significant gap in between interactions with the alleged defendant?
Yes.
Sustained, however, she provided the answer. It may stand. Next question.
So during your time, well, approximately how long were you staying around the alleged defendant before this incident on November 21st took place?
I don't know the exact time. I just answered your question on the exact time.
Were there any separations or gaps during that time?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
At any time during these alleged incidents, were you with someone other than Miss Kori?
Kori and Nick the day of the 21st, and then we separated and I met back up with them.
Any time during that day were you with anyone else besides those two that you just named?
Mr. Brooks, you.
What about the alleged incident on the 20th?
I left with Miss Kori, and then she went a whole different direction, and I went to Frame Park and met up with Mr. Brooks.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Recollection, you were not drinking both of those days that you cite, the 20th or the 21st?
The 20th.
Hold on. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I'm stopping this cross-examination. You've asked the same question, multiple questions, multiple times, and at this point, I'm going to declare that the opportunity to cross is now concluded.
I didn't know that was the same question, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, it's been asked and answered multiple times. So with that, I'm going to turn to the state to see if they have any redirect.
Just some brief clarification.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Patterson, after the parade incident, which took place after the video we saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. You remember meeting with Detectives Jessica Barron and Steve Guth that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a statement to them that night, correct?
Yes.
You gave a second statement to Detective Guth the next day, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk very briefly about that first statement, the night of the 21st, the night of the parade incident.
Yes.
You told them about an incident that had happened between you and the defendant on November 20th, is that right?
Yes.
And you also told them about an argument that you had had with the defendant on the 21st, is that right?
Yes.
But you left out the part about any physical violence on the 21st, is that accurate?
Yes.
And then when you met with Detective Guth for your second statement, on the 22nd, that's when you confirmed that there had been violence with Mr. Brooks on the 21st, is that right?
Yeah, yes. Well, they seen my eye on the 21st when they came, so I did let them know about the incident on the 21st. I did. The next day I let him know about the incident on the 20th is what happened.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
To make it better. Sorry.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and any reason to keep her under subpoena from the state?
No.
From the defense?
Yes.
Do you have a subpoena for her?
To my understanding, I was supposed to.
All right, I'll take that up in a little bit. For now, I'd ask that she be maintained under the state subpoena until I can clarify that issue. All right, state have the next witness available.
Yes, we do.
Mr. Brooks, please. Before the next witness comes in, if my ladies and gentlemen of the jury want to take a quick moment to stand. Yep. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Do you think he thinks the judge can hear him mumbling right here?
The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Detective Det Guth.
All right. Detective, please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. When you are seated, if you would please state your first and last names for the record and spell both.
Detective Stephen Guth, Steven Guth.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective for the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you worked for the police department?
20 years.
How long as a detective?
7 years.
Okay. Were you working as a detective on November 22nd of 2021?
Yes, I was.
On that date, did you meet with a person by the name of Erika Patterson?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of meeting with Miss Patterson?
I wanted to clarify her statement to me regarding a domestic-related incident that had occurred.
And as part of that clarification, did you get into a squad car with Miss Patterson?
I did.
And what was the point of doing that?
I wanted to ride in the car with her since she was unfamiliar with the geography of the city, and so that she could point out to me specific directions on where she went with Mr. Brooks.
Could we have Exhibit 1 up on the screen for the jury, please, and for the witness?
Permission to publish Exhibit 1. Granted. I'll go over here for a moment. It's the rear laptop, correct?
Yep. Laptop?
And you said publish, right?
Yes, please.
All right. Just confirm that that's what you want?
It is.
All right. Then permission to publish is granted.
Can we zoom in on the top right corner of this exhibit? Okay, where did you first, or where did this journey with Miss Phillips, or Patterson, excuse me, Miss Patterson begin?
Once I picked her up, we moved to Frame Park, and we parked in the area that's close to where that star is, where it says Frame Park.
In the top right corner?
Correct.
Okay, and where did you go from there?
From there, we traveled on Baxter. So the way that the frame park is here, can I touch the screen?
Do we have the ability to let the witness touch and
Yes.
mark?
Just let us know at what points we'll capture it, and then we can also print it at another location and if need be.
So we met generally in that area that's highlighted now in yellow. And we traveled in this direction on Baxter.
Okay, and then what?
As we continued down Baxter, we got to this street called Buckley, and then from Buckley, we made a right turn and ended up on Karina.
Let's go back up.
Yeah, don't
and
move the screen until we can capture it.
Let's capture there. And we probably need to.
Second, if you saw the little number counting the percentage, that means it's done capturing it once it stops.
Okay. Can we clear that now?
Yes.
And let's zoom out.
We'll get that printed and we'll have that marked as 1A.
Now, from where you left off there after you made that right turn onto Buckley, can you draw on the screen where you went next?
Yeah, so again on Buckley, we did travel down Buckley to Karina. And then on Karina, we made a left turn, traveling along the river till we reached Barstow. And then from Barstow, we made a right turn traveling up Northwest Barstow, all the way to the Barstow Hill, where it's highlighted in green there, up the Barstow Hill, and it's going to come off the map, but all the way up to Bidwell.
Okay. And did she indicate at what point you should turn around?
At Bidwell and Northwest Barstow.
Did she indicate where she went with Mr. Brooks after that?
Well, she jumped out of the car at Bidwell and Northwest Barstow.
And what happened, according to Ms. Patterson, at that point?
At that point, she started making her way back the same path, back to Frame Park. Again, because she was unfamiliar with the geography, she just used the same route that she just went.
Okay. Did she at any point mention a gas station on that route?
Yes, she did.
Do you see that gas station depicted on Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us where it is?
Yes, it's the mobile gas station highlighted with a star, and I'll circle it in that area.
Do we have a screen capture here?
Yes. The screen capture has been done. When we get that color print brought to the courtroom, that will be 1B.
Okay. And this map is you're familiar with Waukesha, right?
Yes.
This is an accurate map of Waukesha?
Yes, it is.
And the markings that you've put on the screen here, that's an accurate representation of the route you took with Ms. Patterson on November 22nd?
Yes, it is.
Move Exhibits 1A and 1B into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes.
The objection noted, it's overruled. Exhibits 1A and 1B are received by the court.
That's all I have for this witness.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Is it Officer Guth or Detective?
Detective.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Detective Guth.
Good morning.
You've been in law enforcement for over 20 years. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
At any time during your over 20 years of service, have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you state for the record if the plaintiff is in court today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you even know of the plaintiff?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ever spoken to the plaintiff?
Objection.
On what grounds?
Sustained.
On what grounds?
It's sustained. Next question.
May I ask what grounds, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, do you have another question?
I do. I was just trying to follow the rules that you said by saying that an objection has to have a basis. So
Unless it's self-evident to the court. It's sustained. Next question.
On what grounds, Your Honor?
Do you have another question? Otherwise, under 906.11, I will give the state an opportunity to ask any redirect.
Yes, I do have more questions.
Go ahead.
I got to read this report and make everyone wait for me because I didn't study everything last night. I was making sure I studied my sovereign citizens BS.
Were at any time did Erika Patterson report any domestic incident to you?
Yes.
Do you remember the dates that she reported, or date?
Yes.
At any time during that report, did you find her to be untruthful?
No.
Just 1 second. I'm reading from the narrative of your report, and specifically the part where it says, what I learned from Erika Patterson was that when I spoke to her on the previous evening with Detective Berg, she was not completely forthright with all of the information she had given. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
So would it also be fair to say that from the report that you wrote, that you're acknowledging that there was some untruth in the report reported to you?
No, that's incorrect.
When I spoke to her on the previous evening with Detective Berg, she was not completely forthright. You said what you learned was that she was not completely forthright. So is it fair to say that there was some untruth to the report?
No.
He means that she withheld information, not that she lied, you fool.
So why would that be in the report?
For various reasons. The most common reason is that when domestic victims report crimes that happen to them, a lot of times they're very afraid of their abuser, and so they don't always give all details, because if they do give all details about what happened to them, they feel like they might have something happen to them in a future date from that same abuser.
So would it be fair to say that you could have just stated what you just said in your report?
I did state that.
Not in the report. Is it fair to say that obviously you've been in law enforcement for a very long time?
Is that a question?
Would it be fair to say that it could have been reported in the way that you just stated, instead of stating in your report that there was untruthfulness?
I didn't state untruthfulness in my report. If you further read into the report, I state what I just stated.
Brooks loves to tell everyone how to write their reports, and you're going to hear in the future here, he does this a couple times to different officers. It's quite comical.
So would it be fair to say, though, that the information wasn't completely forthright?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, would it be fair to say that there was in fact only one incident?
No.
And would you be basing that, to the best of your knowledge, would you be basing that answer, the last answer, on hearsay?
No.
So you would be basing your answer on eyewitness account?
I'll check that. Relevance.
Grounds.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question, or you can rephrase it.
Would it be fair I don't know how I can rephrase that without asking it the same way, Your Honor. Just give me a second, if I may. At any time during your report or time spent with Ms. Patterson, did she state where she may have been on November 20th of 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was? What she said?
I recall what she said, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, do you believe that she was being truthful?
Yes.
I'm just going to advise the jury that ultimately it's the jury's determination of credibility that matters. And you heard me read an instruction yesterday. That's obviously the instruction you'll follow ultimately in the jury room.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall any injuries on the first reported incident?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were?
Yes.
And do you recall any injury on the reported incident from the day of the parade?
Yes.
Do you remember what they were?
Yes.
Can you state on the record what they were?
On which day?
The 20th.
Her mouth was injured due to being slapped in the mouth.
Do you Can you recall for any reason why that would not be in the report?
It is.
To the best of your knowledge, can you say where in the report that would be? Because I don't see it in the report that I have here before me.
Are you asking me which report states that she was injured in the mouth? Are you asking if it was reported to me that she was injured in the mouth?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, why is there no injuries reported for that incident, alleged incident?
It was reported to me that she was injured in the mouth by being slapped on the 20th.
Are you aware that that was not testified to?
No.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
What grounds would that be hearsay?
Mr. Brooks, it's up for the jury to determine the truthfulness of anything that's said or testified to in court.
Okay.
He was not present for any other testimony, so it would not be proper for him to comment on that. Next question.
Would it be fair to say that the reported alleged incident from the 20th is very, very vague in your report? Would that be fair to say? And by vague, I mean there's literally 3 sentences.
I don't have the report in front of me. If you're referring to vagueness, that's why I went back on the 22nd to interview her again to clarify information.
So on the 22nd, and this is your report I'm reading from, it says, due to the influx of information, we were unable to make sense of all the information. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
So it would be also fair to say that that would basically state that there were some things you weren't sure about.
Yes.
You also say in your report that you had learned that there were 2 other individuals that may have been involved in the incident. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you remember the names of the two individuals?
Yes.
Would you state on the record what the names of the other two individuals were?
Kori Runkel, and the other individual's first name is Nick. I don't remember his last name.
Did Kori Runkel in any way report anything about the incident to you?
Which incident? Hold on. Which incident are we talking about?
From November the 21st of 2021.
Thank you. With that clarification, are you able to answer?
Not to me directly.
Do you recall if you had learned of any information about what Kori Runkel might have said to any other law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Yes.
Would you like to state on the record what that was that you may have learned?
I learned that she was with Erika Patterson on the 21st, on November 21st, 2021, when Erika Patterson was involved with a domestic incident. She responded to help her friend.
Do you recall of learning if Kori Runkel was with Erika Patterson on November 20th of 2021?
I don't think Kori Runkel was with Erika Patterson on the 20th.
You stated in the report that you were with Erika Patterson to kind of basically you took her on a drive to pretty much retrace her steps. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At any time, did any incident about November the 20th of 2021 come into your conversations with Erika Patterson?
You're talking about during the drive.
During the drive. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No, I just want to make sure that the question's clear. Go ahead.
I believe we did talk about it, both incidents from the 20th and the 21st.
Do you recall what was said?
Yes.
Do you recall putting that into your report?
I recorded our conversation. I don't know if I put every detail of our whole recording in the report. In fact, I know I didn't. So not every detail from our recorded conversation is in that report. The report is a summary.
For any reason, to your knowledge, why would details of the incident not be reported accurately?
Objection, that this characterizes the evidence.
It's also vague. Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, why is that conversation that was supposedly had not in your report at all?
Objection, this states the evidence.
Sustained.
Just 1 second. Sorry, Your Honor, I got tons of paperwork. Just 1 second, Your Honor. 1 second. And you stated that you interviewed Ms. Patterson on multiple days. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And on both of those times that you interviewed Ms. Patterson, did the reporting ever deviate?
Mr. Brooks, under 906.11. You need to clarify your question. It's ambiguous. It's confusing.
What I'm getting at by that question is, did what Ms. Patterson said change from interview to interview?
No.
So at any time during your interview, did you learn less or learn more?
I learned more in my second interview.
So it would be fair to say that the information you learned changed. Would that be fair to say?
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled. He may answer.
It did not change. I just learned more information.
More information about what alleged incident? The 20th, the 21st?
Both, honestly.
I'm sorry.
Both, honestly.
So, would it be fair to say was it 2 interviews that you did or 3?
2.
So with both interviews, you continue to learn things that you didn't know from the previous interview.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that just one second, Your Honor. Trying to find the list of Detective Guth's report, if I may. To the best of your knowledge, did Erika Patterson give any report to any other law enforcement that you were aware of?
No.
So to the best of your knowledge, you were the only detective that interviewed Ms. Patterson?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, were you the only one that interviewed Ms. Patterson?
Same objection.
Sustained.
At any time, did you learn anything about the alleged incidents that Ms. Patterson claimed from any other law enforcement?
Objection. Same reason.
Sustained.
At any time were you, or at any time did you view the video footage from White Rock School?
Yes.
Do you remember what you saw in those videos?
Yes.
You state on the record what you saw?
Under 906.11, I'm going to advise the witness not to answer. That video is in evidence. It will speak for itself. And his understanding of what's in there, at least at this point, is not relevant.
Can you say what was the date of the video that you saw?
November 21st, 2021.
Did you see any video from the other alleged incident from November 20th?
I'll object. I don't see the relevance to anything that happened on the 20th.
Sustained.
Do you know if there might have been any video from the alleged incident on November 20th?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Grounds.
It's not relevant.
May I ask how is it not relevant?
Next question. There's not a charge related to the 20th, sir. It's not relevant. I've given you leeway to ask questions at this point under 90611. Move on.
Just so I'm clear, you have never had any interaction with the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've never seen the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained.
Never spoken to the plaintiff.
Objection.
Sustained.
Never seen. Do you see the plaintiff in court today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know if there is a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you had any prior knowledge of the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that you do not know of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Sustained.
On grounds? What grounds?
Under 90611, I'm declaring the cross-examination now closed. Do you have any redirect for this witness?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Detective, when you reported that Erika Patterson had been less than completely forthright with you, what did she leave out the first time you spoke with her?
She left out the incident that happened to her on November 21st, 2021.
The incident where she accused Mr. Brooks of punching her?
Correct.
Okay. You testified on cross-examination that in your general experience, victims of domestic violence do not report 100% of the details all the time.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Grounds.
He hasn't asked a question yet.
Grounds for the...
He can ask his question. This witness testified about his experience based on a question you asked, so the redirect is appropriate.
May I just say that every situation is different, Your Honor? Which
You're
we do know
attempting to
that.
testify, so no, you may not say that. The jury will strike that comment made by Mr. Brooks. You'll have an opportunity, if you so choose, to testify at a later point in time in this trial. The state may ask its question.
Thank you. Did Erika Patterson provide to you a specific reason for her situation why she was not 100% forthright with you?
Yes.
What was that reason?
She was extremely afraid of Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may step down. Any reason to keep this witness under subpoena from the state?
Not from the state.
Anything from Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
All right, I'll take that up later and reserve that until I can review that with the parties. All right, this would be an excellent opportunity to take a mid-morning break. It's 10:49, about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. We are in recess.
So his strategy is to have the witnesses repeat the awful acts that he committed and also have the prosecution replay the videos of him doing the awful acts. Yeah, okay. Now we know why he was convicted.
Things before we bring the jury back out. So we are on the record. Mr. Brooks, I was provided with information that your test result was hand-delivered to you, folded. Did you receive that?
I was made aware of my test. I didn't look at it yet, so.
Do you have it with you?
It is. It's in my paperwork somewhere.
All right, I need you to locate it and open it up, please.
May I ask the reason why that would be?
Mr. Brooks, you raised this issue yourself, and I'd like to know the result.
I would too, but I was kind of in the middle of preparing for my defense, so
Mr. Brooks, find the piece of paper and open it up and read it, please.
Your Honor, I don't consent to being talked to in that fashion.
Your lack of consent is noted for the record. Please find the piece of paper, open it up, and please read it.
I will not consent to that, Your Honor. Or do I agree to that, Your Honor? I do not.
Mr. Brooks, then I'm going to advise the Sheriff's Department to find the piece of paper and hand it to me so that I can read it. So that those are your two options.
What would be the basis for that, Your Honor?
Mr. Brooks, this is an issue that you raised, and I need to bring it to finality and know what the test result is.
Okay, with all due respect, it was a motion that I raised.
All right, I'm going to clear the courtroom. We're going to go off the record, and we're going to find that piece of paper, and I'm going to address it when that's done. Excuse everyone from the courtroom, take a recess so that the test result could be obtained, and if necessary, by reasonable force. It's my understanding there was some type of situation or altercation between Mr. Brooks and the deputies. Ultimately, though, I think he was taken into the bullpen. He was brought back out, but it was very clear to me that he was upset. I think understandably so, but I needed to make a record of what was being done, including that I have obtained the test result, so there's an accurate record in this case related to the motion that was raised previously by Mr. Brooks. I want Mr. Brooks to know that I am not removing him from when the jurors are brought back in. It was just simply because he was upset. He was very loud when I walked into the courtroom before going on back on the record. He was yelling about his constitutional rights being violated. I advised him that if there was any type of use of force that he wanted to complain about, he could certainly do that through the proper channels with the Sheriff's Department, but just given his state of agitation and my need to make a record, I had him taken to the other courtroom. He is currently muted. I do not intend to go forward with additional testimony. Ultimately, I'm going to take an early lunch break because of this, but I will make a record of the following. I have the result. I am going to scan it, have my clerk scan it. It will be filed as confidential, though. It won't be available to the public, but it's there for appellate purposes, but I can confirm that the test result for COVID-19 was negative. And again, I required the Sheriff's Department to provide that result to me, and it was, and it will remain under seal. I realize I'm disclosing that result, but I feel obligated to do that given the motion that was raised 2 days ago by Mr. Brooks. Again, I do intend to take an early lunch, so that will hopefully give Mr. Brooks an opportunity, if he so chooses, to review the result himself. It was put in front of him. I did see that he either shoved it or tossed it or just dismissed it. It looked like it went on the floor when it was put in front of him, but we'll certainly have the deputies give that to him again. During the recess for lunch, Mr. Brooks will also be given the opportunity to change into street clothes if he so chooses. But when we come back, he will be in this courtroom. I agree. Mr. Brooks was making a couple of statements about how he was abiding by the rules and being respectful, things of that nature. I agree. He's done an excellent job while in court here this morning. He's been respectful of the rules. He made some early on. I let him, make his objections or lack of consent. He did that respectfully. When I said I was moving on, he generally was able to do that. We were able to get through 2 witnesses. He was able to follow along, ask cogent, clear, responsive, and articulate objections. He was able to elicit information from the witnesses regarding either their memory, their credibility, and other things. Generally speaking, he's been able to competently represent himself and provide, again, solid cross-examination this morning. So I'm going to give him an opportunity to hopefully settle back in and to come back here when we return from lunch. So with that, we are in recess. Probably come back at 1 o'clock, since it's only 11:30, and we'll take the full 90 minutes for lunch today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we are, let's get all of our audio on. All right, we are back on the record. It is 1:07 p.m. Appearances are as they were previously. Mr. Brooks is in the courtroom. He is in jail attire, as that is his choice. And
He's a little emotional.
I don't know if there's anything the state wants to address at this point before we continue with testimony.
No,
Just
thank
wanna
you.
check. All right, Mr. Brooks, anything you want to address at this point? It's hard for me to see his head. He's bent over, but I thought I saw him shaking his head. No, but I'll ask one more time. Mr. Brooks, anything you want me to address before the jurors are brought out to continue with testimony from witnesses?
Just a little emotional right now.
All right. Let's bring the jury out. We'll continue. I presume the state has a witness available.
We do.
All right. Thank you.
Calls Officer Jeremy Phillips.
All right, good afternoon, officer. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My first name is Jeremy, spelled Jeremy. My last name is Phillips, Philipps.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And how long have you worked in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement for a total of 14 years next month.
All with the City of Waukesha?
I have about 5 months with the City of Dodgeville Police Department in Wisconsin. The rest has been with the City of Waukesha.
All right. Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 21 of 2021, please. Were you working that afternoon?
I was working that afternoon, yes.
What was your duty or assignment?
I was assigned a normal patrol beat, squad area 216 with the City of Waukesha on a 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. shift.
Were you aware there was a parade taking place in downtown Waukesha that afternoon?
I was aware that there was a Christmas parade downtown Waukesha.
Were you directly assigned to work the parade?
I was not assigned to work the parade.
You said you were one of the officers that was just involved in general patrol of the city that afternoon.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to time around 4 o'clock or 4:30 in the afternoon. Do you recall getting dispatched to Frame Park?
I do recall being dispatched there, yes.
Do you know the exact time you were dispatched?
I believe it was 4:52 p.m. approximately there.
Okay. And where is Frame Park located?
Frame Park is rather large, but it's generally located in the downtown area off of White Rock Avenue and Baxter Avenue.
What was the nature of the complaint you were responding to?
I received a complaint to respond in emergency fashion, which means light and siren, for subjects fighting in the park with a knife allegedly involved.
Where were you coming from?
I was in the patrol area of East Moreland, roughly at East Main Street at the time, and that's where I was responding from.
Was Main Street shut down at the time for the parade?
Main Street where I was responding from was not, no.
Okay. I guess let me ask a better question. Were you able to travel along Main Street to get to Frame Park? From where you were located to get to where you needed to go, did you travel on Main Street?
I did not travel on Main Street to get to Frame Park.
Okay. And which direction did you come in from then?
I came in on East Moreland, westbound, to White Rock Avenue, westbound.
And as you approached the area, could you see individuals associated with the parade?
Yes, I could, as I neared the vicinity.
What do you remember seeing?
As I neared the vicinity of White Rock Avenue at Baxter, directly in front of me appeared to be an unmarked patrol vehicle, silver in color, which was blocking the roadway at White Rock Avenue and Hartwell Avenue. And I believe off to the side, I could also see a marked patrol vehicle.
Could you see any floats or people participating in the parade?
At that particular time, as I arrived in the vicinity, I did not. I just saw the side of a squad car with emergency lights activated. It wasn't until a little while later I saw that there were floats and such on the other side of that patrol vehicle.
The silver colored SUV with lights, red and blue lights activated, do you know whose squad car that was?
That belonged to Sergeant Dave Wanner.
Where did you go?
When I arrived to the area, initial dispatch information stated that this alleged fight involving a knife was somewhere in the vicinity of the Schutze building where the boat ramp was. Based on my training and experience of that vicinity, I know that the boat rental checkout is on the back side of the Schutze building, so that's the initial area I responded to and where my attention was drawn to.
This time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask your permission to put up Exhibit 1, which is the map of the area we've been working off of.
Permission granted. Yes.
Do you see that item in front of you, Officer Phillips, on the screen?
I do now.
Okay.
Do you want, oh, it needs to be public. Hold on. Thank you. Sure.
So that is a touch screen in front of you. If you want to draw or circle or anything like that, you may, or you can just simply talk. I'd like you to identify for us where you came in to the area.
Well, it's not really blowing up, so.
No, if you want it blown up, we can blow it up from our table. Sorry. We'll zoom in.
If you wouldn't mind, where it says Frame Park in the upper right-hand corner, that would be, looks like the vicinity that I probably responded to. I would need to see a bigger image.
Is that good?
That will suffice.
Okay.
So I responded in a direction on White Rock Avenue, coming this way. This now is Baxter Avenue, which I would have made a right-hand turn. That will suffice.
Okay.
So I responded in a direction on White Rock Avenue, coming this way. This now is Baxter Avenue, which I would have made a right-hand turn onto. And right about in this parking lot area is where the Schutze building exists. And then there would be a boardwalk and some trails behind that where the boat ramp would be.
Okay. And you drove in that area first, right?
Correct.
What were you looking for?
At that time, I was looking for anybody suspicious that may be involved in a fight, somebody carrying a weapon, somebody that might have been battered and bruised or obviously injured or in need of help.
Okay. Did you see anybody?
I did not.
Did you drive around a little bit?
I drove around in the parking lot of the Schutze building. There was another officer already on scene who, from my understanding, was already on foot in and around the vicinity of the Schutze building and advised that they could not find anybody at the Schutze building.
Okay. Officer Phillips, do you see White Rock School on this map?
I do, yes.
Could you put an X on White Rock School?
White Rock School is this elongated building right here, so I'll draw a large X through it.
Okay. And you said the roadway running parallel to White Rock to the north is Baxter?
Correct.
Okay. And Baxter is the road closest to the river. There's no other roads that run along the river there. Just like a walking path or something, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Another officer's out on foot. What do you do?
At this point, the officer came over the radio and stated he could not find anybody in the vicinity. I was listening and monitoring the radio, and at some point, what I thought was a reserve officer came over and said that they were speaking with a couple of subjects potentially involved. So at that time, I got on the radio and said I was going to attempt to meet with the caller because I didn't exactly know who this reserve officer was speaking to, how many subjects were involved, if they were actually involved or just a witness to the situation. All of that information was completely unbeknownst to me, so I decided I should probably go meet with a reserve officer and figure out who these subjects are and what the involvement was.
This reserve officer was working as part of the parade, is that right?
He was. He was in the vicinity right at Sergeant Dave Wanner's location.
Okay. So did you drive down there?
I started to drive in that general direction towards White Rock Avenue and Hartwell, which is where Dave Wanner and Reserve Officer Troutman would have been. Before I could fully reach that intersection, there was approximately 3 subjects off to my right-hand side on the sidewalk that were yelling, screaming, and waving, like flagging me down. The way that they were doing this, they appeared to be in distress. They appeared that they needed immediate help and certainly appeared that they needed to speak with somebody in law enforcement.
Can you put a small X on the map in the approximate area where you met up with these 3 individuals? Or they were waving at you?
It would have been about halfway between Baxter and where Sergeant Wanner's squad was parked. So again, this is going to be an approximation, but I'm going to put that X right about here.
Okay. So I assume you pulled over.
I pulled over, I rolled down my passenger window, and 2 of the subjects started yelling that their friend had been assaulted. So it was right at that point that they started trying to tell me that their friend had been assaulted, that information came over the radio on the primary dispatch channel that something had happened downtown and somebody had been hit. So at that point, my attention started to get a little bit diverted because hearing that on the radio is not something that just happens every day. That perks you up pretty quickly to figure out, that could be a serious injury, that could be more officers needed, something that affects. That took my attention away briefly. As I looked back at the subjects, they started to again say that their friend had been assaulted. So I said, hold on, let me pull over so I can get out, so I can speak with you directly in person and figure out what was going on. I pulled my squad over.
Yep, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. I pulled my squad over. I exited my driver's side of the vehicle, came around to the front of my vehicle when a short black female who was wearing what appeared to be a blue coat and blue jeans walked in the front of my patrol vehicle. There was 2 other subjects that were with her, and they started to indicate that she had been assaulted by a boyfriend of some type. I started to talk to the female who had the blue coat on, and I said, okay, well, what happened? Who is this person? And she tried to downplay what happened. She didn't want to be cooperative. She made comments to the effect of nothing happened. It was just a verbal argument. I'm fine. I just want to leave.
Did you see any injury on her?
So at that time, I did. The 2 subjects that were with her tried to tell her that they said, no, Erika, you need to tell him what happened and on it. She had an obvious black eye on one side of her face. The other eye also looked like it was swollen, but it was appear that she had facial injuries that were obvious.
You said they referred to this person by the name of Erika, is that right?
Yes.
Did you eventually ask this person for her name?
I did eventually ask for her name, yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that her full name was Erika Patterson and that her date of birth was 10/7 of 1990.
Okay. And were you going to investigate her complaint further?
I was attempting to investigate the complaint further, yes.
And then what happened?
So as I was speaking to this woman who identified herself as Erika, along with the two other people that were with her who I did not identify, the calls on the radio at that point were 1078 after 1078 after 1078.
Okay, what does that mean?
So 1078 in law enforcement jargon is officer needs immediate assistance right now, all available units. As that was being called multiple times, other people were coming on the radio and stating there were subjects down in the street, then it was 10 people down, then it was 15, then it was to 30 or 40. And I had to make a decision at that point, speaking with the subjects, particularly the one who appeared to be involved and the most injured, who was not being cooperative with me, that the greater danger and the clear and present threat that was happening downtown had to draw my attention. I had to leave.
All right. The events that you've described for us so far, are those all captured on your squad video, sir?
Yes.
And at that time, in November of 2021, were you wearing a body camera?
I was not wearing a body camera at that time.
So you had a video recording device in your squad car, correct? But when you exit your squad, it's no longer recording your activities unless you can be seen on the camera in front of the squad, correct?
I have an audio recording device on my person that is synced and connected to my squad exterior windshield camera.
Okay. And that camera in your squad is stationary, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually then, do you leave the area where you're speaking with Erika and the other two individuals and go to Main Street?
I leave the area. I tell her I'm sorry that I had to go. I went down White Rock, navigated float traffic, went down East Main Street in a westbound direction, and eventually came to East Main Street at Barstow Street, where I exited my patrol vehicle.
Okay, I'm gonna ask. Oh, yes. Before I move away from Exhibit 1, could we please get a screenshot, Madam Clerk, of the drawings by Officer Phillips? And then I'm gonna ask to switch to Exhibit 6, please.
So for purposes of the record, I believe I'm at 1C for the capturing using the annotation feature.
I think we agree with that? Yes. All right, Officer, you see we've now put Exhibit 6 on your monitor. It's not yet displayed for the courtroom. Do you see Exhibit 6 on your monitor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this, or do you want us to play it for a few seconds?
I recognize what I'm looking at.
Okay. Do you believe this to be a truthful and accurate recording from your squad video that afternoon, sir?
I haven't listened to it at this point, but I would believe if it's from what I'm looking at, it would be accurate to my squad video, yes.
Okay. And you ultimately saved your squad video and submitted it to be used as evidence in this case, correct, sir?
Yes, I did.
All right. And this is a clip from that squad video?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Move to admit and permission to publish Exhibit 6, please.
Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Yeah. What is the grounds? We haven't seen what's in the video.
Your objection is noted. It is overruled. Exhibit 6 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
All right, so for the record, this clip is about 6 minutes long. It exactly ends at the 5:59 mark, but we're going to play it through, Officer Phillips, and I may ask Ms. Gussie to pause at times so you can kind of describe what's going on in the video, but if you can just orient us what we're looking at right now, please, before we start playing.
So this is an orientation. This would be White Rock Avenue facing a southwesterly direction that would go directly to Main Street. This right here is Baxter Street. And then what you're looking at on the right-hand corner is White Rock Elementary School.
What about way down in the distance? It looks perhaps like it's a church steeple.
So you can see what looks like the church steeple down. That's going to be Main Street down there. And particularly of note, you can see what looks to be a silver-colored car in the center of the roadway. That is Sergeant Wanner's unmarked SUV patrol vehicle.
Okay, now I'd just like to make a record when he was pointing and saying this, at least initially he was using his right hand pointing to the roadway that's depicted in the still of this video image. He also said over here, or this is Baxter. You can see about midway in the frame a street sign, and there's a street that intersects. That's where he was pointing to, that particular street. Again, I believe that was Baxter. I believe the rest of his comments comport with the record and don't need further explanation or at least verification by the court. So go ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start to play. We're at the 0 mark right now. Where are you going now? Pause, please. I'm sorry. 9 second. We're pausing. Go ahead, officer.
So what you're looking at here is Baxter Street. And right off to your right-hand side, I get that pointing at things with my hand isn't necessarily ideal. But the building over here is the Shootsy building. Where those squad lights are there is the parking lot of the Shootsy building. There's at least one officer already on foot in this vicinity of the Shootsy building where the alleged knife fight with multiple individuals were involved.
Okay, and I see, looks like red and blue lights there in the middle of the photo, or the video.
Correct.
Whose squad is that?
I know one of them is Officer Nick Hendrickson.
Okay. And is that the officer that you were referring to earlier when you said another officer was also trying to help you find these subjects involved in the fight?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Off to the left, it looks like there's a bunch of cars parked there.
Correct.
Is that general parking available to the public?
That is general public parking for the Shootsy building.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and play again.
For the subject that are claiming that this fight happened.
Anytime they were at Hartwell and May with the reserve officer.
Are you driving on Baxter now?
I am driving down
The two subjects walked down towards the White Rock School. Hispanic male, Hispanic female.
Pause it, please. Whose voice was that, if you know?
I'm not going to say I know 100% sure on that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Play.
216, I'm 1060. I will meet with the callers. Okay. Slow everybody down. I don't see anything resembling what's being reported.
I copy. All this was back to brain. Just here.
Pause. It's a little hard to see, but on the right-hand side, did you see the individuals walking down the street there?
I did. My squad just passed.
I'm sorry, the
but
sidewalk. Yeah.
About 2 seconds prior, there were 3 individuals who were walking down the sidewalk. These are the 3 individuals that flagged me down on the passenger side of my car.
Okay. Go ahead.
What the fuck? We had 52 man and burn, so somebody got hit.
What? What?
Black guy
red SUV just assaulted my friend in the park. Oh, shit.
This baby daddy, he not hit me. So, they called the cops.
You guys involved with a knife or something?
No, you can check me. Okay, nice.
Okay. I've already been slashed with the knife. Let me pull over here.
Yeah, what the
Right here, number 1052. Get it, fine, man. I didn't say you
Stand by me, you need 1052, I copy 854.
122, out there car, Bedford westbound, main, by subway.
Hey, hold on for a second, okay? 216, I need another at Hartwell and White Rock. I have another person reported being assaulted. Okay. White Rock, Hartwell, right?
Me and my baby daddy, we argue all the time.
Okay.
They understand when he ran me over with a car. Right now we're just talking on the street. Nothing is happening. There's no knife, nothing. They call us for me and we're arguing.
Multiple injured, main and gas fire. Command gas fire.
Okay.
At shots fired, Wisconsin and West. I'm checking for injuries. There was someone running through the parade route at a high rate of speed. 3206, 1078, 1078.
Okay.
102! Again, 1078! We have about 10 to 15 people down in the street!
Who assaulted you? Who ran?
We're arguing, we're insulting. They call.
Do you have a weapon?
1078, we have multiple subjects down, 10 to 15 people, main and gas fire, repeating, main and gas fire, 1078.
They call, there's no fucking weapons.
I didn't call.
See, I bet he was freaking out here because he's trying to listen to them, but then he's hearing all this stuff going on the radio. You can imagine his instinct is like, ugh, what do I do? Stay here. Okay, let me get your number. I gotta go. I gotta go.
You gotta handle that, that's fine. Okay, what is your name? Give me your name. Patterson, what's your date of birth?
October 7, 1990.
So, 10/7/1990? Erika Patterson? Okay. Okay.
Downtown! I've got about 30 or 40 casualties on Main Street!
I copy 1078.
Well, my name is 552. Kent County People's Park, female, not conscious, not alert, not breathing. Kent County, everybody here available now. 102 has got multiple critical fractures.
Yeah. We're doing CPR on an individual at 369 West Main Street.
Got an unconscious, unresponsive 5-year-old. I'm trying to get him in the vehicle again.
Was that you running away from your squad, sir?
That was me running away, yes.
Okay. Go ahead and have a seat, please. It was a little bit difficult to hear when you asked Erika Patterson who assaulted her. Did she tell you a name?
She did not, no.
She did not provide you with any names?
She did not.
Okay. You had her name and her date of birth, and that was it at that point?
That's all I could gather before I had to burn out of there as fast as I could.
Okay. Now, when you got to Main Street, where'd you go?
When I got to Main Street, as most of you probably just saw in the video, I took a westbound direction all the way down to Barstow. There's still floats in the parade. I think there was a lot of people that didn't exactly know what was happening in front of them. When I got to Barstow and exited my patrol vehicle and you saw me running down towards the center of the street, at that point I was just trying to assist any officer, EMS, civilian individual that was around, and it was just mass chaos, carnage everywhere.
Did you attempt to render aid to some injured individuals?
There was approximately 2 to 3 individuals I can remember talking to directly. They were all members of the band. I don't know which band it was. It was one of the high school bands. They were in the vicinity just west of Barstow on Main. There was a number of them laying in the street, obviously injured. I had face-to-face contact with a few of them laying on the ground. There were parents screaming at me to help their kids. I did what basic measures that I could take as far as emergency life-saving goes. I checked pulses. I asked them to squeeze my finger, asked them what hurt, what they could move. The 2 or 3 I talked to could still move. They could still talk. They could tell me what hurt. There were multiple people standing around them, also providing aid. At that point, some of the radio traffic that I was picking up on, I was gathering that potentially a vehicle had driven through the parade and hit some of these individuals. I contemplated throwing some of these people in my patrol vehicle and trying to get them to a hospital. However, my vehicle just simply isn't equipped to have that kind of space or room to do that. So given the fact that I didn't want to try to move anybody unnecessarily that would have caused further damage to them, especially if somebody's involved in blunt force trauma such as a car crash, I said, hey, if you're doing fine right now, somebody will be by shortly, we'll get you an ambulance, just hang tight where you are. And that's basically what I had to ensure at least the 2 or 3 people that I came across. The third person I came across was also a band member. She was a female. Her leg was obviously injured. She was being held upright by a couple of adults. And I asked her what was wrong, what was hurting, if there's anything more serious with her as she was being held up. And she said, officer, I saw what happened. I saw who did this. And I said, what can you tell me? And she said, a red SUV sped through the parade and did this. She didn't say anything more than that. I said, okay. I was like, stay with your family, stay with your parents. Somebody will be by with an ambulance to get you shortly.
These 3 injured individuals you spoke to, would you describe them all as being about teenage years?
Objection.
Overruled, he may answer.
This is the grounds, Your Honor.
Overruled, he may answer.
So is he going to answer to the question to
Yes.
the prosecution table or to the jury? I'm not sure. He's looking at them answering the questions, but they're not answering the question, asking the questions.
You may answer the question, sir.
The 3 individuals that I met with initially had band uniforms on, and it was my understanding that the band from that vicinity right then and there was a high school band, so I would place them all at teenage age range.
Okay, thank you. Were you aware that at some point a person was taken into custody in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street that was related to this incident, sir?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
I was made aware a little while after my involvement directly in the downtown area, yes.
Did you learn the name of the person who had been taken into custody?
Yes.
What was that name?
I knew from radio traffic at the time that it was a Darrell Brooks. I didn't know the date of birth or middle name or anything at that point.
At some point later, after the chaos had somewhat settled, did you have an opportunity to go back and try and investigate the initial complaint you had taken from Erika Patterson?
Yes, I did.
Did you attempt to identify Ms. Patterson fully through police records?
I did identify Ms. Patterson fully by positive ID, yes.
And did you learn of any complaints that have been filed by Ms. Patterson in the past to other police agencies?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, he may answer the question that's being posed at this point.
I did conduct some more investigation after my involvement in the entire mass casualty incident. When I went back to the police department afterwards, and I was able to verify that Erika Patterson had been involved in other police cases outside of Waukesha.
And specifically, could you find anything linking Ms. Patterson to the defendant, Darrell Brooks?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
I did find information through our reporting system and other law enforcement sources to directly link Erika Patterson to Darrell Brooks, yes.
And did that information also directly link Darrell Brooks to a vehicle described as a red SUV?
Yes, it did.
I don't have any other questions for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, you may start your cross-examination.
I notice, Officer Phillips, you are in uniform this afternoon. Were you scheduled to work today?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that you would be on duty as of now if you weren't giving testimony in this matter.
I would be on duty right now, yes.
So it will also be fair to ask if it would be fair to say that you giving testimony right now, you're still getting paid for it?
I am currently employed by the City of Waukesha Police Department on a working patrol shift, on a normal shift for myself, yes.
So with that, would it be fair to say that you are getting paid right now as we speak?
Yes, I'm getting paid right now.
By whom?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Next question.
Were you subpoenaed by the plaintiff in this matter?
Can you rephrase the question?
Were you subpoenaed to testify here today by the plaintiff?
Can you explain it in another way?
That was pretty clear. Were you subpoenaed to testify by the plaintiff in this matter?
I was subpoenaed by the Waukesha County Prosecution's office to testify in this matter.
And can you say that again just for the record?
I was subpoenaed by the Waukesha County Prosecution's office in this matter.
Is the Waukesha County Prosecution's office the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you know of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Have you ever talked to the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Why are you continuing to look at parties that are not asking the questions?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
So, in the video, it's kind of hard to hear everything that was said when you pulled over and interviewed the three individuals. Can you give a little more commentary on what was actually said?
Can you clarify exactly?
What exactly were you told by the three individuals that you pulled over to interview?
I don't remember or recall exactly what all three individuals said to me, as 1078 and the screams for help by other officials over the radio were directing my attention to figure out what was also going on downtown. What I recall hearing from these individuals is that one of the individuals that was not Erika indicated that their friend had been in a fight or an altercation. So that's when I decided to pull over to try to get more information out of them. Erika, told me that nothing happened, that there was just a verbal altercation, that she wanted nothing to happen and she just wanted to leave. That's when another one of the individuals said, Erika, you need to report what happened. And she still didn't want to. And that was basically about the extent of it when I just tried to get her name as these calls over the radio were coming for whatever was happening downtown that was unbeknownst to me at the time.
So would it be fair to say that you do recall the commentary of the interview?
I'm sorry. Now I will object as argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. What I would say, Mr. Brooks, is the use of the word commentary mischaracterizes the evidence. It's argumentative.
So it would be fair to say that you do recall what was said after already saying you don't recall.
I object. It's argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Say that you do recall what was said after already saying you don't recall.
I object. It's argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
It would be fair to say that you responded to a fight at Frame Park, possibly involving a knife. That'd be fair to say?
That is what the initial dispatch was, yes.
Was any knife recovered from that scene, or?
I did not recover a knife, no.
Did you see anybody with a knife?
I did not see any individual with a knife.
Did you learn who reported that there was a knife involved?
I do not know the subjects' names that actually reported the incident, no.
From your recollection, sorry. Just 1 second. From your recollection, was Erika Patterson being cooperative with the information that she gave you?
Erika Patterson was not being cooperative with the information she was giving me, no.
Do you recall if the male individual reported any information to you?
I believe I heard a male's voice during the time that I was flagged down. I don't recall what information he told me directly.
But there was 3 individuals that you interviewed at that time. Would that be fair to say?
There were 3 individuals present at the time I was flagged down, yes.
And one of them was a male. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, yes.
But you don't recall him relaying any type of information to you at that time?
I remember hearing a male's voice. I don't remember what information that specific person told me at that time.
Just so we're clear on the record, about how long did you conduct that interview, would you say? Was it a couple of minutes, or?
I'd have to look directly at the squad video for an exact timestamp.
After you interviewed those 3 individuals, did you later gain any more information of the incident that you were investigating at that time?
I did not gain any further information regarding the specific fight that I was initially dispatched to, no.
And just so we're clear for the record, you did not talk to the plaintiff about testifying.
Objection. Vague.
Sustained.
Did you say vague? Were you contacted in any way by the plaintiff to testify here today?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you know if there's even a plaintiff in this matter?
I was contacted by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office to testify in this case.
Do you know if that's the plaintiff in this matter?
Generally, in a criminal case, the plaintiff would be the state of Wisconsin. That is my assumption in this case, that the plaintiff is the state of Wisconsin.
So the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this matter to your knowledge?
That would be correct, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Do you have any redirect?
Just very briefly, one question. You have been asked by Mr. Brooks if you did anything to further investigate the initial fight that you were dispatched to. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, relay to detectives who were working on this parade incident the information you had found out about the link between Erika Patterson and Darrell Brooks?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did detectives then follow up?
To my knowledge, it's detectives that followed up on any further investigation regarding the fight itself.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Oh, go ahead. You have your next witness.
Yes, I'd also like to move Exhibit 1C into the record, please.
Exhibit 1C is received.
Thank you.
Your objection is noted.
Can I state the grounds, if I may?
You may.
There's a point in the video that was shown, like, during the interview part between the officer and the three individuals where...
That's not the exhibit we're talking about.
Well...
We're talking about 1C, which is the annotations to the map that were made that are captured by the annotation system that the state just moved in and the court received.
Okay. I didn't understand what was being referred to. I was going to bring this up, but I wanted to wait.
Sir, let's take it up outside the presence of the jury later on. You'll have to remind me later. I've already received the video, which is exhibit number 6.
That video has some language in it that you made an order on. So I just want to put that on the record. Something that you ruled on.
Sir, we'll take it up outside the presence of the jury. All right? I need to keep going on. Next witness, please.
The state will call Kyle Edwards.
All right, Mr. Edwards, please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up a riser. When you get to the witness stand, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Kyle Edwards, K-Y-L-E-E-D-W-A-R-D-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here. What city or town do you live in, sir?
At the time, Waukesha. Right
Okay.
now I live in Pewaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay. So back in November of 2021, you lived here in Waukesha. Is that
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to ask you very briefly, do you have any medical training, sir?
I've been in the service for 17 years, so limited combat lifesaver, just basic Army warrior tasks, that type of medical stuff.
Okay. And on November 21 of 2021, did you make plans to attend the Waukesha Christmas parade?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you attending that parade with any family members?
Yeah, my wife and 2 kids at the time.
Okay. Did you travel to the area where the parade was being held by car?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what road you may have taken to approach the parade area?
Yeah, we lived just east of Frame Park, so we crossed the river and then came up into the downtown area using North Street, East North Street.
Okay. And was there a time when you came to the intersection of North Street and Barstow?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, at the corner of East North Street and Barstow, there was a stoplight there. So.
Okay. I'm going to put up a document that's been labeled as Exhibit Number 7. You'll get a chance to look at it on your screen first, sir. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, could you? There we go. Thank you. Do you see Exhibit 7 on the screen in front of you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's shown in Exhibit Number 7?
I do, ma'am.
What do you see there, sir?
So that's the intersection we had stopped at. We were coming southwest on North Street, which at the time is a one-way, and stopped at the intersection of East North Street and Barstow with a gas station on our left.
Okay. Does the photograph in Exhibit Number 7 accurately represent that intersection to the best of your knowledge, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Move to admit and permission to publish Number 7, please.
Any position on that, Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, object. It's irrelevant.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 7 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Just waiting for it to come up on the screen here for everybody to see. Okay. So the roadway is clearly marked as North Street, and the other roadway is clearly marked as Northwest Barstow Street. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the big square kind of on the middle right-hand side of the exhibit is the gas station, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is actually a touch screen in front of you, so I'm going to ask you to please mark with an X where you were positioned on North Street. And North Street is a one-way street, is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the direction of travel, if you could mark it in a spot not near where we're going to need to point out other things?
Yeah, so this is
Okay.
the one way.
Okay, perfect. And what about Barstow Street? Is that one-way or two-way, if you know?
I believe it's a two-way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you stop at that intersection, sir? That's a controlled intersection?
Yes, we were stopped at the red light.
Okay. And you were in that left-hand lane. It's two-lane street there? Or 3 lanes, maybe?
2 or 3. There might be. It looks like there's a turn lane there. So.
Okay. And so you're stopped at the lane closest to the gas station?
That's correct.
And what happened as you're sitting there, sir?
So about the same time as we were coming up to stop at the stoplight, there was a vehicle that made a left from Barstow onto the wrong way, to go to the wrong way on North Street, and stopped right up against our vehicle.
Okay, could you just draw the travel, the path of travel that you just described, please?
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle was this, sir?
It was a red SUV, kind of an older model.
Do you know maker model specifically, or not really?
At the time, no. No,
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to say. Just a red SUV, so.
Okay. And you've already indicated that's the wrong way to be going on North Street.
Correct, ma'am.
Overruled.
What did you do when you saw this red SUV turning the wrong way into your path of travel?
We kind of approached that stop line at the same time, and so we were really with the other vehicle hood to hood, and again, my wife and 2 kids were in the car, and the driver of the other vehicle kind of put up their hands. You know, I could see through the 2 windshields that the other driver put up their hands and was kind of gesturing wildly, like, again, I don't know if mouthing's the right word, but kind of frantically. It seemed upset at us that we were, either going the wrong way or. So I kind of did the same thing. Just put my hands up and just kind of was confused because we were coming up to a stoplight, and a car had approached us and was hood to hood.
Okay. Did you stay parked hood to hood, or what happened?
So the person in the other vehicle kind of made mention with like a knife hand to his right, my left, to go in maybe towards the gas station. But he was kind of pointing to go into the driveway of the gas station. So I looked in my rearview mirror. There was no one parked behind me at the time, and other than that vehicle having to maybe back up into the intersection, I could see that they were motioning to go into the driveway of the gas station.
Okay. Can you point out the driveway, please, for the jury?
Yeah, it's just an open driveway here.
Okay.
So I put the car in reverse, backed up maybe 5 feet, and then the vehicle drove into the gas station parking lot.
Was he saying that this was after Brooks drove through the parade or before? I think he's talking about before yeah, this is before the parade. Okay, sorry.
Do you know who was driving that car?
Again, windshield to windshield, we were, somewhat able to identify, basic features. But when the car drove into the parking lot, it kind of stopped, positioned itself at an angle, and the driver rolled down the window.
Okay.
Should I draw where they stopped?
Sure.
So the vehicle drove in and kind of stopped on a diagonal like this.
All right. And you're still stopped at the stoplight?
Correct.
There?
Still stopped at the stoplight.
Okay.
So the other driver rolled down the window of their vehicle. I just, as a reaction, also rolled down the window of my, I don't know why, it's just a reaction of, so the other driver rolled down their window maybe halfway and stuck his head out and kind of looked back. And he said, why didn't you get out of the way? And I'm trying to get gas. And I said, well, it's a one-way.
Okay.
You're going the wrong way down the runway. Well, I'm telling you, I need to get gas. And I go, oh, okay, man. And then it was a green light, and then we proceeded. So.
Okay. Do you think you can identify the driver of that red SUV?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see that person present in this courtroom here?
I do, yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that Mr. Brooks be instructed to remove his mask temporarily.
Mr. Brooks, you're instructed to take off your mask temporarily and look up, please. Thank you.
So at the time, it was a lot more dark facial hair features and longer hair as well. So, because
Okay.
again, I would have saw through the windshield once, but then also with the window rolled down, kind of looking back. So maybe just like the forehead and then the long, massive hair.
Sure. So different than he looks today with kind of a clean shaven or very short hairstyle
Yes,
and
ma'am.
scruff or stubble on his chin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you do think it was Darrell Brooks that was driving that car based on seeing him in court here today?
I do, ma'am.
Okay. Did you continue on to the parade, sir?
Yes, we did, ma'am.
And where did you and your family watch the parade?
We were literally on Broadway Street. So that was one of the streets that intersects at the 5 Points, intersects Main Street. And so it was really windy, so we wanted to kind of face away from the wind with the kids, so we were sitting on Broadway.
Okay. I'm sorry, I want to back up one step before I leave the gas station. Did it appear to you as though Mr. Brooks was alone in the car?
Yes, it did.
You only saw one person in that car?
That's correct.
At that.
The objection is overruled. His answer may stand.
Did you see any black female subjects walking in the area during this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, now let's go back to the parade. You said you were near the 5 Points?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were kind of positioned in area, try to get out of the wind, right?
Not out of the wind, but with our backs to the wind. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
It was very windy that night, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
Did you see a red SUV go through the parade as you were watching it, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember seeing, sir?
It was from our left. It approached to right. The direct view in front of us, there were no floats or parade participants. It was kind of a gap in the parade entries.
Okay.
And so the vehicle approached from our left. There was somebody that flew through the air, and then it exited to the right of our perspective, and that's all we saw. So because we were a little bit, maybe a row or two back from the front of the parade, we didn't have a long view of it coming and it leaving. It was kind of an enter the frame of reference and then exit pretty quickly.
Okay. But you did unfortunately see a person flying through the air?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell anything about the person as far as what group or unit they were with? If you know. If you don't know, that's okay.
No, it was just dark clothing.
Okay.
The objection is overruled. His answer may stand.
At that point, sir, near that 5 Points intersection, did you hear the horn of the SUV honking as it came through that intersection?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What did you do next?
We folded up our 2 kids in the chair, in the folding parade, lawn chair, and then got them back to the vehicle pretty quickly.
Okay.
And then my wife went to drive the kids home, and then I went back to help out with the craziness. So.
Okay. Why'd you go back to help?
It was just a reaction. I think I'll give credit to my wife. She handed me a couple diapers and a bottle of water and said, you got to go back. So we were right there.
Okay.
So we went back.
And again, you have some limited first aid training, or perhaps more than basic training. You're have some good knowledge from your service in the armed. Mr. Brooks may have some questions.
Mr. Brooks?
I'm sorry. Yep. Thank you, Ms. Basie. Could I please ask the clerk to make a screenshot and mark it as 1D, and then I would move to admit.
7A. Should be right?
Yes.
Actually, it will be 7A.
Thank you.
So that will be marked as 7A. Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Yeah, I object to the relevancy of it. This what's on the screen right now? We talking about this?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see the relevance of this.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. The court receives Exhibit 7A. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. In your, so you have a written statement and a statement that you gave to Officer Berg. Would that be fair to say?
I don't remember the name of the officer that took my statement.
Would it be fair to say that you were interviewed by an officer, a female officer?
Yes.
And would it also be fair that you you gave a written statement to that same officer?
I think I signed the statement that she wrote.
So it'd be fair to say that the officer wrote down what you told her?
Yes.
And do you remember the date that interview took place?
A couple days after the parade incident.
Any reason why it wouldn't have been the same day as the parade?
I would assume that they were rendering aid to the victims of the incident, and it took a while to get back to anybody that had called in with any altercations, or not altercations, but interactions.
Do you recall stating in this interview that you saw the news and a picture of the male driving the said SUV?
I believe in the statement I said that I wanted to provide a description of who I had the interaction with before I saw any picture of anybody on the news.
So you never stated that since the incident and before the statement that you saw the news and the picture of the male?
I guess I don't understand the question.
In your statement that the officer wrote down. Well, let me back up. Did you see a picture of the alleged defendant on the news?
Yes, but not before I provided the description to the officer.
So the description that you gave, would that be the same officer that did the interview?
I called the evening of the incident. I called the non-emergency line and provided the description at maybe 10:30 that evening of the event, and then provided the same description to the officer, a few days later.
Do you recall why you called the non-emergency line for something that would have been so big that it should have been an emergency call?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Please rephrase the question, Mr. Brooks.
Any reason why you would call the non-emergency line?
Someone going down a wrong way on a one-way street a few minutes before the parade didn't seem like an emergency compared to what had happened at the parade.
So would it be fair to say that you were then reporting someone going down the wrong way, trying to get into the gas station at that time?
At what time?
At the time that you called the non-emergency number.
I wanted to report that I had seen someone in a red SUV going the wrong way down a one-way before the parade, and the possibility that it was connected to the red SUV that I had seen drive through the parade.
Brooks is stumped.
So that non-emergency report, as you state, would have been to make a possible connection between the two incidents?
I was just reporting what I had seen.
So at that time, would it be fair to say you weren't sure if there was a connection?
I would say that I had a red SUV 5 feet from my hood, and then I saw a red SUV drive through the parade and wanted to, notify the police that I had seen that.
So at the time, were you sure that there was a connection?
Pretty sure, yes.
And what would have made you pretty sure?
The color of the SUV, the approximate age of the SUV, the timing between the 20 minutes of where I was in Waukesha to the 25 minutes later that I had seen the red SUV go through the parade.
Would it be fair to say that you just described the SUV that made the wrong turn going into the gas station as an older model? I think that was your correct words. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't be able to make the connection between the older model SUV that you saw going into the gas station and the one that you saw in the parade?
No, they were similar age. I guess older subjective. I mean, it was a similar age, the one I saw before the parade and the one I saw during the parade.
So it'd be fair to say that you weren't exactly sure?
I'm pretty sure they were the same vehicle.
All his questions do is confirm the evidence against him.
Do you recall in your statement saying that you were 95% sure?
That sounds right, yes. 95%. I would give that same percentage, yes.
Why would you not be 100% sure if you say that you believe that they were the same vehicle?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Please rephrase the question, Mr. Brooks.
I guess I'll say it like, what put any doubt in your head that they weren't the same vehicle?
I wasn't able to see the driver of the person going through the parade because it was moving so fast. So I guess there's a very, very small chance that the red SUV I saw beforehand happened to be a similar year, make, and model and color of the SUV that I saw go through the parade.
So,
because it was going too fast.
You weren't exactly sure who was driving the SUV in the parade.
Correct.
Do you recall in the statement that the officer wrote down? Do you recall telling the officer that was writing the report that you're 95% sure the male you saw prior to the parade at the gas station was the one driving through the parade route?
As far as I would not be able to identify who was driving through the parade route because the vehicle was moving too fast.
Ah, he got him to say it again. It's going too fast.
Do you recall saying that his voice was the same?
Yes. So when the second interview had taken place, again, I wanted to provide that description to the officer, the visual description the night of. But just as I did now, I'm 95% sure that the interaction that I had prior to the parade was with you.
Who do you refer to when you say you?
Whatever your name is.
So you don't know the alleged defendant's name?
I do, yeah.
Well, whatever you go by, who cares?
Would it be safe to assume that if you couldn't see who was driving the SUV in the parade route, that you also couldn't identify if it was the same voice?
The voice has nothing to do with the driver of the vehicle driving the parade. Again, it was moving too quickly. I wasn't able to identify the driver when I saw the vehicle going through the parade.
So would it be safe to assume that you got the description from the news and picture of the person that you seen on the news?
The person and the voice that I saw in the news matched who I interacted with prior to the parade.
But just so we're clear for the record, there was no way you saw who was driving the vehicle in the parade route?
Correct.
Going back to the interaction at the gas station, do you recall telling the interviewing officer that the driver of that vehicle rolled down the window to say, "I'm almost out of gas"?
Yes.
Do you recall backing your vehicle up to let the driver of that car into the gas station?
Yes.
Do you remember how far you backed up?
5 feet.
Do you remember telling the reporting officer who was writing down your statement that it was 10 feet?
5 to 10 feet.
Was it 5 feet or 10 feet?
It was enough to let the vehicle into the gas station.
So would it be safe to say that you don't recall?
It would be safe to say it's between 5 and 10 feet.
After your initial non-emergency call, it was the night of the parade that you made the non-emergency call, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how long after that you were then interviewed by law enforcement?
A few days.
Did you try to attempt to call and report again?
Yes, I think so. I think I'd called again maybe a day or two later, just because, again, it was when I first called the night of, they seemed to be pretty busy. So I called a day or two later just to, make sure that anybody had taken down the statement that I had made the night of. And then it was, a couple days later that the officer came out to interview me.
Would it be fair to state that at that time you were still seeking to report what had happened at the gas station?
That's correct.
So you weren't seeking to report any connection between the gas station incident and what you saw on the parade route?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
I was calling to report what I had seen before the parade.
And the second reporting was before you actually were interviewed, correct? Just so we're clear for the record.
What do you mean by the second reporting?
The second time that you called to make a report about the gas station incident, that was before you ultimately were interviewed by law enforcement.
That's correct. The second call was just to make sure that they still had my name, and I didn't really file a formal report that second time. It was just a call to see that they still had my name and contact info, and they had said that an officer would be out eventually to interview.
At that time, when you called to make sure that they still had your name on file or your report about the gas station incident, at that time, had you made any connection to that incident and what you saw at the parade?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We've been through this.
Sustained. It's been asked and answered. Mr. Brooks, I draw your attention once again to 90611.
Noted.
Next topic, please.
Noted. And were you subpoenaed by the state of Wisconsin to testify here today?
I was either the state or the county. I received a letter from the county.
Did they identify as the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin in the courtroom today?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, do you know if the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Have you ever had any interaction with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Ever had a phone conversation with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you even know the state of Wisconsin?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Ever run into the state of Wisconsin at the Walmart?
Mr. Brooks, new topic or I'll stop the cross-examination under 90611.
One second. Do you recall how long approximately you were stopped at the red light during the gas station incident?
A minute or two.
Did you ever see the vehicle that went into the gas station actually get gas?
When we turned left onto Barstow, I noticed that the vehicle didn't stop for gas and was going to either exit to go back on north, but it didn't stop at a gas pump.
Did you see the vehicle pull off from the gas station, or was it just kind of stationary parked?
I can't say what the vehicle did because I was already at that point out of view. I just know that it had not gone to one of the gas pumps.
He probably didn't have any money for gas.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Where's Waldo?
That temperature's got to come down. I'm calling facilities. It's hot.
There he is.
Do we have Ms. Berg? Good afternoon. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is to my right, upper riser. When you get there, please raise your right hand, remain standing, raise your right hand, and I sent my clerk on an errand, so I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. When you are seated, the first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each, please.
Holly Berg, HOLLYBERG.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Berg, thank you for your appearance here this afternoon. I'd like to ask you about the events of November 21, 2021, okay? Do you remember that afternoon, 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, what you were doing?
Yes.
What was that?
I was dropping my boyfriend's daughter, who was 5 at the time, at with her dance company on White Rock Avenue at their staging area,
Okay.
to get ready for the parade.
So your boyfriend's daughter was going to participate in the parade?
Yes.
Okay. And you had to drop her off on White Rock?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then
My job to make sure the record's clear, so if you nod your head or say,
Okay.
I'll clarify. It's okay, people do it all the time.
And after you dropped her off, were you planning to attend the parade then?
Yes.
And where were you planning to watch the parade from?
Earlier that morning, we went and put our chairs and blankets on a spot on Main and Maple right on the corner.
Okay. And do you know if you were on the north side of the street or the south side of the street?
South side.
South side of the street. And do you know any businesses that were nearby that you can remember?
Yeah, we were right across from Main Street Bar and Grill.
Okay.
Main Street.
Okay, Mainstream Bar and
Yes.
Grill? Yeah, okay. And as you were traveling to the parade after dropping off your boyfriend's daughter, did you travel along North Street?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask to display exhibit number 7, which has already been admitted, Your Honor.
Permission to publish Exhibit 7 is granted.
All right, so it's up on the big screens. It's also on the monitor in front of you.
Okay.
And that's actually a touch.
I was right here in the second lane. It was probably one lane too close. I drew the X.
Okay.
We can clear it and she can do it again if it's not accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the
So I was right
greatest.
here in the.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
In the center lane.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, I wonder if she, you may have clicked the arrow, which is okay. There's multiple ways to annotate. So try it again and see what comes up.
There we go.
Okay. And as you approach that intersection, do you remember if you had to stop for the stoplight there?
Yes, it had just turned red.
Okay. Did you see any cars around you on North Street?
Yes, there was a car to my left. I think it was silver. And I think there was a car on my right.
Okay. And the car on your left then would be in the lane closest to the gas station, correct?
Correct, right at the corner.
Okay. There is a gas station right there, that big box in the middle
Yes.
of the street. Okay. What do you remember happening as you sat there at the stoplight?
So I stopped at the stoplight, and I immediately saw a red SUV come from down the hill on Barstow, and it turned into North Street to go into the gas station. However, it turned on a one-way street, and it was like head-to-head with the car next to me in the first lane. And so I was right next to the silver car.
Sure.
And
How about, could you draw that for us on the map?
Yeah.
The best you can, please.
Yep, so it came down here and into this first lane right here.
Okay. And that's where the silver car was parked?
Yeah.
Or stopped, I should say.
Yes, and there is a driveway to the gas station right here.
Okay.
And the silver car was blocking that driveway because it's an exit, not an enter.
Okay. And so you saw the SUV go kind of hood to hood or head to head, you said, with the silver car.
Yeah, and I was looking, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy is coming trying to get onto our one-way street, and I saw a bunch of arm flailing from.
By who?
I think both vehicles, because presumably the red SUV is mad that the silver car is blocking to get into the gas station. The silver car is like, I'm not doing anything wrong. So they were both kind of upset. And then I noticed the silver car backed up to allow the red SUV to get into the gas station.
Okay. Could you see into the red SUV and see the driver of that vehicle?
When I was, before it had entered the before silver car backed up and red SUV went into the driveway, I could just see outline.
Okay.
However, after the SUV pulled in, he stopped immediately as soon as he got into the driveway and stuck his head out and was still doing this, like yelling at the silver car.
Gesturing and yelling. Could you hear what was being said?
No, I had my window up.
You had your window up. Okay, but you could, it appeared he was yelling?
Yes.
Did he appear angry to you?
Irritated.
Okay. And could you tell how many people were in that red SUV at that point? Or did you see anybody other than the driver?
I did not see anybody else.
Okay. Do you think you can identify the driver of that red SUV?
Yes.
Is that person present in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask Mr. Brooks to remove his mask, Your Honor, for identification by this witness.
Mr. Brooks, thank you. Record to reflect, he took his mask down.
Yes.
Is that the driver of the red SUV you just described for us?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you eventually go on to the parade?
Yes. So right after, 5 seconds after the SUV got in and stuck his head out, then the light turned green and I went and parked my car.
Okay.
And then met with my family at the location.
Okay. And did you see a red SUV on the parade route?
Yes, about 30 minutes into getting there.
Okay. So I'm just going to slow down here a little bit, okay? You're doing a great job, thank you. I just want to ask you now, as you're standing there at the parade, what do you remember about the first time you saw that red SUV?
So at first, so a group had just passed us. I believe it was the Catholic community group. And then there was a large gap. And so I looked to see, what's next.
Okay.
And saw a red SUV, which I originally thought was part of the parade, in the far right lane of Main Street. But it was going really fast, and I said to myself, why is this going so fast? And then it clicked as soon as it switched over to the far left lane, and then into the group of people right in front of me.
And that would be the Catholic community group?
I do believe so.
Did you see the red SUV strike any people in the Catholic community group?
Several.
Can you estimate how many?
At least 15.
Okay. And did, I'm sorry to ask it this way, but did you see anybody actually fly or roll or tumble?
Yeah, so originally I heard sounds like thuds, and then it was in the air, like bowling pins.
Okay. Did you get a look at the driver of the vehicle as it went through the parade?
Yeah. When I had just said it veered to the left and then struck the group of people, it was about probably 6 or 7 feet from where I was standing.
Okay.
And I saw directly through the driver's window.
What did you see?
I saw a man focused on the group ahead of him.
Is that Darrell Brooks that you saw?
Yes. And as soon as that happened, about 10 seconds after, I froze and I said to my mom, who was with me, I just saw that guy at the gas station. And it clicked that it was the same person.
You remember exactly that it was the same person?
Yes.
Okay. You described hearing some noises that you described as thuds, is that right?
Yes.
What do you think that noise was?
Hitting a large group of people with a vehicle.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Brooks honking the horn on the vehicle at all?
No.
You described some driving maneuvers where you saw him going from side to side of the road, is that correct?
Yeah, I saw it coming up Main Street in the far right lane, and I was in the far left, on the sidewalk of the far left, and it was then in the far left lane.
Okay. Were you able to estimate the speed of the vehicle at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Would you be able to estimate the speed?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say 20 miles per hour, perhaps.
Okay. Did you ever see the vehicle?
As many bodies as it did. I remember the brake lights, but then it continued.
Did you actually see the vehicle drive over people?
I saw it hit the group and people fly, and then there was just chaos in the street.
Okay. Had your boyfriend's daughter already gone through?
No, she had not.
Okay. So she was back waiting to join the parade, or
we didn't know at the time, no. So as soon as it happened, my boyfriend leaped up to go help people, and I grabbed him. I said, no, go find her. So then he took off and had to go find her down 5 blocks.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions for you.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any cross-exam for this witness?
I do. First of all, good afternoon. You stated that you saw brake lights. Would that be fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would it be fair to say you would only see brake lights from a vehicle if it was attempting to stop?
Or slow.
So, just so I'm clear on that, you would see brake lights on a vehicle that is attempting to slow down or stop?
Sure.
And you stated that you can estimate the speed of the vehicle?
I estimated 20 miles per hour.
And would you characterize that as extremely fast?
Yes, for the parade, yes.
And how did you come to the conclusion of the speed?
With how quickly it went from point A to point B in my range of sight.
Going back to the gas station incident, you were. I guess I would need to see the map again.
We still have that available. The map? We still have the map with the markings available up, or was it cleared after we captured it?
I didn't clear it. Yeah,
Okay.
could we please save that as 7B, please, Your Honor?
It will be saved as 7B.
And admitted.
Any position on that, Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, I don't see the relevancy of the map.
It's directly related to her testimony, sir. It's relevant. Your objection is noted.
So
It's overruled. Exhibit 7B is received.
yeah, I don't see the relevancy of the map.
It's directly related to her testimony, sir. It's relevant. Your objection is noted.
So
It's overruled. Exhibit 7B is received.
where were you positioned again at the stoplight?
I was in the front row in the middle lane.
Do you remember if it was a car to your right?
I think there was a car to my right.
Do you recall if the vehicle you saw going into the gas station had any tinted windows?
I do not.
And you stated that you were pretty sure it was only one occupant of that vehicle?
Yes, that's all I could see.
With all you can see, or are you sure that it was only one occupant?
I could see one person.
So it'd be fair to say you couldn't see any other seats in the vehicle?
I saw one person when it was head to head with the vehicle next to me, the one with the arms in the air, and then I saw one person as he stuck his head out the window once he pulled in.
Could you see the passenger seat?
I could not from that point.
Could you see the back seats?
No.
Brooks' strategy is brake lights, tinted windows, and honking horns. And now he's saying and then also that somebody else was in the car driving it. Even though he was sitting in the front seat, somebody else in the back was driving it.
Are we done with the map? I'd like to turn.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you recall who subpoenaed you here to testify?
Yes.
You stated for the record?
Yes, I said. The state of Wisconsin District Attorney.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom today?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, move on. Under 90611, I've sustained all of the objections related to this line of questioning. It's not relevant. Next topic, or I will find that the cross-examination by you is done.
So you're sustaining every question pertaining to that part of questioning? Or is it for every testimony? Or
it's on that topic, so you may continue if you choose another topic.
have you ever seen the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, before?
Right, pursuant to 90611, judge controls the order and mode of interrogation, that these questions violate sub 1, and Mr. Brooks will not be able to ask any further questions of this witness. Does the state have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
What was
Mr.
violated?
Brooks, I'm not going to address that right now. I think this will be a good time to take our afternoon break. So we'll be, I need to address a couple things with the parties, but as far as the jurors are concerned, about 15 minutes for the afternoon break, give or take. All rise for the jurors, please.
Once again, though, he never stands for the jurors.
This has passed 3 notes to the court. I review them as they come in. At times I put no response needed by the court. I initial it, date it, put the time. These will be uploaded into the file at some point. There was one particular request I do want to take up by Mr. Brooks, and that is at 1:11 p.m. he sent a note to the court indicating, I'm very emotional right now. Can I go to the other court? I responded to that at 1:20 p.m. and I said the court will address this at the next break. Clerk advised to provide a copy of this response to the parties forthwith. I believe she may have provided even the other note, a copy of the other note and my response at that time, but at a minimum I know my response was copied and provided to the parties. I did note that I saw Mr. Brooks reviewing the papers. They were put on the corner of his table. I wrote down the time. It's not at my fingertips. I'll look for that. But in any event, I did want to address that with you, Mr. Brooks. You've been in the courtroom, you've been meaningfully participating. Are you asking to go to the other courtroom?
At the time that we went back on the record, I was very emotional at that time. Still very emotional, but I'm attempting as best I can to hold it together. That does lead me to, since we are addressing certain things outside the...
Well, I'm addressing this first, sir. Are you making a request to go to the other
I'm not
courtroom?
making any requests at this time. Like I just stated, I'm trying my best to hold everything together considering how this day has been. I can't expect anybody else to know what's inside my head to know what I'm going through right now, but yeah, we'll just leave that there.
All right, thank you. That is noted for the record. At some point, sir, after I admitted Exhibit 6, you raised an objection. I told you I would allow you to raise that outside the presence of the jury. Now is your opportunity to do that.
And which one would you be referring to?
Exhibit 6, sir.
Or the video?
We've seen multiple videos, but yes, Exhibit 6 is a video, sir.
I think it's very clear what I was referring to in that video. The interview portion of the officer with the 3 individuals has language in it that you made a ruling about pertaining to a whole different entire...
Which part of the video, sir?
The interview part. I'm going to say it again, as I've already said it clearly enough. The interview part between the officer and the 3 individuals.
And what specifically are you referring to? What statement, sir? I need some specificity.
Do you need it played?
to that.
Do you need it played?
Mr. Brooks, you're the one making the objection. Please make your offer of proof so I can rule on it.
The offer of proof is that there's language said by Erika Patterson in that interview that can be audible, referring to another situation in another county. You made a ruling on that would not be admitted into evidence. So at the very least, that portion of the video that you've already admitted into evidence should be removed, or the whole video should be struck and removed from the record. And I'm saying that because of the ruling that you made, the judicial determination that you made, Your Honor.
Let me turn to the state. Attorney Opper, I don't specifically recall. If I need to review it on a break, maybe I will, but do you have any idea what this is referring to?
I do not, Your Honor. I did not hear anything in that recording that would violate your previous orders.
I object to that. It's very clear if the video was played that you can hear language said in that portion of the video that you clearly ruled on.
I'll review it at a later point in time. The state will need to just file that clip on a flash drive so I can review that in chambers. From my perspective, even if there were to be something, it was not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This was to provide an account of what the officer was experiencing, but I'll review it. If there is something in there, I certainly can. It doesn't change the fact that the video itself is admissible. It might have an impact on whether it's played again for the jury, at least at that particular point. But again, I didn't personally catch that, but there was a lot going on in that video at that time, a lot of audio. There's clearly, in addition to the audio from the squad, you can hear the radio, so I will need to review it again. Mr. Brooks, I'd appreciate if you not roll your eyes at me. There was a lot going on in that video. I don't think anyone in this courtroom would disagree with me. What I'm telling you, I'm giving you the opportunity to raise the issue since you essentially didn't, well, let me state it this way. You raised it when you thought it was appropriate. I told you I'd take it up outside the presence of the jury. That's what I'm giving you the opportunity to do. What I'm telling you is I'm not going to make a ruling specifically because I need to watch the video. And so I don't think that's something you should be rolling your eyes at. That's proper for this court. It would be something that if I were to just give my ruling right now, it would be something that someone could look at later on and say, well, you just admitted on the record, you didn't hear it yourself. So what I'm telling you, sir, is I'm going to take the time, not now during the trial, but on a break when I can look at it in chambers and keep a careful ear out for what you said, and then I'll come back and make my ruling. So that's giving deference to your request. So I don't think it warrants you rolling your eyes at me.
I wasn't rolling my eyes to you about that.
So with that, we're on recess. 15 minutes, everyone. The court's stepping.
Your Honor.
I think he actually might have made a good point here. And I think that we'll find out in the next day that he did.
But I think he's going on my head because I'm 15. I did lie about my age, so I'm on 18 at first. So, but 2 weeks after that, he found out how old I really was and was still messing with me. And my mom kept seeing us together. She kept seeing him in jail. Then he went to prison for about a year and a half over me. So he registered as a sex offender.
Oh, okay. All right.
So.
How long have you guys known each other?
16 years.
16 years? Okay.
Yeah.
And that relationship started down in Georgia?
No, I was born, in California, but I met him in Nevada. I moved to Georgia in 2017.
Okay.
And I moved him out there to Georgia with me in April of this year, April.
Okay.
And then I came out here with him. I never went back.
When you say it came out here, meaning like Milwaukee area?
Milwaukee area.
Okay.
Yes.
And then in Milwaukee, that's when you had that good job, and then the fight happened. And
This just happened in Milwaukee, yes.
And you're out here to try to stay safe.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to go back to Georgia, but I don't have. What am I supposed to do? Like I have no income.
Yeah. Well, makes sense. So yesterday, what happened? How did you guys become in contact with each other?
Because he's out here trying to visit his son or whatever, and he already in this Waukesha area. He called from a private number. I was with my friend Kori, and then he told me, "I see you. I see you." I'm like, "How do you see me?" All because I don't have a car. I have my license, but all we do, I'll be with her trying to babysit her all damn day. So we're walking up and down the street with her friends and everything else.
Did Kori see him today?
Huh?
Did Kori see him today?
No.
Okay. No. Did Kori do you call him Jay?
His name is Jay.
Okay.
Well, his name is Darrell, but I call him Jay because that's why it's Darrell Brooks Jr. So I call him Jay.
Okay. And did he see his son yesterday or today?
I don't know what he does. I just know he's out here. His son is baby mama Angel. I don't know if that's even her real name, but they're out here in Waukesha.
Do you have any kids that stay with you here?
No, I'm by myself.
You're here by yourself.
I came here from the hospital because he ran my ass over with a car.
And that's already been documented, right?
Yeah,
By the Milwaukee Police
Department?
Department?
That's why I came here. They brought me here. I thought it was the hospital.
What car did he run you over with?
In his mother's car. It was a red Ford Escape.
Okay. Let's talk.
He knows a lot of people out here, and I don't want to put my life in danger. Like I don't want. Like I know you guys document this, but I don't want him knowing any of this because it's like he knows a lot of people in Milwaukee, a lot of people. Okay. And I'm not trying to get shot or anything else. I don't know what the hell he's gonna do.
Does he carry weapons with him?
He does not, but he knows a lot of people that do.
Okay.
And he's threatened me plenty of times before.
Yeah. So he hit you yesterday in your face with his fist, with his hand.
His hand.
So why don't you explain? You guys, he's calling you from unknown numbers. How did you guys end up in the same?
He saw us.
Where do you remember where that was?
I don't know this area. It was down there. It was like a big church thingy. I don't know. It's down whatever street this is, all the way down the street, kind of by the lake. So that happened, and then I kept answering the private calls. I did.
Okay.
You know, and then he said, "I see you," whatever. Okay. So then I finally, when he said, "I see you," I met up with him. I did.
Okay.
And
I'm not judging you.
No, I know. I don't want to. I don't know. But this is what happened, and it's like I'm trying to sit here because it's the only person I know. But it's like I'm meeting up with you, and he's sitting here getting mad at me because I didn't bail him out. You tried to kill me. Why did I bail you out?
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't even walk up to the damn car in the first place.
Was he alone?
Yes, he's by himself. He's always by himself. He sleeps in the car in his mom's backyard.
Okay.
The cops had, when they first arrested him over this, they had came to him in his mom's backyard, and because he sleeps, the truck is in his mom's backyard.
When you saw him yesterday, when you met up with him yesterday, and he hit your face, was there anybody else that saw that happen to you? Just okay. And you were by, kind of by the river, but by a church. I'm assuming it's
Before that,
St. Joe's Church is a really big church right down the street here.
I'm not sure the names. I'm not from this county, so.
There's some other apartment buildings right there.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. I'm just making an
I know,
assumption
I'm
that might
sorry,
be the
though.
right.
Anybody might be. I can't, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Did he hit you just one time, 2 times?
Once.
With which hand?
Just right now.
Did it cause you pain? Well, your eyes
I'm
pretty
not
swollen.
scared of him. I just don't want. No, it didn't hurt, but it was just like it wasn't a punch. It was a slap like this. But he's strong. He's the same size as me, but he's stronger than me.
Okay.
I'm not scared of him, but it's like I am because you ran me over in a car in broad daylight at a gas station. The cops already have a video of it.
Today, nothing was physical. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Okay. Would you mind if I take photos of your eye and your overall person, just to document your injury to your left eye? Would that be okay? And then my other question is, did you ever go to the hospital for that injury? Okay.
One thing I went to the hospital was with my leg, and then I have a dislocated finger he did to me on my birthday. Well, you guys can clearly see it's dislocated. They told me to do a follow-up appointment, but I haven't called them yet. But you see.
Oh, yeah.
So
this happened on my birthday. This happened October 7th. My birthday's October 7th, so this happened like the day after that.
So on October 8th, maybe?
Yeah.
Where did that happen?
At a hotel. Because, like I said, we were sleeping in the back of his car, well, his mom's car, in his mom's backyard because he's not supposed to be there because he shot at his nephew last year. So he has an open case.
Has he always been this violent towards you and other people?
Yeah, because, he's been this violent towards me since I was younger. Yeah.
And this child in common that you guys have lives in Georgia, I'm understanding.
She's in Georgia now, because I left to come out here for 2 weeks, and she was supposed to come with us, but she didn't want to come.
Okay.
She was going to, but then that day she said, no, I don't want to come.
And what's her first name?
Arsinoe. Arsinoe. You can call her Ari, yes.
Ari.
She's with one of my cousins right now.
Is that the only child you guys have in
We
common?
just have one together. I have $4, but I have one with him.
One with him.
That's it.
Okay.
And then he has one out here.
Okay. Let's take a break. I'm going to take a couple of photos of you.
Does your eye hurt now? Now that everything's kind of... I mean, I'm sure adrenaline at the time and maybe you didn't...
It doesn't hurt. No, it doesn't hurt. But...
Really? Okay. All right. It just looks like it might...
I know. It looks fun, but...
Yeah. Okay. You don't... Like, when you touch it, you don't feel like it's bruised or anything like that? Because it's like red.
It just right here. A little bit.
Okay. Because I know sometimes when things are happening, adrenaline's going and...
The main thing is this. Like, this is
Did you have surgery on that?
No, I didn't have surgery. It's broken. I have the paperwork. It's fractured right here and right here. But it's been 2 weeks. I mean, I think it's healing, but I got my paperwork. So.
Are you okay to stand?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's just stand right here, I think. Maybe that would be best.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just going to grab an overall picture of you.
Fine.
I got a dirty phone, of course.
I'm sorry. I don't want everybody mad at me. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. No, nobody mad at you.
I'm sorry.
No one's mad at you.
They want to bring this drama here.
It's not drama.
He just...
Can you pull your mask down?
I didn't know she wasn't from here.
And then can you turn your head all the way to the side? And then turn your head all the way to the other side? Okay, and just look at me one more time. You can have a seat.
Can you guys not tell him, please? Tell him
that we talked to you?
He knows a lot of people in Milwaukee. I can't. I'm sorry.
Well, let's talk about what happened today. So you guys, is it the same kind of? Was there anybody with you today?
Well, I was with them earlier, and then she left. And she was talking to her boyfriend, whatever.
We said we're gonna call. So I'm just imagining you had a couple friends that were standing by you.
Yeah,
when
but
they
she
saw.
left earlier, and then he had called, and then that's when I was at the park, the whatever. Farmer's Park, whatever that lake thing. Frame. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
I was there, and then he had popped up there. I had seen his car parked over there. Okay. And then my dumbass walked up to the car, and he was yelling at me then, get in the car, get in the car.
Did you get in the car?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. What
And
happened then?
Arguing.
Same, about the same?
Just arguing. He didn't hit me today, but we were arguing.
Okay.
I'm just like, trying to make him see, like, look what you're doing to me. I'm out here by myself. I don't have family out here. I don't have anybody out here.
Did you notice if he was like, it sounds like he's kind of an angry guy, so take this
He's an
what
angry
you
person.
mean, or I guess don't look into what I'm trying to say. Was he more angry today, or less angry, or the same,
He's the same every time.
or something different?
The whole time I've known him, he's been the same every time.
Okay.
Doesn't change with him.
Do you know if he was doing any kind of drugs or alcohol?
Only drugs I know he doesn't smoke weed. That's the only thing I know. Yeah.
Okay. And talk me through the verbal altercation you had today. How did it start, and then what was said, and then
When I walked the car, we just argued. I walked out, and I came back here. That's it. That's all it was.
How did the argument end?
Me leaving, getting out the car, because I'm not trying to get ran over again. I don't know what he's capable of. He's telling me, like, he knows all these people that will, like, if he threatens me, he knows too many people.
Did he threaten you today?
He didn't threaten me, but he makes, if you want this to end, I'll make it end. Something like that. That, to me, that's a threat. I don't know what that means.
I don't either. But
That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know.
okay.
I wouldn't have came out here for this BS. This is too much for me.
And what did you do after you left him?
I walked back here.
Okay. Have you heard from him since then?
No.
Is that common, or do you normally hear from him like
No.
throughout the day and night?
He's not going to call. I don't think he's going to call. He's probably scared that he's going to go back to jail because he knows that we still have an open case. He knows he got bailed out. He knows that when December comes, you're going to go to jail anyways, dude. They're trying to give you all these years. You already had an open case. You jumped down some more stuff. You already have an open case.
Is he pretty light skinned?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he have dreads?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe today what he was wearing?
A white hoodie. I don't remember the pants, but a white hoodie.
Okay. Anything else that stuck out to you, like what he was wearing? I know you said you don't remember the pants, so does he always wear the same pants, or does he always wear the same shoes?
I don't know if he had the slides on, like some blue slides.
Blue slides?
Like slide shoes.
Mm-hmm. Like flip-flop or whatever?
Like slides, yeah. White socks. I don't remember the pants might have been light blue. They might have been light blue, I think they were.
Okay. Did he change clothes from yesterday to today? Or were they the same yesterday?
They were the same yesterday. He was the same clothes. He was in a freaking car.
Yeah. Okay. Did you notice if he had if he had an undershirt on? What color his undershirt was?
I didn't see that.
And did he have any weapons on today?
No. He never has weapons on him. I don't know if he does. I never seen him. Shit. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you in front of you guys. I'm sorry.
Does he have any? How many phones does he have? If any.
He has a red iPhone.
Okay.
iPhone 11, I believe. And he has another phone that is an Android. It should have like a pinkish kind of background case his mother gave him.
And which one does he primarily communicate with you on?
The red iPhone.
And that's his phone, not the one that his mom gave to him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, his mom buys it. She pays his bill.
Okay.
So it's...
And and you know that he primarily communicates with you with that phone because of why or how?
Do that. Like, he has apps. He has a Text Now app on the other phone that he communicates me through.
The pink one?
Yeah.
Okay.
He hasn't done that.
Text Me Now app?
Yeah, the Text Now, whatever it's called.
And he can change numbers.
You can change numbers. Mm-hmm. He sure does.
Okay. Do you know his passcode to his phone?
I don't.
Does he keep a password on his phone?
Yeah. A fingerprint, I believe.
Okay.
Well, his iPhone, I know, is the face recognition. The Android, it's a passcode. I don't know a passcode.
Is it a swipey one or a digital?
No, it's a passcode.
Like a numbers?
Passcode. Yeah, the numbers. I don't know.
So you don't know what the numbers would
No,
be?
he never gave it to me. He always took my phone. They still have my phone to his custody.
Okay.
On Fond du Lac. So I had to buy a new phone because of him.
Okay. Does he have any other electronics that he keeps?
Not that I know of. I haven't seen him, like, since the last 2 days. I haven't seen him, like, a month. I don't know.
Okay. Does he have a wallet or any kind of, like, thing where he keeps his cards or money or anything like that?
Blue one.
The blue one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does he normally keep that on his person or somewhere in the car?
Usually on him, I believe.
In a pocket? Okay. Does he have one of those I forgot what they call them now because they've changed the names.
In that red car, it should be a TV because he sleeps in his car. It should be a TV in the front.
A TV in there?
And an electric cord. Oh, white one.
Do you have a red car today?
It was
The same?
red Ford Escape.
The same car, okay.
It's not his name. He doesn't have a fucking license in his mom's name.
Do you know the license plate number?
No. They should have that because the cops have the video when he hit me with this, so they should have that. I don't have all that. I just know.
Was there any damage to the car?
No, there was not. But I know the cops, and we had witnesses and stuff. There's no damage, but they had the video. It was at a BP gas station in on Appleton Road in Milwaukee when he hit me in daylight.
Okay. And how did that, I don't want to bring up old stuff.
You can bring it up. Okay. I had got me a room because I was tired of sleeping in a car. I was tired of fighting him. I get off work. I have to come there, sleep in a damn car every freaking night and deal with you fighting me. So I got me a room that night. And the next day for checkout, I had told him like a dumbass. I had told him, checkout, he came there at 11 o'clock. Took my phone, followed me. I was going on the street trying to leave him. Then he ran me. I didn't know he was going to run me over, but I went to the gas station, he ran me over. They had witnessed in the video. That's what I
How did he hit you with the driver's side passenger?
I don't know. I just know he hit me, and I was on the ground. I had blood on my pink backpack. I had my shoe was across the parking lot.
Mm. Okay.
And then I have people telling me, people are telling me he's the one that freaking ran through the freaking parade thing. I'm like, that wasn't him. I don't know anything. I'm just confused. I don't want to be in trouble with you guys. I'm sorry
No, you're not in trouble at all.
I don't want to get kicked out. I don't have nowhere else to go. I don't know what's going on.
You're still.
I just know he's abusive as fuck, as you guys can see this.
Mm-hmm.
But if I feel like he's going to be in jail, he's going to be in jail regardless when court day comes, but he's trying to take it to trial.
Let me ask you this. When you guys were talking, you were about to leave.
Yeah.
Did he say anything? What were his last words to you before you left? Remember?
He just kept saying, fuck you, bitch, fuck you, bitch, fuck you, bitch, erase my number. That's all he kept saying.
Did he make any threats to you or anybody else?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you know what your last words were to him?
I kept saying, why are you doing this to me when I left my kids in Georgia to come out here with you and you wouldn't let me come back? That's all I kept saying to him. I said, why don't you love me? What did I do to you? What am I doing to you? And he hates me because I didn't bail him out. You left me in jail. He's blaming me for why he ran me over.
How's that?
He's just saying it's my fault. You should have controlled your anger. Why you had to run me over?
Okay.
And my cousin's in Nevada. I don't have her number by heart, but she's just like, dude, he's always been like this with you. Why are you still? He's always been. Jay, if you guys pull his background up, another lady at night had pulled it up. He went to jail. Me and him just started talking again. He went to jail before for strangulation, battery, and some more stuff. When I wasn't even talking to him, he has a history of anger.
Yeah.
And it's not me. You already were doing this to other women, not me.
Right. That's very common. Which I'm sure these ladies have been
trying
to help you out with understanding.
I'm sitting here okay. But I'm your baby mother. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I always say sorry. I'm sorry.
You don't have to.
I always say sorry.
Remember what time that was that you met with him today at the Frame Park or the park that you were at?
Me and Kori left here.
Or did you have text messages with him to know what time you met with him?
I don't, because he called from a private number. But it was around. We left here around. I did my dishes, did my chores. Left here around. I don't remember. I could say it's 3 or 4ish. I don't know. It was 3 or 4ish because I left here around 2. I did my dishes and stuff. I didn't get up till 12. I was knocked out until she came there with me up.
Did you call a friend right after you got out of the car and made sure you weren't going to get hit by him? After you left, did you contact anybody or did you just come straight back here?
I came here.
Straight back here?
Yes.
Did you make any stops?
No.
So is there a record of when she would come in here?
To roll the cameras back.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I came here.
That's fine. That's fine. I believe you. I'm just trying to narrow down a time, because sometimes time can be weird, right?
Yeah, and she...
you know if it was dark yet, or is there still a little light outside?
It was dark. Okay.
Okay.
Because what's her name was outside by Dollar General with her friend Kyle. And I seen her and she walked up here with me. So yes, it was around probably 2 hours ago. Well, not 2 hours. I'll say 3 hours. Oh no, 3 hours.
Well, it's already 10 o'clock now.
Okay, so I didn't know that. So
Yeah.
it was
About
night. It was dark when it happened. It was after
4:30.
all the shootings happened.
So did you hear the sirens outside?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you when you heard all the sirens?
When I was walking back here, I heard them all down there. And when I was over here, I heard them all down here. So they're everywhere.
So were they still going when you got here? Were the sirens still?
Yeah, they were.
Okay. I would say 4:30 probably.
It was dark though.
Yeah, so it would have been dark at 4:30 already.
Dark.
I think it was later than that though. I think it was like 5 maybe. Check 5. I don't think it was 4:30.
And so I assume, again, I make assumptions, right? But I don't know unless you tell me I'm wrong. Did you walk in the roads back to here? I know you have to right here, or did you walk like in the park? There's like a trail.
A trail, I believe. It was like a trail. It wasn't like the main street. Obviously, the road was closed.
And then when you got to where you need to come to here, then you walked the street. Then I imagine.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay.
You had that on all day?
Mhm. Yeah.
Did you have a coat on?
Yes, I had a gray one and a blue one on.
Okay.
Well, blue one over the gray one.
Okay.
So I don't know what time it was. I walked in with her.
Who'd you walk in with?
With Kori, because I thought she was outside with everything.
Okay.
I walked in with her.
Did you tell her what happened? You had an argument with Jay?
But like I said, I'm trying to be Dr. Phil to her and her
She's got her own thing.
relationships. She has like 7 dudes trying to be in love with her. So they all call my
Popular
phone.
lady.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It's a lot.
Some days I
But
can't
Cor-
even handle one guy. I don't know.
Right.
That's too much work
I'm
for me.
trying to steer you.
Where was Kori when you were in the car with him?
Huh?
Where was Kori when
She was with her friend Nick.
And where were they?
I don't know.
Were they watching from like a distance?
No, they were gone. I don't even know where the hell they were.
When did you meet up with them? Just outside the building or somewhere
I
else?
met them in the morning and I left them and they went somewhere else. I don't know where they went.
When you saw her tonight, before you walked in this building, where's the first time you saw her before you walked in here?
Over here by the Dollar General.
By Dollar General?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was dropped because she knows she has 3 violations. She couldn't be back. She has to be back at a certain time.
And so she wasn't with you at the park?
No.
And she didn't see you get in and out of the car? And is the guy that she's with, this Kori, is he white or is he black? Or?
He's white.
Okay. And do they know him or have his phone number?
No.
I don't know. Do we have what's Kori's last name?
Gray.
Gray, like
Yeah.
the color?
Yeah.
Gray?
Yeah.
And is it her first name Coraline or is it just Kori?
Mm-hmm. So was it later than that?
You said 3 or 4. I'm almost thinking.
No, I said it was later than that. It couldn't be 3 or 4 because it was dark. I said it was dark.
So what time?
There, right
Right
there.
there,
It was like
5:09.
5. Like I said, 5. That's exactly what I said.
509.
That's Kori. 509.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that about the time you're supposed to be back then, or
No,
I don't
we're
know if
gonna be
they're
back at
supposed to be-
8:30.
Oh, okay.
8:30.
So that's okay.
But it's still the time. It's for the, I came back over.
Okay.
Something bad happened. I feel like, I don't know.
Do you have any questions? Otherwise, I'll just tell him. So he's in custody. I can tell you that.
He's gonna kill me. He's gonna have people kill me.
He's not in custody for what he did to you.
Hey, what did he do? Was that him that drove?
Yeah. At least we think it is.
I'm gonna die. I don't know.
Does he know anybody off of? I know you don't know geography very well, but does he know anybody else in Waukesha?
No, but his mom lives on 4014 North 19th Street in Milwaukee. I don't know his baby mama lives out here.
But do you know if he knows anybody that lives close to downtown Waukesha
I
here?
don't know. His baby mama lives out here. His son is 18 and he's a whole big mother. I don't know her. I never met her in my
What do you mean
life.
by Big Mama? What does that mean?
Well, sorry. His other child's mother.
Okay.
I never met her in my life. I never met his son, but I
You
know
know her
they live in
name?
Waukesha County. He says her name is Angel. I don't know if that's her real name.
What's his son's name?
Xavier Brooks.
Xavier Brooks?
With an X. Xavier Brooks, yes.
And does he have any other kids that live out in Waukesha?
No, he only has 2 kids. By
How
her,
old is
Mimi.
Xavier?
18.
18.
Yes. He actually has a child support case out here in Waukesha County for Xavier.
Okay.
So, I still don't know why they released him, but he does have a case. So, you guys can find out information through that, I guess.
And do you know where they live?
I don't know. I don't know her.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, right now this is a big investigation, right? There's a lot going on. I don't know if you saw
I
any
just
of
don't want him to
the
tell
news.
anybody, call anybody, and threaten me. I don't even want to walk to the store no more now. What am I supposed to do?
Is he the only one that's been this mean to you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, he's going to be in custody. Okay, while we investigate this. And, this is not something that's a secret. I mean, it's a big news story.
I'm sorry I brought this here, you guys.
Don't apologize.
Sorry, you guys.
It's not your fault.
No.
Don't apologize. It's not your
He's
fault.
fucking
okay?
crazy, man.
So, he's in custody, and, there's a lot that we have to do to try to, this may not be our
I've
last
seen the
conversation
video, and
together.
of Kori's little friend, he sent me the video early, and he was like, was that him? I was like, I don't know if that was him. The car is, like I said, it's a red Ford Escape. I don't know the license plates. I don't know. He had a white hoodie on.
Okay.
He has dreads, light skin. I don't know if that was him.
Okay. Well, like I said, he's with us so that we can investigate this further. And so your safety is not, in
I
any
just don't
jeopardy
want
from
to get
him.
down stuff with all this drama. I came here to be safe.
You're still safe. He's in custody.
I have a meeting with Kathy at 10 in the morning, you guys. I just need to-
Okay.
If he tries calling you from jail, don't answer. Maybe get your phone number changed.
We can give you a track phone if you need be, so you can give out a new number to people you need it for your case.
Sorry.
There's a lot more that we have to investigate. By no means are we saying, you asked me what my opinion. I just know that he's in custody because of connection with everything. Did he do it? There's a lot of work that we have to do. Okay. But he's going to be in custody while we do that work. Okay. This might not be our last conversation that we have today.
December 20th, like I said, so I know.
You have court with him December 20th?
Yeah, but the last court I didn't go to it because he has his freaking cousins and family calling me and telling me to blame it on me and say it's not me.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't go to this last court. I didn't say anything. I just didn't go.
Okay.
Because he knows a lot of people in Milwaukee. This boy is trying to kill me. He will kill me. He ran me over with a car.
Yeah. He's dangerous. So, I can't make promises to you, but I don't think he's going to be getting out of jail anytime soon.
He's trying to be 40 in February. He's probably never going to get out. All the time they're trying to give him over this.
And so your court case is one thing, okay? But then he's going to have other stuff out here in Waukesha County.
And he also has the other stuff from shooting his nephew last year.
Right. And you already reported another domestic incident that happened yesterday on the 19th.
Yes.
And so we're going to document that too. I don't have the paperwork with me,
Yeah.
but there's paperwork I'm supposed to read to you regarding
I know they'll make sure
whether or not
I'm
you want to
safe. I
have
just didn't
contact or
wanna
not have
bring it here.
contact unless you have that.
Like, I'm in a real serious domestic relationship. Like, I know a lot of people here are, but I'm in a real serious.
Probably text. You have one?
I'm not used to this. I just want to go back to Georgia. Like, I just want to leave. And I'm dealing with court and all her stuff. I tried to tell them, I had to vent to the people. I'm like, it's too much with court right now. I know, they told me just to, they told me yeah, I know. It's a lot with that too.
I just want to verify your information that I have. Okay. Is that the one that you might have changed?
No, that's my number that I've had since I left Georgia. I've kept my number.
If we needed to
I will
take better, because I'm going to get yelled at for my photos, like someone might want to take better photos of your injury.
It's fine.
Do we contact you on this 405 number?
Yeah.
That's the best number to get a hold of you on?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
And I was scared to even shut under my eye. I tried to walk in and cover it up and stuff. Like, I've been trying to hide it. And shit. I don't like telling people my problems, but I'm like, right now, it's just, he's really crazy. He's a file of history since forever that he's dangerous. But his family trying to be mad at me, like I'm the problem. He was already doing this to women before me.
How many kids does he have?
Just the two. Just his son out here, and then the 14-year-old with me.
Okay, Ari.
But yeah.
And Ari's being well taken care of with your family down in Georgia?
Yeah, I need to go out there. I have a CPS case, but it's like my kids are all split up. They're in different families' houses, and I need to go back out there. So I need to go. My CPS worker's trying to help me, but she said she's trying to get me in a shelter out there with my kids. She tried to do that, but they said I cannot. She had me fill out the intake form, but they denied me because I'm not in Georgia. I got to be a resident of Georgia, and I'm out here.
Okay.
I don't know what else to do. I have to get back to Georgia. So, figuring that out. I'm sorry. I keep saying sorry. It's just a lot of drama.
Do you have any questions for us?
Hmm?
What questions do you have?
I don't have any questions, but now that I know he's in custody, I'm kind of glad about that.
Well, that's why I figured I would tell you that. So you.
Thank you. I mean, I'm glad, but then I'm scared because I know he knows a lot of people in this whole fucking state. He always tells me, this is my city, this is my state, this is this, and he will really have somebody do something to me. He really will.
Does anybody know you're staying here?
No, they don't know. I didn't give nobody the address for here. I won't do that because this is my only safe place. But I know he knows people, probably his big mama out here, out here, out there. Where else am I gonna hide? He already threatened me, telling me if I get on the Greyhound bus, the plane, like you can't go nowhere, you can't hide. Where I was gonna find you. He already told me this.
Okay.
What am I supposed to do?
I mean, I can't guarantee, but he's probably going to be a little preoccupied for a while with everything that's going on. Like I said, I can't guarantee. I don't know him, but
The situation.
with this,
He
with
knows
this
a lot of
incident.
people, and that's just my thing. I just want to leave from there.
Let me ask you one other question. Did you see him drive off after you left him?
Yeah.
And which way?
I seen him drive off. He went straight. Okay, so the park thing, I'm on this side of the park. Park right here with the lake, right here. He went straight. I thought I saw him make a left. That's what I thought I saw him. I don't know if there was two red cars. I don't know, but I thought I saw him make a left. But I don't know.
How was his driving?
Fast. Can you guys please not show him fast and all this stuff? I don't know.
Well, you're a witness of many today. Okay, that we've talked to and are talking to. You know him better than most
Well, yeah, no,
any
I
of us.
understand. I don't.
And so we're, our goal today is to talk to you about why in the
I don't
world,
care if he's in
why
jail.
this would all
I don't want him
happen.
to be in jail, but I'm saying I don't want him to know that I said it because I don't know what he'll send after me anywhere.
Has he ever talked about his love or extreme hate for
Yeah, he
the
hates-
country or the world or
No,
you?
only thing he says is that he hates me, he doesn't love me, I'm not his girlfriend. He don't care about his daughter. I asked him to be in his daughter's life. He said, no, I don't care. I don't deal with disrespectful ass kids. I said, well, you never raised her.
You ever notice that he says anything derogatory towards maybe white people or
No,
any other race?
He pretty much
or-
just hates me.
Okay.
It's just me. Because he went to prison over me when he was younger. Well, 16 years ago.
Okay.
It's just me, the hate. I don't know what his issue is, but he hates me. I mean, I know the issue, but even if you found my age, you still mess with me. You're messing with my friends after that, too.
Mm-hmm.
So, he hates me.
There's someone with that form that's going to be coming here, so we can fill that out with her.
Right now?
They're on their way.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay. I'll just come to
Within
the
a few
intercom like
minutes.
they did. Okay.
Yeah, they'll buzz us and then.
Just for my kind of information, is there something besides shelter or witness protection, that information you guys could have?
Well, let's take everything. I mean, right now, she's probably in one of the safest spots there is.
I'm
Right,
just
she's with
concerned
you
about
guys.
her being concerned about
Overall,
people he may know.
down the road,
Yeah.
let's just say there's a lot of resources that are being thrown at this today. Not just with our department, but the FBI is involved, and So there's a lot of other entities that are all, you know.
I knew where y'all were going with this.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that shit here.
You didn't bring it. You didn't bring it.
We're gonna talk to you afterwards. We're gonna have Jeff talk to you.
There's a lot of processing for a lot of people in this community.
Yes.
Dude.
Okay. And we're just at the beginning stages of that. So,
I just don't want to get killed. I know people got hurt. I don't want to get killed, you guys.
You're safe here.
I know.
and don't answer calls that you don't know where they're coming from.
I'm not. I have it on my phone. If
'Cause-
I go to my settings, it has a thing on where I can't answer numbers I don't know, or the blocked numbers either. And I've been
These
to that.
ladies will probably tell you, they're definitely don't do that, especially now.
Well, I know.
Because there could be lots of different people trying to
Yeah,
get in touch with
I
you.
know.
Media,
I'm not.
media, I mean, all sorts of scummy people that are just going to try to get information out of you. You're not going to give them anything. If you get those phone calls, don't answer them.
I can't like anything. I just want to make sure that I'm safe and everybody else.
I wouldn't talk to other people in the house about, like, the only people that know about this that are in this room. Okay, and then whoever they need to contact to let them know.
I'm not gonna say anything to anybody.
So since she's not gonna answer unknown numbers, how will she know you guys are calling?
My number will come up.
Okay.
My number will come up.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
gonna give
the
you my.
number, because on my phone I can set it to where
I ran out of
it's
business cards, so you get a
Okay.
you get a very
I'll save
fancy. You're gonna get a very fancy business card. Oh, sure.
I'm like, it will tell me, like, it will like block you guys.
You can call either one of us, okay?
Okay, thank you. I'll save it.
Yeah, we've been giving away a lot of cards tonight, so.
Thank you.
I still have a
And
couple.
so the first number I'm gonna give you is my desk number. I'm also gonna give you my cell phone, which I normally don't give out to people, but given the
severity.
Yeah, if you want to get in touch with me, I'm gonna give you every chance to get in touch with me.
Thank you. I'm gonna lock those numbers in my phone right away.
My cell number's on the back. My office number is written down there, and then that's Jess's office number too.
Okay, thank you. You guys want to write it down too? So you guys have it? No. Okay.
So this is the assessment, which I don't normally fill out because usually our patrol guys do. Just tons of information about past history of abuse.
Yeah, go ahead.
His name, your name. And so there's a few questions on here. Has he ever tried to choke you?
Yeah, he's done that a lot of times. Even when I was 15, he was kicking me in the head. He pulled a gun on my stomach when I was pregnant with our daughter. When I was 15.
Okay, so that was does he have a gun, or can he easily get one?
He can easily get one. I think his friends have one.
Okay.
For him.
Is he violently or constantly jealous, or
Yeah.
does he control most of your daily activities?
Yeah.
Has he ever tried to kill himself?
Not that I know of. He probably has, but I don't know. I don't think so.
Is that a no?
Yeah, I'm saying no.
So based on your not, I mean, you guys used to live together, didn't used to live together.
No, like I met him when I was younger, but like I said, I was 15 and I was staying with my mother at the time. So then he went to prison for, I was underage. So we stopped talking because I had kids with somebody else. Me and him just now started talking in April. I moved him down to Georgia. And then we left Georgia in June to come out here. So we have a short time, like 7 months, 8 months.
Okay. But based on your knowledge of him, from him, do you know if he's ever tried to hurt himself? Do you know of anything that, I know we kind of talked about it yesterday, but like any medical issues with him?
Bipolar. I don't know if he's been diagnosed, but that's what I think. His mom said when he was younger, he did get diagnosed with it, but I don't know if he was taking medicine. I don't.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Hello, it's Guth. Hey. Okay, the one that Darrell's took when? Where would I find that? I'm with Erika right now. Maybe I'll text Dave, have him print it for me, and I'll pick it up. We're on a little field trip to figure out where they were arguing yesterday, so. I'll. Is that the one that Stern just sent out? Okay, I will call Dave. Okay, I'll call Dave. Thanks. Bye. So you don't know if he was ever been diagnosed, but you just know.
They said that, but I don't have. They said when he was younger.
Who's they when you say they?
His mother.
Okay.
And him.
But he never really does anything about it.
Mm-mm.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Interrupted, but that's very typical when we're doing these things. It's just like somebody comes up with an idea. If I showed you a picture of him, you'd be able to identify him, right?
Of course.
Hey, I just tried calling Van L's. So I got a call from Tom. Casey was working with Leslie. They're typing up the complaint. And what they'd like to do is do a show Erika a photo. I think Van L's got the original photo that somebody took of the suspect driving in a car. I think it might be the same photo that Stern sent out, but Dave got it from the actual source. Is Dave in the office right now? Okay. Was that photo shared with Habanik or someone else that we can... What I'm looking at do is have that photo printed and then show it to Erika and have her verify with whatever certainty that it's who we think it is. Okay, and then so we're on our little field trip right now. Just give me a call back if you get it printed, and then I'll swing by and pick it up. If that's the same photo that Dave Van L's got from the original source. Yes. Okay. Thanks. Bye. A lot of cop talk there, right?
Just doing your job.
Okay, so and the reason I'm saying that I don't want to put any ideas. I want you to tell me who. If I'm going to show you a photo, I want you to tell me who the person in the photo is.
I will.
That's what we're going to do. So there are a couple of homework things that I need to do with you.
Okay.
We already talked yesterday in detail about what happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that maybe it was my not asking the right questions or whatever, but I think there might be a little bit more detail about the argument yesterday, because we talked to Nick, and I think Nick might have seen you guys arguing.
Him and Kori, I think, were at the parade, and that's when I had called them again, because I called them.
So then they saw you. They saw him.
Yeah.
And you kind of arguing, whatever.
I just didn't want to say that part yesterday. Honestly, I just didn't want to. I feel like I'm in trouble for everything.
You're not in trouble.
But yeah.
And you maybe didn't want to get them involved, but we're going to talk
That's
to everybody.
That's what I did. I know.
We're going to talk to everybody.
I know.
We're going to talk to Kori too if we haven't yet.
No, yeah, she's in there right now.
Okay, so we're going to eventually talk to her too.
I just didn't want to get anybody in trouble, but
that's fine. I don't want it to come out later like you were trying to hide something, or
oh yeah.
Even if he was whatever the fight was, we just need to know what was said, what happened.
We were arguing. Like, he parked at the park. I had left. Well, I was there by myself. I left the park. He was parked right there. Then I was calling him on his phone. I was like, "Why are you just sitting here watching me? Bring your ass to the car, bitch." Got in the car with him. That's when we were arguing. Then we were driving around. I don't know. Then he took me to buy some houses, and I got out of the car and walked. And because he had punched me in my eye.
That was yesterday?
No, he punched me again. See?
Okay.
So yeah, he punched me twice, Saturday and yesterday. So then I got out the car. I walked back to Frame Park Lake, whatever that lake up there. I called Kori and them. Can you guys please meet me? Can you guys please meet me? That's when I'm like, well, he just hit me again. That's when Nick, I guess, called you guys.
Okay.
And then when I was leaving, my baby daddy came back and found us. And he...
When you say baby daddy, who are you talking about?
Darrell Brooks.
Okay.
He got out the car and then got into Kori in Nick's face, and Nick was pulling Kori back. Darrell had pushed Kori in the face. And then after that, the cops were already coming because Nick was like, "The cops are coming for you, the cops are coming for you." And after that, then he went back around and did something. That's when we already left. We left before wherever the hell he drove to. We left. We walked down the street. I'll show you exactly the street we walked down.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that.
I just didn't want to get them in trouble, but
they're not in trouble. It's all just part of the overall investigation. We got to make sure we're getting things right.
Yeah.
That's all.
So it doesn't come out later. I understand.
We don't want to be surprised later on about anything.
You're right.
Okay, so this is the lethality assessment, and this can cover when he hit you 2 days ago and yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Sign here,
Mm-hmm.
and then I don't know if you had to have, let's say something happened to you today. Do you have an emergency contact?
Not
Someone?
here.
Anybody? It doesn't have to be
Yeah,
out
I have
here.
my cousins. They're in Georgia.
Okay, so sign it. Whoever maybe your daughter's staying with, or
Okay.
whoever. Oops, that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just put their name and address there,
I don't know the address, but I'll give you their phone number.
and then their phone number. So just put their name where their address is. Then just sign in that actual box where I need your signature. All right. The other thing is you were in the car yesterday, right? You were in
when we had
his car.
Yeah, when we were at the lake and I got in his car and we drove around and I got out of his car.
Okay.
And walked from I don't know the neighborhood where the house is, but it was like farther down, and I got out and walked all the way back to the lake.
Did he call you or text you anything after you separated?
No.
He didn't call or text you?
No.
At all?
Mm-mm. I called his phone when we were walking back over here, but he didn't answer.
Okay. And so the last time you had contact with him was wherever you guys had your argument?
Yeah, and then when me, Kori, and Nick walked off.
Okay, he didn't text you on the social media. He didn't text you on Text Me Now.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I tried to call his phone, but it just kept ringing. So.
What does he? Is there any messages on your phone from him, like threatening or just any messages?
He does it over the phone. He'll threaten me over the phone because he knows that we have a no contact order and stuff like that. He's going to be showing proof. He thinks he's outsmarts people.
Okay. But it's easy to say. I mean, you were in the car. It's potential that your DNA is in the car, right?
Yeah,
I mean, because you've been in the car, you touched stuff, touched door handles.
Yeah, the door handle.
Okay. And so it'd be okay if I got like a DNA swab just in your cheek from you today?
Of course.
Hey, it's Guth. Yeah, the only thing I'm fearful of is all the other the national media is all around the building there.
114, that's my turn.
And
10-4, we're
okay.
We're talking to PMP now. We don't have them on.
Let's go on the parking structure. We'll just drive up into the parking structure. Yeah. Yep, and it'll take me a couple minutes to get there. Okay, thanks. Bye. Okay, so I'm going to fill this out, and that's what this form is going to say, that you're allowing me to take a DNA swab from you.
Does this mean like I'm in trouble for something? Because I
No.
wasn't in the car when he
This
did
is
all
to
this.
eliminate you, so that, like, it's an elimination DNA swab.
Okay, so I'm like,
So when they find DNA in the car, we can say, no, we know that DNA was going to be in the car because we took Erika's DNA and we can compare it to that DNA. Because it's basically to if you got to think like a defense attorney, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to say someone else maybe did this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you weren't driving the car.
No,
Your DNA
I wasn't
won't
a
be on the
passenger.
steering wheel?
No.
Did you guys have a physical confrontation in the car? Is that when he punched you?
Yeah. You can check the window thing. I was trying to roll down the windows and the locks before I got out. So yes.
But you never operated the car?
No.
And then that's all that's going to show then, right? I mean, that's what this is for.
And then
Just
I
to
told you-
eliminate.
Then I told you we were sleeping in his car in his mom's backyard.
Yeah, and so, yeah, it's presumable that you're going to have certain parts of the car that you touch. Have you ever operated that car?
No, I don't.
Never?
No.
Okay.
The only time I ever touched the steering wheel was when we were sleeping in the car. Like I said, all right, sit in the front, but I've never drove the car, and his mother could tell you that too.
And when was the last time that you sat in the front, in the driver's seat? More than a week ago?
Yeah, more than a week ago.
Okay. Then it's likely your DNA wouldn't be on that side.
Yeah, it would be on the door though. That's where it's going to be.
Yeah. So this, I don't know if you've ever done this before, but basically, I'm just gonna have you open your mouth up wide, like I'm at the dentist, and I'm just gonna rub the inside of your back of your cheeks on both sides. Okay. So just turn your head towards me, make it easier.
Looking at a transfer picture, we're still trying to get the actual hard copy on most of them.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Not as bad as the doctor, right?
No.
Ever get those COVID tests? They like stick that thing up your nose.
I know. I need to get one. I'm just scared of that. I was like.
You're doing that.
Well, I'm gonna get the shot anyway. Or something which one I want to get.
Yeah, vaccination.
Yeah, the vaccination. The different one. Today's date. Oh.
I just looked at the date. What are we on now? 22nd?
Yes. Already. Almost Thanksgiving.
Okay. Well, let's go get that photo. Okay. So I'm gonna have you look at a photo and see if you notice or recognize anybody in this photo.
Okay.
We'll do that first, and then we'll go on our little field trip to see what we can see.
Okay.
Where maybe all this started.
Okay.
Not too bad out today. Yeah. I'm sure Georgia's much warmer than we are here, but
it's about the same in the summer. It's both really humid.
yeah. Winters are much different here, though.
Yeah, it doesn't snow in Georgia. Well, not as long as I've gone there.
So where did you grow up?
Nevada.
Oh.
And I moved to Georgia 2017.
What part of Nevada?
Reno. And that's where I met him. He's from Detroit, but when I was younger, he was in Nevada. That's where I met him.
How many kids? You said you had 4 kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's the oldest?
Me and his daughter. She'll be 15.
Ari's the oldest?
Yep, she'll be 15 in April.
And then what's the next one?
12, 11, and 10.
Okay.
Back to
kind of back to back.
Yeah.
All girls?
All
wow.
girls.
Did you run out of names?
No. Well, yeah, I did. I was like, oh no. Yeah, he's almost abusive to her too. That's why my daughter kept trying to run away when he was out there, because that was her first time meeting him. And he was controlling to her, and then always got in her face, and I'm just like.
And so how many dads are there? Is it?
It's just 2.
Oh, just 2 dads.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 kids, 3 daughters with one other guy.
Yes.
Does he live in Georgia?
He's in Nevada.
Oh, in Nevada. What made you guys move to Georgia?
My mother, she has her sister out there, and then she has a lot of nieces and stuff, and they talked her into going out there, and then she talked me into coming out there like a year later.
Okay.
So I'm like, I didn't really want to just stay out there. I don't know. So.
How long were you in Georgia then?
Since 2017, and I just left Georgia in June.
Okay. And prior to that, your whole time was in Nevada?
Before that, yes, Nevada.
Okay. Waukesha's kind of confusing when you said you didn't know the geography very well. I can't blame you because
I'm trying to see where's this direction.
we're going somewhere else first.
Okay, yeah,
we're gonna go
yeah.
back.
I was looking because I have walked from up this way so much.
We'll go back to where the women's center is, and then we'll work backwards. If that makes sense. dressed to come out the same girl that you met last night.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't come out with that picture. Hello.
Hi. There's 2 pictures in here just because one was bigger and I thought it maybe looked worse.
Okay.
The smaller one might be better.
We'll take a look at them. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, so remember with photos, I'm gonna try to get in some area with for the lighting. We're not getting with this bright light right here.
Okay.
So you can see the photos better. I think this will be better right here. Oh, is that bright light? Yeah, that was
Okay, yeah.
All right, so it's the same photo. These both are the same photo. If you can identify who that person may be.
That's him.
And how certain are you that that's when you say
100%. That's Darrell Brooks.
Okay. So go ahead and write on there 100. I'm 100% certain that's Darrell Brooks, and then you can sign your name and the date.
Is it 22nd?
It's the 22nd at 12:35 p.m. 12:35.
Oh, 12:35. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is he gonna know that I said any of this in court? I'm so scared.
Well, you have to remember that there's the severity of what happened here.
It's crazy.
I think that your safety with him is not.
Well, no, I care about the victims' families and stuff. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's just I don't want him in there.
I bet you he may have to know that you signed that photo. I bet maybe. That's if he tries to fight things in court and he has to go testify because he wants the trial or that sort of thing. I don't know. We're not even close to being at that stage.
Okay, I was like, I don't want to go testify. Actually, I would, but I would do it different. I don't know. I'm just scared of who he knows out here.
I hear you. And I'm going to share those concerns with other entities of, and I know you're working with the ladies where you're staying right now, and that's the best place for you. I mean, there's not really much safer place than that for you right now. But moving forward, 6 months, a year from now, I'm going to make sure that you're safe.
I'm sure Kori and Nick are okay too. Well, I know that. Everybody. But I'm glad he's behind bars. He deserved it. I should have did that.
Actually, take a quick photo of that. Text that. It's the guy in that blue that you saw walking past.
Oh, okay.
Of course. All these shadows. Now we can do our fun field trip. All right. So do you get fed at the Women's Center? They get your meals and stuff, or how does that work?
Yeah, we actually there's a fridge full of food. We can cook our own food, everything.
Okay.
It's like
so you can go do your little shopping, and then you can add to
we can't bring outside food in.
Oh, okay.
They have to purchase the food. Yeah.
And then you cook what's there.
Yeah, and it's like the little dorms, kind of, and they have a washing machine. And it's actually a really decent, lovely place. It's really nice.
A lot better than some shelters, I imagine.
I haven't been to one yet. This is my first one.
Well, this is probably like that.
Yeah.
From what my understanding is, our women's center here is pretty much, they set the standard.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
I'm normally not this popular. Alright, so I'm going to drive up to the Women's Center, where Family Video kind of is, and then I'm going to let you direct me where you walked, and let's get back to the area where you guys had your argument.
Okay.
And it might have changed, but like,
no, it hasn't
just
changed.
work backwards in time.
Okay. I'm not for
Because
sure.
we know you walked into the Women's Center at 5:08 p.m.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah. So
5:09 or
when I think because at first I had left Kori and her friend Kyle at first, and then we met up with Nick later. We walked from the women's shelter. I'm not sure what time it was though. And then that's when we walked to the park. And then
Well, let's
Kori.
start. Let's start back. So what I mean by backwards is, okay, 5:09, you walk into the Women's Center. Now hit the rewind.
Oh.
Where are we going? We're rewind. So what's 5:08, 5:07, 5:06?
It's down the street, was it? It was down this street. I walked back.
So this way?
Yes.
So now we're probably at around 5 o'clock. Now we're working backwards, 4:55. We're
all the way straight.
Okay.
All the way straight on the street.
And who is walking with you right now?
Kori.
Kori and Nick are both walking with you right here.
Yeah, we crossed. They had started blocking off what street? I think it was this street or another street when we had crossed the street going back that way.
It might have been blocked up here.
They let us cross though.
Okay. But there's some barricades out from the.
I think it might have been right here. If you go straight, I believe.
Straight right here.
I'm trying to figure out where the park, back towards where the park was.
I think.
Or by the street.
I think it was over here. If I'm understanding correctly. When you say park.
Or the lake, yeah. I don't know which one it was.
So this is a school. It's Trinity. But did you walk down this street, you think? I think I know. So I'm going to go to where I think I know.
Okay.
But I want you to confirm that.
Okay.
Just let me know if anything starts to look familiar. You might have cut through somewhere, too.
I think we cut through somewhere because it was not this far.
So this is where we're going to go down. This road's called Baxter. We're going to drive down this road. And maybe you guys were meeting.
This is where he was stalking me at. When I was there, I was over there. Kori and Nick had left early that day. I stayed right here by myself looking at the water. He was parked right there by that black truck kind of, and I walked over here. Okay, so when me and him, when I had first got in the car, we drove around this way. There's houses somewhere down there, and he was just driving around. Then I got out the car because he was acting crazy, and I walked down this long street. I walked back this way.
So you get in the car in that parking lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you drive
We
this
drove
way.
around. Just go straight.
You keep calling this a lake. This is actually a river, but that's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But this, it's water. So you can see the water from here.
Yes.
So you guys are driving around over here?
I can show you kind of where the house goes straight. And I had to walk back this way also, but...
How's he driving when you're in the car with him?
He was beating me up, fighting, driving fast. Well, not driving fast, but he was driving with his one hand, but he was hitting me and he threatened me, telling me he's going to break my face. I should break your face right here. And that's when I had got out the car and walked all the way back to the lake. And I had called Kori and them to meet me, and they met me.
Okay. So where did you get out of the car, do you think? Looking around here.
It was farther than theirs. It wasn't these houses.
Let's get closer to the river there.
I just remember we were arguing now. I know it was probably down this way. It was. So I walked past this stuff. It was down this street when I had walked back, so it was straight. I remember there was a gas station on the right. That gas station. So the house is up this hill where we were up.
Okay, that's a one-way up there. I can't take a right up there. That's the only issue.
No, not right here. By the gas station. I remember the gas station.
We can't turn right there. That's a one-way. Did he go down the wrong way?
No, he went straight. When we left, we went up this hill.
Oh, he did.
The house is up that way.
Okay.
But when I was walking back, I remember passing the gas station.
You had a long walk.
Yeah, it was a long walk. On this broken leg. And I remember by the gas station, he kept saying, "You're making a scene." He pulled back over and followed me because he followed me the whole way back there. And then by the gas station, by the light, he rolled his window down and said, "You're making a scene. Oh, you want to do this shit? You're going to make a scene?" He did say that.
Okay. What'd you say back to him?
I said, "Jay, why are you doing this?" I call him Jay. I said, "Jay, well, Darrell." I said, "Why are you doing this to me?" I said, "Whatever." Because he was trying to take my phone from me again. And I'm like, "You're not taking my phone." And he's a really jealous person. "You're talking to God. You're talking to God." I said, "No, I'm not talking to God." So I walked across the street. Right there on this side is where he was yelling at me after the car was done.
Over there?
Yeah, I was on this side. He was right here.
Okay. But he drove up this hill?
Yes, he did. So I remember me coming back down this hill.
Did he keep going straight here or did he turn?
Yeah, he went straight. I don't remember the actual street that we were on though. I just know I walked past this empty right here. I came from down this way.
Okay.
It was on the street. I just don't know which house I got out by. But it was on the street. So
Did you go up this next hill?
No. I don't know which house it was, but I got out somewhere over here. I was on this side though when I got out the car.
114 or 1023.
So then I went back all the way down the hill.
What did he do when you got out?
He drove off. He went down another direction. And then when I got by the gas station, he popped back up again.
Okay. And so you get out somewhere around here?
Yes.
And then as you're walking, all of a sudden he starts. Is he like slowly driving next to you?
Yeah. When I got by that gas station, I don't know which street he turned down. When I got by the gas station, that's when he was by me, and that's when he said that.
Does it say Bidwell?
Bidwell Avenue.
And then you started walking back towards the park.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we just came.
So you're just walking?
I'm just walking, yeah.
On that side?
On the left side, yes.
So you're walking on that side?
Mm-hmm. And then he had disappeared, and he popped back up when I had got
down the hill?
By the gas station.
So you had a little bit of peace and quiet?
A little bit.
But you're trying to call, is this when you're trying to call?
Yeah, Kori, but her phone, at first her phone was going straight to voicemail, and I had got a hold of Nick.
Okay. And they probably asked you where you were.
Yeah.
And you had no clue.
Yeah. So I'm walking.
Right.
They eventually met me by the lake. They were coming the way from the where the parade was, so I think they were already there. I'm not for sure.
Okay, so you come down at this intersection. You're on that side of the street.
Mm-hmm.
You said he was trying to take your phone, but
No, he was not trying to. At that moment, he tried to take it before I got out the car.
gotcha.
Right here, he was yelling at me.
In the car when he was hitting you and stuff.
Yeah, in the car, he was.
He's like, give me your phone. You're talking to guys.
There's two other phones. The cops still have my phone in Milwaukee County that he took. They had got it from him, but I never made a way out there to get it.
All right, so as you're walking down this way, is he just like slowly riding next to you, or does he speed off? Or
He sped off.
Did he go straight here?
He went straight. I didn't see him again until we got back by the lake. I don't know which way he went. And I walked back. When I got back to the lake, the same spot I just showed you at, that's when he had called, and that's when he popped back up. I'm like, just leave me alone, and then I'll show you the other location. It was to the right, where I had called Kori and them, and they had called. And then he got out the car. He did a U-turn and got out the car.
There was a confrontation between Nick and...
No, Nick was trying to hold. He was just like, leave her alone. These are females. Leave her alone. And then he pushed Kori in the face. Darrell pushed Kori in the face.
So where do you walk from here?
Left.
You go left again? But you don't see him at this point? Alright, so then you're going up this way?
Yes, straight.
And then do you keep going down past that building?
No. Go to the right.
You made it right here
Yes.
on the street?
Yes.
You didn't follow the river?
No. Because I got back to the river on this when I made the left.
Okay. So you kind of just went back the same direction that you went?
I did. It's the only memory, like the only place I knew how to do.
You're kind of just looking for visual clues?
Yes, and then when I got down this street, I kind of got confused a little bit, but I went all the way straight because we came this way. So I went all the way straight. Back in here, and I was arguing with him, and then I started walking back this way, and then that's when I caught Kori and them exit the park, or the lake, the river, sorry. Kori and them met me down there. Then Jay came out of nowhere again, and he pulled over, like they did a U-turn. He got on this street.
He did a U-turn right in this parking lot?
No,
or
I'll
out
show
on the
you.
street?
I'm in the street. I'll show you.
So this is where you met up with Kori and Nick. And then as you guys are walking out this way, I'm just trying to...
No, Kori and Nick met me on the street.
So you saw them?
Yeah.
But you also saw him driving around?
Yeah, he was driving around. They saw him too. So when I had called them, they had met me. Darrell had came. He did a U-turn. It was like right here. He did a U-turn. He went down this street, probably to right where this little end of the grass is right there. Came back around. Me, Kori, and Nick were over here. I'm not sure. It's like probably like right there where that pole is. He made the U-turn, and that's when he got out the car and got into Kori and Nick's face.
On the side of the street?
It's right here, yeah. A little bit past the sign, yes. And after that, after he hit her, whatever, he got back in the car. Me, Nick, and Kori went down this street and made that left where that in-house is right there. Okay. And went down that street and went back to the shelter.
So they have a confrontation.
It was like right here.
Right about here.
Yeah.
Okay. What time do you think that was? If you got back at 5:09.
I wasn't really checking my phone. Sorry.
However long it takes you to. Did you walk straight back to the shelter then?
We walked straight back. Yes.
So you said you walked down this way and you made a left.
Yes, it was down the street.
Okay, there's a street up here.
Yeah, the street. The first street.
What did he do after he pushed Kori and you guys started walking?
He got back in the car.
Which direction did he go?
He was this way. But he got back in the car, but they stopped.
Did he go past you guys?
He went past us, yes. But then because like 3 cars had stopped right there. I don't know if there was something, it was blocked off, but 3 cars had stopped. So I thought he just stopped. We all thought he stopped, but we were just walking. We seen that when we were crossing the street already. There's like 3 cars parked. I think they were waiting for something. I don't know if somebody was crossing or what.
And so he kept going straight right there?
Yeah, but he had stopped the car.
Okay.
The
So you
3 cars stopped.
After you went down this road, you don't know where he went?
Mm-mm.
He just went past you?
We just kept walking. Yeah, and we were just all...
And did he squeal his tires when he took off or anything?
I didn't hear that, no.
Was he driving like fast? Did you hear the engine roar? Or the muffler?
Well, when he got in, he started driving fast, yes.
Okay.
He pulled off fast, at least. I don't know how fast he went with that, but he did pull off fast.
He pulled off fast, but you don't know exactly where he went after that.
Mm-hmm. We just kept walking. And right here is where the police officer let us cross, actually, so I do remember it was right here.
So a police officer let you guys walk over this way?
Yeah, and after that, she started blocking the roads.
Right here?
Yes.
So you guys went down this way then?
Yes. I just remembered. Sorry.
That's okay.
My memory got back now. But yeah, this is the way we just walked all the way back to the shelter.
Do you know how to get back to the shelter from here?
Straight, I think. Straight. We just kept walking straight, pretty much, so.
Okay.
I think. No. Or did we turn? Kori dropped her hat right here.
Okay.
She turned back around and got it. I think we made a right and then made a left. I think we walked to the train tracks. I remember she did drop her hat right here.
Okay, so she picks up her hat.
Yeah, and we walked, and I believe we made a left to the train tracks.
So you took this little...
Yeah, the little
Did
thing.
you take this
Yeah.
gravel road?
Yeah, because all the way straight, because that way is where the shelter is at. Well, where Dollar General and stuff is at.
So you end up walking on this gravel?
Yeah.
Is this right?
Yes.
Did you ever see him again? And did he ever contact you via text or call you?
Like I said, I tried to call him when we walked up, but he just kept ringing. And we ended up, yeah, because this is where Dollar General, so we ended up walking back to the shelter.
Okay. And then you can get to the women's center just by going straight here? Is that what you did? You went straight
because there's a
across
little
the parking lot?
place.
Can't do that with the car. Well, I suppose we could a little bit, but you still have to walk back. Alright, I think I got it.
Sorry, it was so confusing.
No, it's fine. That's why it's better to probably sit in the car and just drive it.
Yeah, I could not give directions if I wasn't in the car.
So he caused you pain and made you scared yesterday too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So actually you had a domestic incident where he did domestic battery to you 2 days ago and yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions. Do you?
I don't, and I have you guys' number if I do.
Join us next time as we tune in to day 3 of the trial.
Thanks for watching, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, please do not forget to like and subscribe on your way out, and feel free to leave a comment. Have a blessed day.